This is Primal Fear. This is ARK Omega. And this is ARK's hardest mod, The Hunted. In this video, we revisit all the ARK mods that I've completed over this past year. This is a long 8-hour video, so sit back, relax, or fall asleep to this lovely voice. This is Ragnarok, but it looks a little different, doesn't it? That's because we are running the Primal Fear mod. And in this video, I attempt the 100-day challenge. But I have a few goals that I need to achieve that were set by a few friends of mine.
Hi Aaron, it is I, Mr. Miola. Being the king of Primal Fear means I know this mod back to front, and I believe you should be able to defeat the demonic Reaper Empress by day 50. There is no excuse for you not to accomplish this. So if you fail to accomplish this challenge, I think there's only one suitable answer. You gotta smash 2 eggs on your head. That is all. Mr. Miola, out.
Well, you heard Mr. Miola, the challenge is set. We will receive our next challenge on day 50. Ah, yes, so we wake up on a strange island once again, only to look at our arm, realize there's something in it, and scratch it. Oh, and we're also naked. Because yeah, who doesn't like waking up naked on a beach? And since we're playing the Primal Fear mod, everything in this game wants to kill me, including this big-ass dodo. Wait, is it going to attack me? Why are you chasing me? Bro, why are you chasing me? Go away, big-ass dodo. Look, we start off this adventure, obviously like we always do, trying to collect some berries, some fiber, punch some trees for wood and thatch. But see this guy right here? Yeah, that guy right there. Well, in about 3.9 seconds, he does this. Oh, no. What the frick? I got killed by a toxic zombie dodo. When we awoke from our death, we realized these dodos can be quite deadly. So after collecting some wood, we got chased by dodos again. Oh, crap, what is that? Why am I scared of frickin' dodos? With all this craziness already happening in this modded video, I needed to make a base that we could call home, you know, just so we're safe. And I've always liked this rocky formation right in Viking Bay. I think a lot of the dinosaurs can't get to us up here. I hope. And now that we've established where we want to live, it's time to start building our base. And here's a sped up montage. Nice. And now that we're all safe and sound, it's on to day 2. And before the sun rises, we decided to make ourselves a metal pickaxe and a metal hatchet. Then we went straight down to the beach to try and find ourselves a pteranodon, because we all know hitting them skies makes our lives so much easier. We found this one, put a bolo around it, and then we stabbed it with our poison tipped spear, because we all know that's the best way to make friends, I think. Maybe. And now that we have a crossbow and some hide armor, I feel confident. I went out to go get me some revenge on this toxic dodo. Yeah, take that, stupid dodo. When we returned to our PT, it was fully tamed. So we put a saddle on him and hit the skies. And then the rest of the day, we just went around exploring the area just to see what we could see. Day 3, we continued exploring. This time we went to the beaver dams. As you can see, there was a crap load of beavers around. So we got the attention of a couple just to move them away from the beaver dam that we wanted. But because they mistook my PT for food, we had to fly to this cliff to get away. I grabbed my crossbow out and then I shot them until they ran away. Then I flew back down to the beaver dam to claim my prize, the cementing paste, and then quickly hightailed out of there before the rest of the beavers came to attack. Then the rest of this day I continued exploring around this map. I wanted to see what other creatures came in this mod pack. Then while we were flying around, we heard this crazy noise. Whoa, what the Turns out in Primal Fear there's a thing called a buffoon ferox. Yeah, they like bombs and stuff. It's weird. Holy hell! I think it's safe to say that we now know to stay very far away from the buffoon ferox. It destroyed all the trees too. So yeah, we continued exploring until we saw this random red monkey just flying off a cliff. Day 4 and I decided to make ourselves a new base. So I went out and harvested a crap ton of stone because we're going to make it out of stone this time. Then I sat on my PT and pondered a new place that we're going to build. Where should we go? So I took flight in search of our new base location. And in the end, I just settled for here. I think it's a really cool place and I've always wanted to build here. So without hesitation, I started laying down my foundations and I'm not going to bore you with the rest. Let's just skip straight to when it's finished. And there you have it, guys, our finished product. It's something simple and quaint and nice for now. Nothing too crazy, but it is missing a couple things. Yeah, our crafting stuff. So we put down the primal smithy, a normal smithy, and then we went ahead and made ourselves a primal refining forge. It looks cool and apparently it smelts metal a lot quicker. Day 5 and nothing exciting happened today. But I did craft these soul traps. They're like cryopods, but way better. Day 6, we started with our favorite thing, punching dodos. This one didn't make it. And I tried shooting this with a trank arrow. It also didn't make it. In the end, we ended up with 4 of them. I think that's enough to get us started. Ooh, and one already gave us an egg. Then we went to go get some crystal because we're going to need it to be able to build the thing I'm going to show you in day 7. I chose to go into this cave to be able to get the crystal because being primal fear everywhere else was very scary. And we were lucky enough to score ourselves an ascendant slingshot. Yeah. Day 7 and we built that thing that I said we're going to build with the crystal that we got. And here it is. Yes, it's a greenhouse. I know, exciting. It doesn't seem like much, but trust me, it's very important. I then decided we needed a berry gatherer. So I went out and had a look around and then I found this trike. If you've watched my other 100 days, you'll see that I like trikes. They're good. So we put a couple trank arrows in his butt and put him to sleep. But then when we went to put some meja berries in the trike, we got swooped by an angry pigeon. And while we waited for the trike to wake up from its eternal slumber, we started building some pipes to irrigate our crops. And by now, our trike was finally awake, so there's no time like the present to start harvesting some good old berries. Day 8, we went out to go gather some materials that we're gonna need for the future. But while we're out exploring, we saw this. What the frick is that? That's a spirit dodo wyvern. A spirit dodo wyvern with 5.5 million health. See ya frickin' later. We did find this obsidian, so we mined it. Then we went over to the volcano area to go get ourselves a dung beetle. We then found some more obsidian, so we mined that as well, but this Bronto decided to ruin that all for us. I'm trying to collect this obsidian. Rude. Day 9, we built our little dung beetle at home. We then named him Poop Man. Seems appropriate. Then we put Poop Man in his cage so we could start making us some good old fertilizer. Now that our crops are all sorted, it's time to tame some toxic dodos. We're gonna need their eggs so we can start crafting some alpha kibble. We then went up to the snow so we could find some little penguins that we could murder for some easy polymer. But there was an origin Kairuku there that seemed to get aggroed on us. That's not good. Holy crap. We got out of there real quick. Heading back to base, I ran out of stamina. I'm dead. And then got attacked by this alpha dimorphodon. Oh, you're not doing much damage. But little did I know there was also a manticore there. And it really didn't want to leave us alone. It started getting really close and it even hit us a couple times. Oh crap. No matter where we went, the thing was still there. But when we got to just about here, I think it got distracted and left us alone. And because we're extremely brave or extremely stupid, we went back to the snow to get some polymer, even with those explosions around us. Turns out the explosions were just a dragon, you know, blowing things up. With the polymer we gathered, we then created this soul terminal. It's a place we can store our dinos while we don't use them. And with the right settings, it can gather the eggs from the dinosaurs in the terminal. We then finished off day 9 with a stroll on our toxic dodo. Yeah, you can ride dodos in this mod. Oh yeah, and we named this dodo Green Bean. Green Bean's freaking cool. Day 10, we start the day off by taming another toxic dodo. This time we call it Green Spleen. Then when we go to find another dodo, we get a little bit close to whatever this is. What the frick just happened? Then when we wake up from our death, we realize we're in the wrong house. I had forgotten to set up a new bed in the new base. So first thing on our agenda is to set up a bed at the new base. Then go back to our body, see if we can retrieve our goods. We've now learned that spirit dodos are bad. It seemed to have left this trail of destruction. There were bodies everywhere. We then harvested this fabled styra, and turns out it drops a ton of really good loot. Day 11, we crafted ourselves some flak gear, you know, to protect ourselves from some of the dangers in this world. Then we went out to find ourselves another PT. We did find this level 150 PT, which is going to be pretty good for us. And taming it up didn't take us as long thanks to these tame helpers. Once tamed, we then named him Birdie. We then flew around pretty aimlessly, really. We were just trying to get some levels in this Birdie. You know when you're flying around and you think you're safe? Well, turns out in Primal Fear, you're not. Not again. Oh! So early morning on day 12, we went out to go fetch our body. We had to sidestep this spirit dodo. And then up the ways, we saw that there was a chaos dodo and a spirit dodo over there too. We finally got to our body and got all our gear back, but then I pressed the wrong button by accident. No. Ah! Wrong button. We eventually got all of our stuff back. And now I wanted to go out and try and tame this elder moss chops. So I bowled him and then built a pillar trap around him, only for him to get out. I gave up after this. We then found ourselves a level 130 PT, so we knocked him out and tamed him. Then we named him Birdie 2. Day 13, I went out and tamed ourselves an alpha dilo by stabbing it in the face, because that's how you do it. Then I tamed an alpha pegamastix, because we need both of them to be able to start laying eggs, so we can start creating some more kibble. Day 14, and we tamed yet another alpha dilo. Then when we were flying around, we came too close to yet another spirit dodo. Not again. But hey, at least this time we didn't die. We are quite far away from our base. So we went to the dead body of our bird, grabbed the PT saddle, and then just ran for it. We eventually found another PT that we knocked out, then tamed, then named him Birdie 3. We then took flight on Birdie 3 to this island where we found a max level PT. So we had to tame that one as well. While we're waiting for this PT to tame out, we went out and we saw these 2 Velenosaurs. And they will be handy for our base. So we knocked them out and tamed them as well. And as luck would have it, we found ourselves a level 150 Anki. And I think now with all these tames, you can officially call me the Slave Master. I mean, awesome person that loves ARK. Day 15, we headed over to the Wyvern nest because I wanted something a little bit more powerful to help us out around the base. And to be honest, I'm pretty sick of dying all the time. So we flew over to one of these nests to steal one of these flying cranky lizard's eggs. And lucky for us, we got a 2-for-1 special. But we had to eat one because it was a little bit too heavy for us to fly. Then we flew out of there really quickly because we didn't want to die. But then I realized we weren't even being chased. So we went back to base and placed it in our soul terminal so it could incubate. Then that night we crafted ourselves a full set of alpha flak gear. Looks pretty good if you ask me, but we need to do something about that hair. There we go, much better.
Wow.
Day 16, our alpha lightning wyvern hatched. And we named him Red Lightning. Because he's red and he's a lightning wyvern? I know, I spelt it wrong. While we're waiting for our lightning wyvern to raise up, we went out to go see if our Anki was tamed. And he was. So we picked him up and brought him home. Then we went out to see how effective our Velenosaur would be. And with his machine gun head thingy, we took down an Elder Itchy, an Apex Kento, and a level 130 Rex. See, don't mess with a dinosaur with pins in his head. Day 17, Red Lightning was all grown up and ready to be ridden. So we took him out to see what he could do. And on this Bronto, he did some pretty decent damage with his lightning attack, but 2,800 damage with his bite attack. It's good, but we need to get some more levels. Once we had some levels to spend, we pumped some into his health and his melee and a little bit into his speed as well. Then we saw these Indominus Rexes eating these fabled Brontos, and now that we're doing 14k damage, I felt really confident. But then I realized how much damage it's doing to us, and it's only a level 20. So we left it alone and went on our way. Day 18, we flew down to the South Wyvern Scar, because I wanted to see if there was any decent eggs there. And we found this Apex Fire Wyvern egg. Even though it's a level 50, Apex is better than Alpha, and Alpha is better than Vanilla, so it should be better, right? And when we flew out of the Wyvern cave, we realized the sun was coming up, so it was a great time to start working on our tan. On the way back to base, we stopped over at the beaver dams, because we know, unlike paper, scissors, rock, wyverns beat beavers. Back at base, we placed down a generator and a chemistry bench, so now we can start mass producing drugs to sell on the black market. Oh, I mean, knock out these animals. Day 19, we spent most of the time just flying around the map murdering these helpless creatures for their generous loot. Then we found this Doedicurus, which is going to help us harvest a crap ton of stone so we can start making a crap ton of cementing paste and spark powder. And thanks to this toxic tranquilizer, we put this little baby down in one shot. And then when he woke up from his slumber, we named him Stoner, because he smashes stones and that's kind of all he does. Day 20, and it was just basically a farming day, the whole day really. But fun fact, these burnt down trees in Ragnarok, they drop charcoal. And if your wyvern tries to fly at it and flap its wings, that's how we gather it. Day 21, our baby Apex Fire Wyvern hatched. So to celebrate his birth, we went out to test out our new Primal Mastercraft fabricated sniper. Now it is green and doesn't really go with my red armor, but you know, it's pretty powerful and might come in handy. I wanted to see how much torpor damage we could do, so I shot this fabled Brachiosaurus. Now I don't remember what bullets I was using, but it did do a fair bit of torpor. But I think I really just pissed it off. And how the hell did it run up that rock? Day 22, we tamed our first elemental, this fire chicken. And we named him Charlie. Later that day, we flew over to the swamp area to set up this awesome teleporter. It'll help us get around the map a lot quicker and make our time more efficient. That night, we went down to the south area of the map to go visit our friends, the Wyverns. We went to go say hello to this fire wyvern, not knowing that there was a freaking necrotic wyvern there too. Oh crap. Look, mistakes were made, okay? Wow, that was just stupid. That was so stupid. Day 23, we woke up back at base, and thanks to having the awesome teleporter, we can retrieve all the items from our corpse. But unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to our lightning wyvern, Red Lightning. Anyway, now that he's dead, we can just replace him with our Apex Fire Wyvern. And now that we're progressing, we need some more oil and some silica pearls, so it's time to go into the ocean. But first, we need to tame ourselves a megalodon. But because I'm stupid, I didn't know that the arrows wouldn't pierce through the water. So we dove into the water to take out this apex megalodon. Come here, Sharky, Sharky, Sharky. We did work out that we could get him close enough to us to pierce out of the water that we could use our fabricated sniper rifle to put him to sleep. And thanks to some tame helpers and some apex kibble, we tamed him up pretty quickly and named him Ian. His name's Ian. Day 24, we rode Ian into the depths of the deep blue sea, only to find ourselves some calamari and some crab, and that sounds tasty. So we ate them, both. Then we went to go harvest some oil and some silica pearls. I mean, that's the whole reason why we came here in the first place. Then back at base, we got to our next level and got rid of these primal refining forges to replace it with a primal industrial forge, which is surprisingly smaller than I expected. We went to the swamp area to tame our second elemental, the caustic chicken. We want to tame these for some elemental eggs. Day 25, we went out to find some more elemental chickens, and we found this ice chicken. But once we knocked it out, we heard these noises. I can't believe the chicken didn't wake up to the noises. After all, the party was bumping. Instead, this happened. Frickin' hell. Gave me the fright of a lifetime. So now we're back at base and we die a lot. I figured it was time to upgrade our gear. So we went from alpha now to apex gear. And this is what it looks like. It kind of really looks the same as the alpha, but with more red. We then flew back on our PT to go fetch our wyvern. And then we got the notification that our ice chicken died. I didn't even know we actually got the tame. So we whistled follow on our wyvern and got straight out of there. Now that we have our wyvern back, we went out and we tamed ourselves a Therizino. And we named him Fred, after my creepy uncle with the long fingers. We found another place to place down an awesome teleporter. I thought this place was pretty good because it's in between the snow biome, the redwoods, and the desert. This is a great mod, especially on a large map like Ragnarok. Day 26, we used the awesome teleporter to teleport myself and Creepy Fred to the swamp area. We needed Creepy Fred to use his creepy long fingers to harvest some rare flowers and some rare mushrooms. We then realized that there was a caustic lion chicken near us, so we tamed that too, and we named him Sally. Day 27, we took off on another adventure, this time once again to find some more elementals. And we found ourselves a fire chicken. He was looking so graceful flying into the skies until we shot him in the face. We of course enslaved him so he could lay us eggs for our own benefit. We were then flying around redwoods, but then we realized flying this low comes with certain dangers. Now, as much as I like getting pounced on, not so much from wildcats though. Day 28, we decided to switch it up a little bit, and we went out on our green caustic griffin, Sally. And being that he is an elemental, he does come with a special elemental attack. Turns out it's like a green poo attack. I think he's lactose intolerant. While we're out exploring, we did come across this fire griffin. And because it is a level 130, we had to tame it. A fire chicken got jealous and it came over and tried to get involved. And even though it was a raging bitch and doused us in fire, I had to tame it too. Day 29, you know we had to take out the fire griffin because the caustic griffin's lactose issues, were a bit of a problem. And a fire breathing griffin is just too cool. We made our way to the desert biome where we came across 2 ice griffins, and I couldn't pass up the opportunity to tame them either. We got lucky and encountered another ice griffin straight after. Is it weird that ice griffins are in the desert biome? It doesn't really make much sense. Once we tamed him, I realized I didn't have enough soul balls on me anymore, so we had to squeeze both griffins close together and teleport back home to send them home. It was a little bit squishy because our caustic griffin was still at the teleporter too. Once we had sorted everything out, we went back to the desert biome only to see this thing. Now we know that can't be good. So the best thing we're going to do right now is run away. Day 30, we had to clean out our soul terminal of all the poop that was in it. That's a lot of poop. I then wanted to start taming some omega dinosaurs, but we were running a little bit low on apex eggs. So we went out to find some apex creatures, and the first one we found was this apex griffin. And then after searching what felt like a long time, we found an apex terror bird. Remember, we can only use females to get eggs, even though I'm not sure if the griffin lays eggs. Since we're on a massive taming spree, we went back out on Creepy Fred to go gather some berries. And while we're out there, we came across this alpha Therizino. And since it's a massive upgrade from this vanilla Therizino, we had to tame it, and we named him Tickle Tickle. Day 31, we were out on our ice griffin, and we came across a buffoon Mesopithecus, or little pink monkey. So I put a little bit of a bullet in his butt, and then we tamed him. Because who doesn't want a pink monkey on their team? Turns out you can ride him, and there's something satisfying about riding a little pink monkey wearing a top hat. Whee! Day 32, while we're out exploring, we found this little cute alpha ferox. So I stabbed it in the face and it ran away. But then I saw it said equipped element to tame. So I equipped the element Then I used the element near the ferox, and then it started doing this weird thingy. And it's not so cute no more. Bail, bail, bail. Abort mission, abort mission. Yeah, what? Yeah, what? You scared of me. We didn't get to tame the little big ferox, but we did find something a little bit better. The fabled grifficorn. They're epic to have, especially as flyers. So we started shooting it, but I wanted to lead it away from the desert area. It's a bit hostile here. We got him to the top of the mountain, and then I put him to sleep. Once this purple bird tamed, we called him Mystic, because he has mystical powers and stuff, and it's kind of cool. Day 33, we went to go see what the grifficorn can do. It has a pretty cool AoE attack, but apparently it can pick up big dinosaurs, like this. We then went to the desert biome, and we fought a Reaper Queen and a Reaper King. The Reapers kept going underground, so we just picked one up. The fact that we could pick up a Reaper King, that's pretty OP for a Griffin. Seemed like a pretty effective strat if you ask me. We did the same thing on this Reaper Queen. This strategy was a little bit OP, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? And as luck would have it, we found another level 90 grifficorn, so we gladly welcomed him to our family. This day just kept getting better and better. Right close to base, we came across a level 135 Omega Allosaurus. Now this tame was going to be interesting. We set ourselves up on this lovely little perch, aimed down the sights of our gun, and shot it. It was pretty damn fast. And then we peeked down the hill to shoot it again, only to realize it's so fast it could run up the hill. Oh crap, holy crap, it made it up. It took us a long time to get this dinosaur down, but after all, it did have 117,000 torpor. And once we tamed him, we named him Omega. Look, it was really late at night when I was recording this, so yeah. Day 34, we took Mr. Omega out, and he was doing over 50k damage. Then we saw a primal Allosaurus, so we just went in for the fight. We were doing 47k damage, which was a lot, but he still had 21 million health. This fight was going to take a long ass time. It was very one-sided. After all, I had some potions that I could use to heal up my Allosaurus. My finger was really starting to hurt after clicking so much, but we finally got the win. And one pretty cool thing about killing a primal, you get the primal Allosaurus costume, which makes your Allosaurus look like a primal. With our newfound confidence, we went out with our primal / Omega Allosaurus, and we fought this primal Kentosaurus. I forgot Kentosauruses could do that. He swung him around like he was on a Ferris wheel. But then when things got serious, the Kentosaurus just disappeared. I'd appreciate it if you didn't cheat and go into the mesh. Where'd he go? Cheater. Run away, coward. Then I went to go visit our friends, the wyverns, again. But yeah, the necrotic guys were still there. We hate necrotic wyverns. They're stupid. Their attack slows us down, and then I got dismounted from our grifficorn. Then once again, we took an L to one of these stupid-ass wyverns. We did return on our other grifficorn to try and rescue our original grifficorn. We whistled as much as we could, but unfortunately, he didn't make it. Oh no. The morning of day 35, our Allosaurus was hungry, and it felt like Primal Carno for breakfast. It took a while to get there, but it finally got its feast in the end. This Allosaurus is such a beast, it even took down 2 alpha Indominus Rexes. Now, killing these Indominus Rexes comes with an added advantage. When you kill them, they lay an egg that we can raise into our own Indominus Rex, which we'll do later. We then went to this area. I don't actually know what this area is called, but we found a little perch, aimed down the scopes of our fabricated sniper rifle, and shot at this Omega Spino. We put him to sleep quite easily. Now, this is normally the part where I fly down to him, feed him some kibble, and then tame him. No, this time we need to murder him. We need his blood. We appreciate your sacrifice, Mr. Omega Spino. Back at base, we had a baby ice griffin, but ultimately we had no use for it, so Day 36, I built myself a metal wyvern trap. Why, you may ask? Well, because of this guy. Yes, that's a level 175 celestial wyvern. Taming this guy will make our game so much easier, and a lot more fun too. I wasn't having much luck getting him to follow me into the trap, so instead I just sat on the back of the griffin and shot him. This guy's so powerful, he didn't even react to getting shot. Wait, I think I spoke too soon. He's coming for me. Oh, he's coming. He's coming. Bail, bail. Ooh, I think I got away. When we woke up, we grabbed all of our stuff, jumped back on a disposable griffin, and attempted to tame the celestial wyvern again. This time at least, we kept our distance. I don't think I've ever been as happy as this moment when we got him down. Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Freaking yes. Yeah, it was a great moment, but the moment she was tamed, we named her. Her name's gonna be Sonya. And Sonya be looking fly as hell. We then took Sonya back to base, fed her an experience potion so we could get a ton more levels into her, and then took her out to see how much damage she could really do. Yes, that is 199,000 damage, plus some others. It's now day 37 and we take our newly acquired Celestial Wyvern to go and try and find an Origin Dino to fight and kill. And fortunately for us, at the top of this snowy mountain, we found an Origin Argentavis. Now, we were doing over 200,000 damage, but it had 93 million health. This was going to take longer than I had hoped, so we left this for another day. Instead, we took on this Primal Carno. It was a lot more manageable than the Origin Argentavis. Day 38, we continued our murderous spree. After all, we are quite powerful. And I even got my revenge on a Necrotic Wyvern. We also murdered these Indominus Rexes and stole their egg. I swear that sounds nastier than it really is, but we did it. Day 39, we tamed ourselves an Omega Spino and an Omega Allosaurus. Enslaving these beasts seems like the right thing to do in order for us to be able to progress in this game. Yes, their eggs are crucial for us to be able to tame Celestials and Demonics. We then faced off against this Primal Megapithecus. We wanted to test our strength against this beast. So after powering up, we went in, gave him a little bit of a fire breath, and yeah, as you can see by all of the numbers, we did some damage. He also did some damage to us too. The ability to be able to fly back is pretty OP in this mod, so we use that to our advantage, of course. I really wanted to see how destructive we could really be, so we tested it out on all these beavers. Their deaths were for a worthy cause. It's now day 40 and we really need to start getting serious if we plan on defeating the demonic Reaper Empress before day 50. But in order to summon her, we need one of every Origin tribute, which means we need to start killing some Origin dinos. And lucky for us, one spawned right here. So with Sonya, we went in for the attack. This Origin Dire Bear had over 113 million health, but we were doing 700k damage. So even though this might take a little while, with a bit of patience, we get our first Origin tribute. Later that day, I decided that I'd wanted to build an extension on our base, but we were going to need some help. So I tamed a fabled beaver, and I named him Chomp, because he has big ass buck teeth. Day 41, we came across this level 130 Fire Griffin, and you know I love them Fire Griffins, so we had to tame him and name him Jasper. Then we went out on our fabled beaver Chomp to go get some wood. I had a pretty hard time trying to turn on these things. It's like I'm doing my driving test all over again. Once we collected enough wood, we went back to base and stashed it all away. Then we got stuck into building our new extension on our base. We already had enough stone lying around the place. Day 42 and we're continuing on with our base. But this time I placed in a tech elevator. Just a nice clean way for us to be able to travel up and down. Yeah, so the aim for this little bit of an extension is just for us to be able to build, you know, kind of a stairway into the water. I don't really know why I did it. I just thought it would look cool. I then decided to hatch one of our Indominus Rex eggs, but then I realized they have to eat kibble to raise them up. So I'm going to put this on hold for a little bit. We then went out to go tame one of the coolest creatures in this mod, the demonic sheep. Now I thought taming this was going to be kind of a meme, but I went to attack this and this is the kind of damage it does. 600,000 damage. This thing's OP. Day 43, we went out to go murder some bugs because we need to collect their chitin. Day 44, we summoned in the Origin Raptor to gain our second tribute. This battle was a long one. It went all the way into the night, but we eventually got that win and secured the Origin Raptor tribute. Day 45, we spotted this level 140 Celestial Argy, and I couldn't pass up the chance to be able to tame something as good as this. But back to the task at hand. We need these Origin tributes or else we ain't gonna make it. This time we brought a little bit of help. We brought our new Celestial Argentavis that we named Belvedere. We brought Sally, our Caustic Griffin, and a random fire chicken that we had laying around. We needed these guys' help because we were summoning in the Origin Wyvern, which I knew was gonna be a pretty tough battle. But unfortunately, in the first couple seconds, the Origin Wyvern took out Sally and our fire chicken. This battle was fierce. It took us a whole 10 minutes to get him down to only 90 million health left. Eventually, once he was down to 36 million health, I had to make a break for it. I was worried we weren't going to win this one. So I made an escape in the cover of the darkness, stopped to gather my thoughts and figure out a strategy, and on day 46, we went back into the attack. But we couldn't see the Wyvern anywhere. I was glad to see that Belvedere was still alive. She had lost quite a bit of health, so we fed her a potion and then went looking for the Wyvern, only to find him spawn right here. Ah, there you are. We got his health down to 23 million health, 3.2 million health, It was getting close, and then we launched our final massive attack that gave him a direct hit that finished him for good, securing the Origin Wyvern tribute. It's now day 47 and we're getting really close to that goal for day 50. We're having a hard time finding these origin creatures around the map. We don't have enough resources to be able to summon them all in. But after searching around this big stupid map, we finally found an origin Kano in the desert biome. And I'm pretty grateful that origin Kanos are pretty stupid and get stuck in rocks. So defeating this one and collecting our next origin tribute was pretty easy. Day 48, we spot this lizard and it's on fire. So in order to save its life, I shoot it in the face. We hear these explosions and I get worried for him. So we lead him up the hill away from the explosions that he definitely didn't make himself. Then make sure his life is safe by shooting him in the face again. After shooting him multiple times, he went to sleep. So now we know he's safe. Since he's been on fire for so long, we fed him some kibble because I'm sure he's hungry. Once he ate it all, he became our friend. So we named him Wilfred because he's got a fiery attitude like my uncle. Day 49 and we only have 1 day left before we need to defeat the demonic Reaper Empress. But we've only collected 4 out of the 8 tributes that we need. This is getting close. So we go to our boss fighting area, we get out our new friend Wilfred and summon in the Origin Rex. Even with Wilfred there, it took us a long time to defeat this Origin Rex, but we did get our tribute that we did need. Unfortunately, it is the end of day 49 already. It's now day 50, the day we fight the demonic Reaper Empress. But we still have 3 origin tributes that we still need to collect in order to summon her. So back at base, I craft the Origin Spino Summoner and the Origin Kairuku Summoner. I didn't have enough resources to be able to craft the Origin Argentavis Summoner, but we do know that they spawn around the map quite frequently. So when the sun came up, we spawned in the Origin Spino. Now that we have Wilfred, the demonic thorny dragon, and we were doing some crazy ass damage, we defeated this Spino within minutes, gaining our next Origin tribute. Now with the Origin Spino being so easy, we didn't hesitate. We summoned in the Origin Kairuku straight away. And with our epic team with Sonya the Celestial Wyvern and Wilfred our demonic thorny dragon, we slayed this stupid penguin very quickly. So quickly, I actually forgot to turn my HUD back on. Did we win? I didn't even see it happen. We were running out of time to finish our challenge. So we quickly teleported back to base to dump what we had in our inventory. But as we were in the smithy, everything went dark. We knew we had failed our challenge. So we didn't complete our goal that was set to us by Mr. Miola. That means we need to smash some eggs on our head. But before we do, if you are enjoying this video, please smash that like button and hit that subscribe button. It really helps me out. Enjoy the egg time. Yeah, that's my wife smashing my head with eggs. Even though she's a pacifist, I'm pretty sure she enjoyed this. Yeah, and thanks Mr. Miola, I guess, for making me smash eggs on my head. Now, what's our next challenge?
Hello, Mr. Aztek. I hope you're doing fan-frickin-tastic. So I see you're taking on Primal Fear, but I have a challenge for you, sir. Defeat Nova the Destroyer by day 100, or else you have to pour a liter of milk on your head to be posted on your TikTok. Good luck. We'll see you at the end. Cheers for now. Bye.
It's now day 51 and we're already behind on our first challenge, and now we've been set our second one already. This is going to be tough, but let's go. I thought maybe it'll be a good time to be able to use some of the tech engrams we have. So I created a tech replicator. Now that we have a tech replicator, I wanted to go mine a ton of metal, but I made the mistake of getting my Anki out right next to an Apex defense unit. Yeah, that was a pretty rookie mistake. My bad. Sorry, Mr. Anki guy. Wow. So now that we're down an Anki, we had to go tame another one. This time I wanted at least a fabled Anki. We ended up finding this one, knocking it out, but when I went to feed it, something triggered my Celestial Wyvern, and my Wyvern killed it. I don't know, after failing this challenge, I keep making some pretty stupid mistakes. For the rest of the day, we kept searching around trying to find another fabled Anki, but we just couldn't find one. Our goal here really is to be able to make an S+ tech transmitter. They help us find any dinosaur and any creature on the entire map. Day 52 and we continued searching around the map for another fabled Anki. And after a little bit of time, we finally found one, and it was a pretty high level. So we gave him some food and then asked him to be our friend. He said yes, so we named him Max with 3 X's. Now that we have our fabled Anki, we went back to base, made him a fabled Anki saddle, then put him to work, smashing some rocks for some metal. Day 53, we finally made our first S+ tech transmitter, but I couldn't figure out how to get the freaking thing to work. Bruh. Turns out you have to change some of the code in the game, which I figured out later on anyway. Day 54 and we're focused. We still need to kill an Origin Argentavis. But I wanted to try something out a little bit different. This time we're going to set up a little bit of a trap. To be honest, it was pretty scuffed, but we tested it out and I think it was going to work. So the early morning of day 55, it was game time. We summoned in the Origin Argentavis, had a potion on our PT already, and then kited it into the trap. But as you can see, once we made it through the trap, the doors closed, so the Argentavis didn't go in. It was now time for plan B. But first, we need to say goodbye to our PT. RIP. At the end of the day, we still defeated this Argentavis and secured our final Origin tribute. But best of all, it did give us our last piece of Origin armor that we got. Looks pretty cool, just black and yellow. Day 56, we started farming some metal. We needed as much as we could possibly get so we could create some more turrets and some more ammo for our little trap over at the boss killing area. It's now day 57, and today is the day we decide to fight the Demonic Reaper Empress. We brought a few friends to help us out with this fight. I know it's going to be hard. We brought our Omega Spino, Wilfred, our Demonic Thorny Dragon, and a random Lightning Wyvern that I quickly raised up earlier. And of course, we were going to be riding Sonya, our Celestial Wyvern. Now, I'll be honest, I was pretty nervous when summoning in the Demonic Reaper Empress. I really didn't know what to expect. She launched her first attack at all of our dinos, and we lost our Spino straight away. Okay, the Spino did not last long at all. Then we went in for our attack, but we got a little bit close and things got hot. Sonya's health dropped dramatically really quick. Wow, and we almost died in like 2 seconds. We then got the warning that something is blocking you from powering up. We had gotten the Reaper's health down to 69 million health. We were still in the battle. Then we got the notification that I was dreading. Wilfred had died. But the battle rages on. We got her down to 55 million health, and then this happened. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The moment we heard the fireballs coming in, we knew it was all over. Once we woke up from our death, we quickly ran and grabbed all of our gear, grabbed a random griffin, and then went back to the Demonic Reaper Empress. Once we got there, we could see Sonya getting slaughtered by all the minions. This was not looking good. The Demonic Reaper Empress showed her face again, but unfortunately, we lost the best thing that ever happened to us. Sonya. Oh, Sonya. Oh, Sonya. We will miss you. Oh, Sonya. I love you, Sonya. Well, it's day 58 and Sonya's dead. Let's move on. Today, the mission was to be able to build another greenhouse. We wanted to make enough kibble to be able to build an army to be able to take on these bosses. Day 59, 60, 61, and 62, I fell into a deep depression. After losing Sonya to the Demonic Reaper Empress, that kind of sucked. We didn't even get to complete our challenge in the first place, so I just explored the map and farmed a ton of materials. Day 63, we'd snapped out of our depression and we are back in action. So we grabbed Belvedere and started going on the hunt for some more Origin dinos to be able to spawn in the Demonic Reaper Empress once again. And on this day, we defeated the first one, the Origin Argentavis. Day 64 and we got busy and we slaughtered an Origin Spino. It was at this moment I realized how powerful Belvedere really was. Soon after, we found this bear hiding in the woods. And even though you can't see much with all the damage numbers, we murdered him too. And since we had a little bit of time left in the day, we found this level 145 Demonic Thorny Dragon. Now he's no Wilfred, but he'll make do. Day 65 and we finally figured out how to use the S+ tech transmitters. Yeah, apparently you need to place down multiple transmitters in order to be able to use it better. We had also fully raised up this Alpha Indominus Rex. Although it's pretty cool, it's not as good as where we are currently at in this late game. I suppose it swims pretty good for a mutated T-Rex designed by Jurassic Park that's totally not related to ARK at all. Day 66 and we were looking to recruit some more soldiers for our army, and we found this level 140 Demonic Thorny Dragon. Another great addition to our team. So to test out to see how good these Thorny Dragons really are, we summoned in the Origin Rex and took it on one-on-one. And as you can see, a direct hit from this spiky thorny fire thingies do some pretty crazy damage. Can I get a RIP Origin Rex in the comments below? Day 67, our goal was to be able to find and kill an Artifacto the Great. He's basically just a Megatherium wearing a funky looking top hat. And when we kill them, they drop artifacts. We found one thanks to our tech transmitter. There he is. But once we killed him, we didn't get any artifacts. We found a second one that was pretty close by to the one we just had. He was a low level, only a level 20. Once we killed him, again, no artifacts. Now I'm frustrated. So we went back to base, summoned in the Origin Raptor, and burnt him to death with our Thorny Dragon. RIP. Day 68, and we still need 2 origin tributes in order to be able to summon the demonic Reaper Empress. So I started out by summoning the origin wyvern, and with the demonic thorny dragon, taking this ferocious idiot down was quite easy. So we backed it straight up and summoned in the origin Kairuku. I'm not even going to edit this. This is how quick this battle was. Watch. Yeah, it was over just like that. I really wish we made better use of the thorny dragons earlier. Sonya might still be with us. With the success of us having these powerful demonic thorny dragons and having gained all the tributes that we need to summon in the demonic Reaper Empress, I went and prepared the battlefield with 2 demonic thorny dragons and summoned the big scary bitch in. We powered up our thorny dragon, launched our first attack, and started doing some seriously good damage. We got her down to 55 million health, but when we got close to her, she started doing some big damage to us. And unfortunately, we lost our second demonic thorny dragon. 40 million health left, and then she cocooned us, making us stop right in our tracks. 30 million health and we're released from the cocoon. So it's time to create some distance, then she cocoons us again. 17 million health and I'm starting to get nervous. Will we win this one? I'm unsure. We then release a barrage of attacks, hoping to get this final blow in. Our thorny dragon's health is dropping rapidly, so I go to take a potion. I realize that there's still a cooldown on it, but we get the win anyway. Oh no, we won! We won! We won! Oh my god, bro, no way! That was so close. Defeating the demonic Reaper Empress felt so sweet. Even though it was 18 days late, we still got there. But we did get this chest piece that got us looking thick. Day 69, and we're not wasting any more time. Our next goal is to defeat the Celestial Indom Emperor. But once again, we need to kill more Origin Dinos for their tributes to be able to summon him in. Day 70, and we continue the Origin Dinosaur hunt. And our demonic thorny dragon turned this Origin Spino into dust. Yeah, underneath all that smoke is a dead Origin Spino. Day 70, and we remembered we have an item that can summon in a demonic Reaper Empress that we can tame. Apparently, she's weaker than the other one. We rode on the back of our Grifficorn so we could shoot an Origin train carrier at her. We got a shot off, hit her right in the head, but she also shot us too. Frickin' hell. And yeah, Mystic died in the fire. This time we returned on Belvedere. Because she's got so much health, we figured she might last a little bit longer than one hit. We couldn't find the demonic Reaper Empress. I could see some shimmering on the ground, and then her tag came up from the awesome spyglass. Turns out she was knocked out, but underneath the map. So the only thing we could really do was wait here and go AFK until she woke up. When she finally woke up, she chased us around, but we're trying to find a vantage point so we could get a good shot on her again. But just as our luck would have it, she hit me, and killed Belvedere too. Day 71, and the realization of losing 2 of our favorite creatures just kicked in. This time I'm going to return to the demonic Reaper Empress solo, and if I die, I die. And that's exactly what we did. We died. I can keep doing this all day. So we go back for the second time, and this time I had a clear shot at her ass. So I took it. I think we landed it. I don't think she really appreciated us shooting her in the ass. Once we returned to her, we realized we must have knocked her out. She must be having sweet dreams of being shot in the ass. So we fed her some kibble, tamed her fully up, and then we named her Karen. Because with her anger issues, she gives off Karen vibes. Now the scary Karen's on our side, we tested her out by fighting an Origin T-Rex. Yeah, she was doing some pretty crazy damage. RIP. Holy crap. She destroyed him real easy. Day 72, all the way through to day 75, we went on a massive taming spree. We hunted down these fabled dinosaurs because we needed their eggs to be able to tame some Celestials and some Demonics, which will help us out largely in these boss fights. One really cool tame I got was this fabled unicorn. One cool thing about him is he poops out this rainbow colored unicorn poop. Apparently it's useful for something. Day 76, myself and Karen, our demonic Reaper Empress, spawned in the Origin Wyvern. And our thick girl complained to the manager, so the Wyvern died. Day 77 till day 81, we did all the boring yet very necessary things in order to fight and defeat the Celestial Indominus Rex Emperor. This included breeding some of our demonic thorny dragons and Celestial Argies for a really powerful army. Day 82, and it's game day. It's time to fight the Celestial Indominus Rex. And because of our previous experience fighting the demonic Reaper Empress, we went in with a thorny dragon army. We brought our Alpha Indominus Rex too, because why not? Once we summoned this beast in, we went in for the attack. With all these thorny dragons attacking it so harshly, we were doing some pretty decent damage. He then spawned in his celestial wyvern minions, but they didn't have much of a chance. 26 million health, we look like we have this one in the bag. From then, his health drained quite rapidly. Then we got that dub. I don't get why this was so much easier than the demonic reaper empress. Later that day, we spawned in the tameable version of the celestial Indominus Rex, but I did it with a 1000 IQ strat. I spawned him in the middle of this little canyon area. This way I had a clear shot at him, but he couldn't hit me. Or so I thought. He may have got the hit on me, but we still took him out with the origin trank. Now we have a celestial Indominus Rex Emperor, and we named him Darren, because it kind of rhymes with Karen, and that's like the opposite. Yeah, you get it. Day 83 and we're starting to creep up to 100 days. And we still need to defeat two of the toughest bosses in the game before we can get to Nova the Destroyer. The first boss on our list is the Chaos Guardian. But in order to summon her in, we need all of these items. Now we have most of them except for the Celestial Souls and the Demonic Souls. So I guess we gotta go out and kill every Demonic and Celestial we can find. And that took up pretty much our whole day. Day 84, while we were hunting down Celestials, we came across a Celestial Wyvern. Now, do we kill him or do we tame him? We ended up hitting him with an Origin Trank, knocked him out, but he got stuck in this rock kind of thing, and I couldn't access his inventory. But it wasn't for nothing. We killed him and took his soul. Look at that. That's a level 145 Celestial Ferox. Now he's a level 145 Sleeping Celestial Ferox. And now he's our best friend, who we've named Feroxylicious. Now, I'd like to introduce you to Feroxylicious's girlfriend. Yeah, that's her. She's a little bit more aggressive. And her name is Feroxy. Day 85 and our baby making operation is well underway. But we have something pretty important to do. And that's kill the ever so fierce Chaos Guardian. We had now collected enough souls to be able to summon in the Chaos Guardian. The fact that this boss is so tough, these are some of the friends that we decided to bring with us to help defeat this boss. We have Karen, our demonic Reaper Empress, 5 or 6 or 7 other demonic thorny dragons, a couple celestial Argies, and then of course we're going to write Darren, our celestial Indominus Rex. He has a nice AoE attack that's going to help us out. But let's just do it. Let's summon the Chaos Guardian in. Once spawned in, he came straight for the attack, trying to take me and Darren out. Then Karen came in with his spiny fiery thingies and smashed him. We launched our massive AoE attack. He spawned in some of his minions. It was getting relentless. He'd killed one of our Argies straight off the bat too. He starts with 935 million health. I knew this one was going to be a long one. Then we get the notification, Karen had died. But we can't give up now. We've got to finish this fight. 680 million health and his health is dropping rapidly. 590 and we've lost most of our friends that came to help us. 400 million health, it's still going down. 325 million health, are we going to win this? I take another potion just to prevent us from being the ones dying. 200 million health left, we launch another big attack. 100 million health left. 8 million health left, we get the win. Oh, the relief, it feels good. Thank God. After all of that, the only dino we have left is this one little Argie. Now, is it because he's good, or is it because he was a chicken shit and stayed out of the fight? Without hesitation, we return back to base to find out what materials we needed to be able to summon in our next boss, the Spirit Guardian. And as you can see, we need 14 more Celestial Souls, 13 more Demonic Souls, 1 generic artifact, 1 more Origin Blood, and 93 Toxic Blood. So for the next 6 days, that's exactly what we did. We went out and searched for everything we possibly needed. It was quite a grind because Celestial Dinos for some reason didn't spawn very much on this map. Demonics on the other hand were everywhere. Now I don't think we would have been able to make it in time without the SUPERCUT transmitter. It was such a help. And thanks to it, we reached our target by getting all of the Celestials and all the Demonics that were pretty tricky to find. And if you're wondering how we got all of the artifacts, we either looked for an artifact of the Great, or I just kept grinding the Redwoods Cave. It's basically a free artifact. And at the end of this day, we finally had enough stuff to be able to craft the Spirit Guardian Summoner. It's now day 92, and today is the day that we fight the Spirit Guardian. Now, I know this boss is quite difficult, so we brought an even bigger army than we took for the Chaos Guardian. And now it's time to summon in the Spirit Guardian. We summoned her in, we launched our attack, making our entire screen blue, and then the Spirit Guardian made our entire screen red. That's a massive rip for a large chunk of our army. We took a potion to make sure we weren't the ones that died, and then the Spirit Guardian took out another chunk of our army. And after that, we'd only taken out over 30 million health out of 833 million health. And to make things worse, the Spirit Guardian's really hard to see during the day. Kind of blends in with the sky. It had been a few minutes, but we haven't done that much damage. I just keep reaching for this AoE attack. The Spirit Guardian sends all his minions in, we fend them off, and then he does this attack that launches us really far away into the sea. I now have to rethink our strategy, so I put Darren away and head back to base. I remembered there was something that might be able to help us out right now, so I flew over there and spotted this Chaos Griffin. I quickly knocked him out with the Origin Trank, then tamed him, and then went straight back to the fight with the Spirit Guardian. By now, it was day 93, and we weren't doing much damage, but we were still in the fight. A lot of our attacks kept missing. Then we got his health down to 619 million health, and it kept dropping. Then this happened. There goes our Chaos Griffin. This was starting to get frustrating. Next, we return with our Demonic Thorny Dragon. We've had a lot of success with these guys, and I really like their attacks. We got its health down to 574 million. Then the Spirit Guardian hits us with this attack that sends us back to hell. We may have died a few more times than I would like, but we're not giving up. This time, I return on the Celestial RG. Every time we hit it with a direct attack, it seems to do some pretty solid damage. And then when the Wyvern hits us and knocks us all the way out to sea, that seems to work in our advantage. It's nighttime and we got the Spirit Guardian down to 455 million health. Day 94 and he's down to 352 million health. Now he's at 195 million health, 98.5 million health, 56 million health. This is starting to look good. 20 million health, 14 million health, and we launch our final attack. We finally kill the Spirit Guardian, but he also hit us with his final attack, which takes us out and our Celestial Argentavis. We have now defeated the Spirit Guardian and the Chaos Guardian, which means we have 6 days to defeat Nova the Destroyer. But we have quite a lot of items that we need to gather so we can summon in Nova the Destroyer. Now, it's pretty repetitive stuff, so we're just going to skip to day 99. Day 99, we finally have enough materials to be able to make the Nova the Destroyer summoner. But before we fight the final boss, I wanted to tame one more thing to add to our army. This level 130 Chaos Rex. Day 100, and it's now our deadline to defeat Nova the Destroyer. So with our army of basically every dino that we had left at base, we prepare for our final fight. It's game time, baby. This is Nova the Destroyer. She launches her first attack and basically kills 90% of our dinos. Now we are riding our Chaos Rex because I figured within the tier list of dinos, he should be more powerful than all the rest, right? We're off to a great start. Nova the Destroyer is already down to 110 million health, 97 million health, and it looks like the Indominus Rex is the only one left out of our entire army. Nova the Destroyer pummels us with some attacks and then kills us. It's not completely over though. We do return on the old faithful Demonic Thorny Dragon. 92 million health, and Nova seems distracted by our Indominus Rex. We make our attack, he starts chasing after us, but then we run away. Because we have a long-ranged attack, we want to keep our distance. I then discover that there's a couple RGs of mine that were chilling out here. They must have got blown away from the attack earlier. So we return to Nova the Destroyer with our RG friends and go in for the attack, only for our Celestial RGs to get slaughtered. 75 million health, and we maintain our distance. It looks like Nova seems to be a little bit distracted by the turret setup we made earlier. So with that, we keep our distance and keep shooting our spiky fire things. 41 million health, we're starting to make some progress. 21 million health, we're about to get there. 18 million health, there's so much going on the screen at the moment. And oh, we died. We return back to find one of our Indominus Rexes just hanging out up on this hill. He must have got knocked back from one of Nova's attacks earlier. We search for Nova, and then when we find him, we go back for the attack. We get Nova down to 8.1 million health. It's getting so close. He drops to 5 million health. He launches a big attack. And we die again. We had stashed a couple Demonic Thorny Dragons away, but unfortunately, this one was our last one. And this is our last chance. Nova had 5.6 million health left. And we're on not a great Thorny Dragon. Powered up, we go in for our attack. Hope for the best, keep our distance. He comes close. Come on, 3 million, 2 million. Come on, baby! Yes! 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 Rip to you! Rip to you in the face! Rip to you! That's you, you dead body bitch! We finally slayed the beast. Look at you, you look ugly. You know why? Because you killed everything of mine. We did defeat Nova the Destroyer, but yes, it is on day 101. So yeah, technically we did fail our challenge. So go follow my TikTok if you want to see me pour some milk on my head. This is ARK Omega, a massive overhaul mod with over 200,000 custom creatures. There are dodos made from metal, lightning wyverns made from stone, and dinos with epic abilities that help you define your destiny. I have 100 days to complete this Omega modded adventure. So, let's go. Here we are, once again, starting fresh on a new map, scratching my arm because of the sus rash I might have attracted from a weird night out. This might be a weird place to spawn, that's because we are on the modded map, Hope. We start off parachuting down to Earth, pondering our entire life choices. Once landed, we start our typical ARK journey by collecting stones and punching trees to craft our very first tools. Once we gather our first tools, we start to gather resources, as our immediate goal is to set up a safe base, as everything in this Omega mod can and will one-shot your life out of existence. While out gathering, we run into one of my Patreons, Sparks. He offers us a dodo, but I cannot accept any help this early in my 100 days. I didn't know you were in the server. Hey, bro. No, you keep that. No, I'm not going to take it. It's all good. It's all good. I got to play solo. I got to do this legit. So we move on. We find this location on the side of a cliff, which feels rather safe from dinos spawning. So we set up our initial base and make it out of wood. Once we have our foundations placed and one layer of walls, we then place down our Omega bench. We then find this Phiomia, and to me, it looks like some easy meat and easy hide. So we go on to kill it. But instead of dying to my spear, it decides to jump off this cliff. With no meat or hide on us, we run down to the beach in search of something that we can slaughter for our own benefit. And we find these dodos. So of course, we end their lives with a quick stab to the face. May they rest in peace. Back at base, we finish the walls and the roof to close it in, so nothing can kill us that easily. With our base set, we lay down some forges so we can start smelting some metal. Once the metal's cooked, we then lay down a smithy. I then find some crystal right next to our base, and it will now allow us to make an awesome spyglass, which will be a massive help in this entire journey. But we then continue by making friends the best way we know how, with a solid club to the face. These dodos are crucial for making eggs, which we can turn into kibble for us to progress through to taming Omega dinos. So with that, we finish this day off by crafting a kibble machine, an extremely important tool to help us craft kibble for all the modded dinos on this map. Day 2 starts with us building a staircase for a little bit of easier access to the beach. We found out that this was going to be a little bit more trickier than I thought, so I ended up just placing a ladder down for now, which we found out later was probably a bad idea. I then go ahead and turn our base from wood to stone so the big bad wolf can no longer blow us down. So next on the agenda is to tame ourselves a flying mount. We head down to the beach and spot this Phoenix Pteranodon. We bowler him and knock him out. Then I realize I don't have the right kibble to tame him, so I head back to base and make mythical kibble from our kibble machine. But on our way to return to the PT, we get chased down by this raptor made from stone. We do our very best to lead him away, running around like a madman on the beach until we finally lead him away and continue taming our PT. Once tamed, we find a safe spot that we can name our new PT. We named him Guacamole. Obviously because he's green and like, the refreshing avocado dish. Then make him a saddle and fly away. Day 3, we explored around our local area on Guacamole. We found some obsidian that we know we'll definitely need, so we harvested what we could. We returned back to base and we placed down this fabricator, then ventured out to explore some more. I spotted a bunch of oversized ants and figured they're gonna be an easy kill. Boy, was I wrong. Within a short time, these ants ate my guacamole for an entree and then ate me for the main course. This mod is definitely going to be a bit more harder than I thought. I ventured back to the beach to get my gear back and get revenge for guacamole, but I accidentally got the attention of this big scary Rex. Oh, we're dead. We're dead! I think we're going to avoid the beach for now. Instead, we stayed at the safety of our base and crafted this soul terminal. And we placed it down while adding our dodos so they could passively produce eggs for us. Day 4, right off the rip, we tamed the Spectral Textego. Once tamed, we test out his special ability, and he basically just turns invisible. I then tamed this Knockout Phiomia. I won't be naming these dinos as they're basically just egg producers for us to help us get to the next tier of dinos. I did put a saddle on this Phiomia and take her out for a ride. Turns out she's scared of little Lystros. What a pussy. I then spot a level 145 PT right next to our base. So of course we shoot it in the head and enslave it to do our bidding. Side note, it'll probably die like everything else I tame. I then explore more of the map to see what dinos are around. I then perch on the safety of this cliff to handle something IRL. This was a pretty bad idea, but we did learn an important lesson. Nowhere is safe. Once respawned, I figured now is a good time to make ourselves some flak armor, which will hopefully help us against everything. Unfortunately, it didn't help us against this uncontrollable Pachyrhinosaurus. This is getting hard. We ended this day off by finishing a complete stone staircase down to the beach as our last wooden ladder had been destroyed. Day 5, the ARK gods had graced us with this Ice Storm Pteranodon, so of course I tamed this elemental bird. Once tamed, we named him after one of my Patreons, Sparks. Hopefully this one doesn't die. With our bird Sparks, we can now go and collect my dead body from up on this perch. I then discovered a decent strategy for this mod. The most important items to progress in this mod are souls and essence. They are crucial to craft a lot of the items in this mod. So with our flyer, I fly close to wild dinos that are fighting, and when one or multiple die, I then collect some free souls and essence from the kill without without having to risk my own life, as I'm definitely not prepared to take anything on right now. Day 6, we head out to find some Omega dinos to tame so we can start generating eggs. Now let me explain how Omega works. There are 12 tameable variants of creatures to tame, with all different abilities and stat multipliers. Then there are 6 tiers of each variant that increases stats as you progress through the tiers. Now to progress through the tiers, you need a specific kibble in order to tame that specific tier and variant of dino. Now with that all explained, let's go out and find some dinos to tame. Our first dino we luckily find is this element parasaur, which its poop is literally element. This is an extremely lucky early game find. Right next to our stairs we tame this guardian controller raptor. And then soon after it, we get attacked by this wind elemental flying ant. So instead of killing it, we befriend her so she would be a great egg layer. Day 7, we find this cosmic starfire PT, and cosmic flying dinos are seriously OP. So we knock it out, and while we wait for it to tame, we find this teleporter PT. So we knock this one out as well. I've decided at this point we're gonna need a lot of PTs, as you know, they kind of keep dying on me. Completely not my fault. Whilst we were patiently waiting for our PTs to tame, our nemesis, the uncontrollable Patchy, came back to ruin our day. We did escape with our lives, but the Starfire PT wasn't so lucky. Fortunately, our teleporter PT survived and successfully tamed. I then took Sparks out to gather some more souls and essence, but then I got too close to these pack of dinos, and this happened. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? Wow. I ran back to collect my body, then realized there was an alpha raptor close to my body. So I quickly run up and collected my gear and hightailed it out of there as quick as I possibly could. I was grateful and super lucky that I had already tamed a backup PT. So we went back out on this teleporter PT, but was soon quickly destroyed by an overpowered Bronto with an extreme reach into the sky. Oh bro, not again. Oh, you I returned once again to collect my gear on the safety of my Guardian Raptor. I got my gear back easily, but then I got a little overconfident by getting way too close to this Bronto that smacked my Raptor out of existence. Oh no! No! Oh man! Day 8, I tamed this rather sus-looking Pearl Dodicarus. With this, it'll poop out silica pearls and black pearls, so that's a massive win in my books. I then spotted this level 106 Siren PT, so I knocked it out, but while I was waiting for it to tame, this Diplo was getting rather close to our new PT friend, and I was concerned it may kill it, so I got its attention and led it away. Hey, look at me, I'm getting good at not- Why am I stuck? Oh, never mind. Oh my god! We then fetched our PT and took him back to a safe place to name him. We named this bird Zulz, again after one of my Patreons. Day 9, my base had an unwanted visitor, a super aggressive, uncontrollable pteranodon. This thing was relentless and killed me multiple times. This pest just wouldn't leave me alone, but after a bit of time, eventually it just disappeared. But as you can see from the death beacons, it won this battle. I then knew I needed something strong to help defend our base. So I ventured out somewhere that we figured we would be able to get something that we could tame in this early game that's going to be powerful enough for us to be able to hold it down for now. We went to the Wyvern Nest. With our PT's special ability as a siren, this could make things a little bit easier. You see, the siren dinos can pacify dinos and they will not attack you for a short period of time. We then went in and snatched this fire wyvern egg and flew off as fast as we could with a barrage of very angry wyverns hot on our tail. Thankfully, we did make it back to the semi-safety of our base. Day 10, and I tamed this oviraptor, which should help us with better egg production. I then decided I needed to hatch my wyvern egg, so I placed down these torches and then my wyvern egg. And while I wait for it to hatch, I then went out to tame this reflective trike. But because I'm an idiot, I ran out of ammo. I made my way down to the beach to see what I could spot, but I was spotted by an Omega Teleporter Raptor, and it was hungry for some lunch, and human was on the menu. I did my best to run away, made my way up the stairs, but then so did the Raptor. These guys are really smart. Since I wanted to avoid my immediate area, I then took my PT and went to go explore until I remembered my wyvern egg had probably hatched. And it has. So I claimed it and put it outside to grow because this big ass beast would likely not fit in my base. I now knew I needed some more resources if I was going to thrive in this 100 days. So I set out to find some cementing paste, and I found these beaver dams amongst the swamp area. I was pretty nervous to gather these because we already know I don't have the best luck when surviving in the easiest of scenarios. But we made it out alive with some cementing paste and I was really happy. Later on in this day, I tamed a high level lightning storm trike. Things were starting to look up as we were finally making some good progress. Day 11, we knocked out this beta windstorm theory, and while it was knocked out, a spectral parasaur came to say hello. So we shot it in the face to enslave it also. Moving up the tiers was rather satisfying. After all, we were starting to make progress. With our newfound confidence and feeling great, we then spent the rest of the day just exploring this map. We also stole another wyvern egg, because now, yeah, we're the boss. Day 12, we hatched our second wyvern egg. At least now, our first wyvern won't get lonely, unless one of them dies, because companionship is definitely important. We then went AFK until one of our wyverns grew up, so we could ride it and make further progress. Day 13, we took our wyvern out to test his might against some of the creatures in this world. After about 10 minutes, he got pretty beat up, so we returned back to base and swapped him out for our PT Zools. We then tamed this beta psychosis theory, which turned out to be quite a beast when taking on other creatures. So now we can collect quite a few more souls and essence with ease. Side note, rage dinos, the red ones, have a 6 times stat multiplier and are often great offensive dinos, which basically means that they're just mass murderers that like to kill things, so we prefer them on our side rather than on the other side. We named this red tickle monster Atlas after one of my loyal Patreons. Day 14, we took Atlas out to farm some souls and essence. This was going to be so much easier now being a much more powerful creature. We even killed our first Omega Dino, which once they die, they drop an Omega Soul of their particular variant. And killing these compies was rather satisfying. Day 15, we started off by extending our base design by placing these foundations down. But when I ran out of stone, I then had to take our Pearl Dodic out to go gather some more stone. It's kind of sus running out on a creature that resembles semen. There were a few dinos out there that looked like they wanted to swallow my Dodic, so I decided to take out our Rage Theory to clear them out. But I ran into this self-destructive raptor, and this happened. Losing this theory did set us back, but on the plus side, we were lucky enough to get some eggs from her and can now tame an alpha level rage dino. So it's not all that bad. Day 16, our luck was looking up because we found this alpha rampage ice wyvern. We had to tame this. So I set up a good old fashioned Captain Fat Dog style trap, got the raging beast's attention and lured it into the trap. Look at that, chat. Look at that. Look at that mother sucker. Oh my god. That's textbook. That is textbook trapping right there. Whoa, don't get me. Once tamed, we named this guy Sir Douche. Again, after one of my awesome Patreons. We then went out to go and find out what kind of power we have just obtained. And man, this guy is going to help us step our game up. So now we can definitely make much more progress. Day 17, we continued to extend our base. I wanted to move all of our main base over to this location, so I started by building our foundations. I laid down these foundations with this area going to be our main base area with all of our crafting stations, and this area will be our greenhouse. I wanted to try a little bit of a different design than usual. We did also get lucky and found this Anki right by our base, so I tamed it so we could have a decent metal gatherer on our side. Day 18, we farmed a lot of metal for the sake of progress. Okay, that's enough with the progress thing. I'll stop. Day 19, we had a little bit of a water and a fertilizer problem. I went out to solve that problem by taming this little big poop beetle. Once the fertilizer problem was solved, we then went on to the water problem. I could have built pipes from the beach up to here, but again, I wanted to try something a little bit different. So I built these 4 water reservoirs as it does rain quite a lot on this map. With these problems out of our way, it's time to start enclosing our base by putting some walls up. But I think it looks a little bit better with some glass walls because now we're looking bougie. Day 20, we filled up our new base with some of the necessary crafting benches that we're going to need along the way. We then took our trike out to harvest a ton of narco berries so we could start crafting some high-tier tranks so we can start taming some high-tier dinos. And I wanted to try and find some vegetable seeds for our farm. We were successful in gathering narco berries, but not so successful gathering some seeds. So instead, we took out Sir Douche to farm some souls and essence, since essence is an important ingredient for us to craft these high-tier trank darts. Day 21, we needed to make ourselves a chem bench, but we didn't have enough cementing paste, so we flew over to the swamp area to find some beaver dams. Once we arrived, we stole some cementing paste from these stupid overgrown furballs. They got pretty angry, but Sir Douche iced them because he's cold like that. We then arrived back at base with our stolen cementing paste and crafted ourselves a chem bench. And now that we're all set up for success, we're going to need some epic dinos to join our family. While out finding our family members, we found my dad. He said he went to go get milk, but instead he's just chilling on the side of a cliff. He lied. Yeah, he's a Colossus trike. He's that big guy. I wouldn't mess with him. Once tamed, we rode our daddy. We feel safe now that daddy's here. Day 22, we left our dad at home. Hopefully he stays there this time. And we went out because we discovered you could harvest citronal from the redwoods. So we grabbed what we needed, went back to base, and planted the seeds that we gathered from it. Day 23, we needed to start gathering honey for the higher tier kibble. We put on our ghillie outfit so we could stay undetected from the bees, and then flew out to the thick jungle area to find these beehives. We stole some honey from this beehive that seemed to piss off quite a few bees, but because they're stupid, they couldn't see me as I'm disguised as a bush. I figured it's probably better to have our own queen bee back at base, so I then destroyed this beehive and stalked this idiot queen bee. I snuck through the shrubs to passively tame this queen, and once within range, I stuffed this rare flower down her throat and made this queen bee my bitch. Back at base, I set this queen bee up and turned her into a beehive to gather our very own honey. I then went to go visit 2 of my friends on the server as they were trying to tame this Omega Fire Alpha Wyvern. Day 24, we spotted this Miracle Morellatops, and apparently they perform miracles once killed, so I killed it. And it gave the entire server a crop growth speed multiplier. Next, we tamed this prime tier Rage Parasaur, making ourselves one step closer to Omega. We finished this day by building ourselves a little hut down by the beach. This hut is going to have one purpose, and that's to brew beer. Day 25, we went out and we tamed this Beta Singularity Tech Parasaur, this Pearl Therizino, and when the sun went down, we tamed this Taming Triceratops. Day 26, we killed this Element Enki, and this is where we discovered once you harvest their bodies, you get a lot of element from them. We then went to the redwoods and found this Harvesting Thylacoleo, so I went to knock it out with a tranq dart and accidentally killed it. Following up after that fail, we did run into these 2 Paragon Dinos. Paragon Dinos are essential for the mid to late game in Omega. Once you kill one, they drop a soul, and you can use that soul to Paragon your dino, which will then double its base stats. Day 27, I tamed this farming turtle, and I named him Tyler. They're really handy to put around your crops because they can collect poop, convert it to fertilizer, and distribute it to all the crop plots. And if you put some unstable water in them, they water the crops as well. I also created this S+ gardener, so she can harvest all of our crops passively while we're not online. I also placed down these triangle foundations right next to the farm. I really don't remember why I did this. With all the base stuff done, I went out to explore and kill more dinos. But apparently, Sir Douche decided to kill me. Day 28, we found this Ultimate Frenzy Triceratops, and I had to tame him. We are one step away from being able to tame Omega Rage Dinos. But there was one problem. I didn't have any ultimate kibble on me, and we are not close to base. So instead, I jumped on Sir Douche, picked up this trike, and went back to base and left him there while we made some more tranks. Big brain moves. Day 29, and we had to test this Ultimate Rage Dino out. And I won't lie, this was pretty impressive for where we're at in this game. We ultimately just put this dino away because really we're after its eggs so we can craft some Omega kibble. I saw this black obsidian dino on the beach, so Sir Douche breathed this stinky cold breath on him, killed him, so we could harvest a mass amount of obsidian. Day 30, and we tamed this Alpha Supernova Voidworm. We named this guy Waitali after another Patreon. Now I have to say, this guy looks really damn cool. And because he's a cosmic creature, he does this supernova attack that does some crazy AoE damage. Now even though he's really cool, he wasn't really our flavor. So we got back on Sir Douche and continued our journey, which might have been a mistake because I think Sir Douche hates me right now. Day 31, I was feeling kind of sad about my relationship with Sir Douche right now, so I just continued working on extending my base even more. We just wanted to extend the front of our base just a little bit. I also made the stairs going down to the beach a little bit more wider and finished off the day by putting a glass roof on our base. Day 32, we attempted to take Sir Douche out once again. Hopefully he doesn't hate us still. Well, I guess that answers that question. Okay, let's try this once again. But this time, we're not going to travel that far. We're flying over to our Omega Beacon so we can summon in a high-tier Rage Dino. Now, it is completely random, but we summoned in an Ultimate Frenzy Voidworm. This isn't too bad. We really wanted to tame this one, but first we had to knock it out. I didn't know that Voidworms had this special attack that knocks you off your dino. We had to trank it out on foot, but then I started getting attacked face-on by the Voidworm. And Sir Douche didn't want to help. We have a love-hate relationship. I love him and he hates me. Round 2 of tranking this Voidworm out, we finally knocked it out. And we successfully tamed it. We named her Jenny, you know, short for Jennifer, but a little bit more hip. Now, I'm assuming Jenny being an Ultimate Rage Dino, she'll do some significant damage. And yeah, 84,000 is pretty significant for this early game. Day 33, we just spent the day hanging out with our girl Jenny. I'm starting to feel a real bond growing here. Something that me and Sir Douche don't seem to have. Day 34, we took Jenny out on a mass murdering spree, destroying all the dinos that we could possibly find. Look, we need to collect their souls in essence, okay? And then Jenny did it once again. She killed us. We gave Jenny a second chance and went back out on her. After all, she does look pretty cool. And we found this prime Starfire Pteranodon. But as I went to tame it, I forgot about its special ability. So yeah, we died. I returned back on my red wyvern Sir Douche to find that the Starfire PT was already knocked out. So we successfully tamed a high-level cosmic dino. And we named this gentleman Broseph. Kind of like Joseph, but like bro. Seth. Day 35, we took our new Pteranodon out to go see what it could do, and its AoE attack is a great way to farm souls and essence. I can see the benefit in cosmic dinos. So we found this cosmic direwolf, and you know, I had to tame that one too. We named this blue and grey fluffball John. Now look at our friends Broseph and John. Our powerhouse collection is starting to look pretty good. Day 36, we wanted to add another creature to our cosmic dino collection, and we found this prime Starfire Skrillasaur. He was a bit of a hassle to knock out as he kept running around, but we finally got there in the end. We knocked him out, but as we were about to leave, we realized that there was another unique dino stuck in these rocks. Now, unique dinos come with two different types and a fancy cool looking skin. This particular one is a Paragon and a Controller. Now that we have two OP dinos knocked out, we went back to base to get the required kibble and returned to tame them. The Skrillasaur, once it woke up, we named it Javier. And Pride, we left it as Pride because that's a pretty cool name anyway. Day 37, we flew around on Broseph, just causing mass destruction. This AoE attack is pretty damn deadly. We then found our first Omega Dino, this red turtle. But it's our first Omega Dino, so we have to tame it. Once tamed, we returned back to base and then explored around our local area to see what this Omega Brutal Dino could do. And I was expecting a little bit more than this, but after all, he's just a turtle, so yeah. Day 38, we chased down this ultimate cosmic Spino. Taming this will mean we're one step away from being able to tame ourselves an Omega Cosmic Dino. Once we tamed this Spino, we just put her away. We didn't bother naming her because we only need her for her eggs. Day 39, and we had one simple mission. Try and tame another giant bee for another beehive. We started by trying to break down this beehive. Once we finally did, no giant bee came out. So then we went to the jungle biome to try and break down this beehive, but once again, no giant bee came out. So instead, we just ended the day off on Broseph, just causing mass destruction like we like to do. Day 40, and we haven't given up on our mission. We're still on the hunt for a giant bee to tame. So we lined up this beehive and we broke it. We found this second one, and again, we got another giant bee out of it. Trying to tame them was kind of difficult. Our first strategy was to try and sneak up on them to tame them, but that wasn't that effective. So instead, I just tried to charge it and see what would happen. Turns out to be quite the successful strat. Placing these beehives down on my base was rather satisfying. Day 41, we took a break from exploring the map and we just worked on our base. I put these behemoth gates out so I could start placing our tames out and try and keep them a little bit safe. Then I placed down all these foundations to try and get some more space for all of our tames to chill out in the yard. Day 42, we were reminded that even the smallest creatures in this mod are quite deadly. But fortunately for us, there was this Omega Supernova Stegosaurus right by our base, so we could power up so nothing else could kill us. Day 43, I now wanted to tame more Omega Rage Dinos, and as luck would have it, we found this Omega Brutal whatever it's called. We knocked this beast out, and then once it was tamed, we named this beauty Von, again after one of my awesome Patreons. We then tested Von out to see how much damage it could possibly do. Close to base, he was doing some pretty good damage, but then we pumped his stats up, and now he is easily obliterating his enemies. We got a message from another tribe on the server that they were fighting a desert titan, so I went out to watch their fight. We were on Sir Douche, and I was feeling confident, so I thought I might lend a hand. And oh boy, was this a mistake. We lost Sir Douche. And cause I'm really smart, I came back on Broseph, our cosmic PT, and then we got struck by lightning and died again alongside with Broseph. Day 44, we mourn the death of our fallen friends, Sir Douche and Broseph. Well, now they're dead, let's move on. We went out to go visit some of the other people's bases that we have in this server. And yes, right there is a Colossus Titanosaur. Yeah, that thing's pretty massive. This is also the massive base owned by Atlas and Raz, which you will see both of those players quite a lot later on in this video. Day 45, we took off from base on Zul's our PT and spotted this Omega Gamma Ray Trike right on the beach of our base. We couldn't pass up an opportunity to tame a strong beast like this. We kept shooting this trike and he wasn't too happy about it. So unhappy, in fact, he killed us. Zul's also died to a fluffy raptor. Sorry, Zulz. In the end, we successfully tamed this trike and added yet another dope creature to our team. Day 46, Atlas and Raz helped me tame this Omega Starfire Dimorph. Yeah, the one stuck under his wing. I shot him and then this happened. Oh crap, I forgot about that. We eventually ended up taming him and we named him Timothy. Then we took him out to fly around the map. Yes, you can fly Dimorphs in Omega. I finished this day off by taming this Omega Cosmic Microraptor and named her Ethel after a teacher that was really annoying because Microraptors are really annoying. Day 47, we took Timothy into the Aberration Cave, and since a crazy amount of Seekers spawn down there, we can now mass murder all of them in order to gather their souls and essence. Day 48, I thought it might be a good idea to fight a boss. Being that we had an Omega Starfire Dino, I figured its special Starfire ability would help us, but we got caught in the crossfire of another battle. We got set to stone and thrown in the water, which means I get dismounted. The boss came over and then killed me swiftly. We respawned and I noticed that Timothy hasn't died yet. Never mind. I figured now we might as well summon in an Omega Rage type Dino that we can tame. We got extremely lucky and this Omega Rage Dino Pickathis was summoned. We built a trap for it, but we couldn't get it in. Instead, we just used it to protect us and shot it from the inside out. Once tamed, we named this girl Ashley. Since this was so successful, we tried it again and summoned in an Omega Raptor. This time, we got this idiot into our trap and then tamed it. We named this girl Sharon after my crazy aggressive auntie that sounds like a raptor when she screams. Oh, and I almost forgot, we needed to put down a tombstone for Timothy. We didn't know him for long, but he still was quite precious to us. And how cool does our baboon look, by the way? Day 49, and it's time that we start stepping up our base. So we start off by changing these stone behemoth gates into glass behemoth gates so we can kind of see outside. Then I placed down this tech replicator. So then now we can start playing around with some tech gear. I followed up by placing down a tech shield as well. So now we can start placing all of our dinos out so we know what we kind of have now. I feel like we're starting to collect a lot. I also placed down this S+ mutator. We're going to get a lot of use out of this later. Day 50, we started this day off with a fresh new haircut. Then we went out on Jenny to go and find some loot chests. Some of them were pretty good, some of them we couldn't open yet. After that, we grabbed Ashley and then went on a murderous rampage. Seems to be a popular theme in this video. Gotta love that things must die for us to thrive. Day 51, I forgot to log off and sat here on my baboon for most of the day. Day 52, we went back to the Omega Beacon, this time to summon in an Omega Cosmic Dino that we could tame. We did get lucky and an Omega Antimatter Raptor spawned in. We easily knocked this out and named this Blue Beauty Marcus. We then took Marcus out to test his strength. It looks like he's about to die. Whoops, we died instead. Marcus was still alive when I respawned, so I quickly ran down on Ashley to try and save him. Fortunately, Ashley's so powerful it took out the swarm of dinos trying to feed on Marcus. Day 53, we traveled back to our Omega Beacon, but this time it was to summon in a boss. We sent out our current most powerful dinos and started the summon. I was really nervous that this could end bad and we would lose everything. We took this boss on with all of our might, chomping away at his health bit by bit. 3.8 million health, we were still ahead. 2 million health and Javier was not looking good. 500k, 44k, we defeat our first boss solo, and we didn't lose a single dino. Things are starting to look up. Day 54 and I did it again. I forgot to log off. My bad. Day 55, we saw this stupid Alpha Comet PT trying to walk through our shield. I thought to myself, how stupid is this guy? Then I thought to myself, I should probably tame this. So I shot it with a trank and then forced it to be my friend. Day 56, we went back to kill some bosses. They're really good for experience and they drop boss souls that we're gonna need later on, and I'll explain why then. We brought our two strongest trikes this time. Together we fought this Dodo Wyvern boss, doing some decent damage. But unfortunately the boss got the better of both of my trikes. We took in Ashley and she finished this boss off, as we had easily survived. I'm either brave or stupid, because I immediately summoned in another boss, this time running it solo with our girl Ashley. We took it out with relative ease and then carried on with this 100-day journey. Day 57, we celebrated our victories by sending all the wild dinos around our base to the afterlife. Day 58, we went out on a colossal killing spree on our Cosmic Voidworm. It's rather satisfying seeing a whole page of deaths come up on your screen. We then spotted this level 150 Starfire Pteranodon. And yes, we have to tame this one. I went to net it, but we were way too close for its special attack. I then returned and this time netted it, but at a distance this time. I tamed this powerhouse and then took him back to base to start breeding with our other Cosmic PT. Day 59, since we are now breeding, we had to set our base up to host some newborn babies. This S+ hatchery is a good start. Then we removed all these foundations, placed some air conditioners in them, and then placed ceilings on top, and this area will now be where we hatch our eggs. We now have our first baby. Although it's an Alpha Comet, I was kinda hoping for an Omega. Later on in the day, we died multiple times. Why, you ask? Well, we were trying to tame this Ultimate Singularity Rex. Eventually we did, so that's a good thing, I guess. Day 60 and day 61, we killed things. Lots of things. Day 62 and day 63, we tamed things. Lots of things. Day 64, we knocked out and tamed another unique dino, this Ultimate Brood, which is a cloner / vampire Trudon. Then we took flight on another unique dino that we had recently acquired, this Alpha Bolt, which is a lightning / spiritual Pteranodon, and it's super fast. Day 65, we had received word that close to Narwhal Enema's base, there was an Omega Brutal Alpha Raptor, and I needed this creature bad. I flew right over and laid down this metal trap. Then I attempted to kite the dino into the trap, but it was so damn fast it killed me. Day 66, we then got it trapped in our metal box, but for some reason it just walked straight out. I then shot it, which was a mistake. I'm dead. We tried again and again, but it kept walking straight out of our trap. Usually this should work. So this time we changed our strategy up. We blocked off the trap with walls, and this stupid idiot somehow just walked straight in. We now took our opportunity, shot it a couple hundred times, and put it to sleep. Then we finally tamed this pest and named it Jamal after yet another one of my awesome Patreons. Day 67, this is Jamal, and Jamal is now our Omega Boss Killer. He is doing over 240,000 damage, and not even max level yet. We then spend most of this day just killing things, trying to get some more levels in Jamal to make sure that he is the ultimate boss killer. Day 68, we had to test out Jamal against some of these bosses. We took down 3 big bad bosses back to back, relatively easy too. While this was all happening, we had a lot of PT eggs hatched back at our base. I think like too many. Day 69, we crafted a tameable boss token that you can use to summon in a boss that's, well, tameable. I mean, I don't know if I had to explain that. It's literally in the name. We summoned in a resilient Dodo Rex. Thanks to top tier Tranks, we knocked this feathery poo colored Rex out, shoved some boss kibble up its ass, and tamed it. Back at base, our baby PTs had all grown up, but we had too many, so... Day 70, in order to upgrade our Dodo Rex, we need to kill resilient bosses. So we summoned one in and started to fight it. We also brought some spare PTs that we had lying around. They died. Then our brand new Dodo Rex died. This is way too hard. I finished off the boss with Jamal, and then later that day I crafted another token and summoned in a tameable resilient Megapithecus, and quickly and easily tamed him too. Day 71, we named our big green monkey Oliver. Then we started to complete the rank up objectives. First we needed to kill 200 dinos. Then attempted the boss fights once again. This time I brought some help, Atlas and Raz. Collectively, we weakened this boss, but because I didn't make the final hit, it didn't count towards my kill rank up. We summoned in 2 more bosses and eliminated them both, but I have no idea how I'm gonna defeat a Titan. I then abandoned this mission for now. Day 72, I thought I would return the favor and help Atlas and Raz out with their boss fight. Or maybe I was there for the free boss essence. I tried helping out by C-spinning into the boss, but it wasn't really that effective, so I just hovered there and waited. Close to the fight, a desert titan had spawned, and once again, I got too close to it. Wow, it one-hit me. Day 73, we tamed this lethal Allosaurus. Now, lethal dinos are extremely rare, but they also have a special ability that gives them a chance to insta-kill whatever they are attacking. So yes, this Allosaurus is going to be very handy on our side. Day 74 was just another typical day in Omega. We killed this Paragon Shadowmane, and then we tamed this Omega Water Direwolf, both summoned in from the Omega Beacon. Now there's a lot of grinding in this mod, but I'm trying to skip over all the boring stuff, but everything I do show you has a purpose, trust me. Day 75, I destroyed the behemoth gates around my base. Because of the tech shield, they're basically pointless, and now everything looks a little bit better. I also added the Creature Finder Deluxe mod, so we could target mainly Paragon dinos, and some Omega dinos to tame. Thanks to the creature finder, we attacked this Paragon Rock Drake and collected its soul. Back at base, we then crafted these upgrade benches to help us get better gear in order to fight the late game bosses. Next, we set out to tame this Omega Cosmic Megalodon. We needed a decent underwater tame so we could dominate the seas, but I kept getting munched on by this pack of sharks that only saw me as fish bait. Eventually, we tamed this Megalodon, and now we can be kings of the seas. Nothing can get in our way. Day 76, we went on the hunt for Paragon Souls to boost our army's power. First, we got this Akatina Paragon Soul. I didn't care what we got, I just wanted them all. Then we got this Sabertooth Paragon Soul, and we could use this in Pride to power him up. There now was an Omega Firestorm Rex near our base, and I'm a sucker for cool dinos, so of course I tamed this Biatch. Day 77, we took Jamal and Ashley to fight another boss. But in the fight, we accidentally lost Ashley. Now, this should have been a sad moment, but it just kinda wasn't. Life goes on, but unfortunately, not for Ashley. We then, of course, used the Paragon Soul, but this time to craft a token that can rank up the tier of your dinos. So we used it on Pride, turning him from a basic dino to a beta dino, making him just that little bit more powerful. Day 78, we're back on the grind, taming multiple dinos to grow our ever important army for the end game boss fights. But then we came across this game-changing dino, this Omega Meteor Rex. Since Rexes are easily breedable and Cosmics being so powerful, we had to tame this beast. We then tamed it and called it a night. Day 79, by the grace of the ARK gods, we found this ultimate Meteor Rex, and it's a female to our current male. So again, I tamed this, and now we have an epic breeding pair. We then took this girl back to base, set her up to breed, and within moments, we had our very first egg. Fast forward, and thanks to our breeding settings, we have now hatched a bunch of Meteor Rex babies. We are hoping to get a female Omega to swap out our ultimate so we can consistently breed Omegas, but these babies still have some sort of value. We can still take them to boss fights as spare dinos. Day 80, we got into a fight with this Paragon PT. It was pretty powerful being that it was an Omega, but we knew defeating this and feeding its soul to Dante, our PT, would be an advantage for us. We just spent the rest of this day just raising our entire Cosmic Rex army. Day 81, we found out that there was an ultimate lethal Venusaur on the map, and we already know how OP they can be. We flew over, shot it in the face, and tamed it. We named this girl Lethal Vethal. Well, I thought it was rather original. We then went to go hunt down this Omega Fairy Parasaur. Now, fairy dinos can heal your dinos in an area. So back at base, we went to heal all of our babies that had already grown up. We then separated our Rexes and lined them up so we could pump up their levels and have them ready to fight bosses quickly. Day 82, I thought it might be a cool idea to build a turret setup near our Omega Beacon to help us a little bit in this boss fights, as they're definitely starting to get much stronger. With that all set up, we then went ahead and sent out all of our Meteor Rexes ready to take on high tier bosses. We then summoned in a beta tier boss. I whistled all my dinos in to fight this boss, nervous that I might lose the army that I've just raised, but my Rexes swallowed this beta boss quicker than I could say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. We then summoned in the alpha tier boss, and the same thing happened again. We destroyed this guy rather easily. Although it did destroy part of our tech generator base, leaving it open to attack, but that's okay, we have a prime tier boss we need to eliminate. Day 83, our confidence was at an all-time high, so we're back at it again by summoning in an ultimate tier boss. This is where things got a little bit sticky, and we lost quite a few of our Rexes. We were down to only 4 Rexes when we finally defeated this boss. I guess we reached our limit with these guys. Back at base, I checked our hatchery, and we already had a ton of fertilized Rex eggs. So of course, we got straight to work by hatching them, then claiming them, and with a simple click on the S+ mutator, we sped these babies' growth up exponentially. Day 84, we took out an even bigger and better army back to the Omega Beacon. We were climbing through the tiers of bosses, and Ultimate is our next tier. After what had happened with the Prime tier, I'm unsure how this will go. Once the Ultimate boss was summoned in, we went straight in for the attack, and then my entire screen kinda turned red with all the deaths. We were losing Rexes as fast as I could say, yeah, now I'm dead. I returned on a random spare PT we had lying around and jumped on our new Lethal Vethal Venusaur. We were hoping that this Venusaur's lethal ability would kick in when we were spraying this boss with its turret spikes. But just like a lot of my plans, this plan failed hard. Day 85, we went on another treasure hunt in hopes to find some really good gear for our upcoming battles. We are going to need as much gear as we can get to fight these late game bosses by day 100. I then asked for help from Narwhal Enema in order to take on our next boss, which will be the God tier. So we spent the rest of this day preparing for it by gathering all of their raptors and getting them healed up. Day 86, it's time to take on our very first God tier boss. We had not done this before, but we were ready. It's a
giant bar.
Yeah, so we died. So the boss that we summoned in was a utility boss, and we didn't know that utility bosses can only be damaged by utility dinos. When I returned to the battlefield, everything was dead, all knocked out. RIP. We had then set up for another god boss fight, which might have been a bad idea, but we shall see. This time we summoned in a frenzy god, and it hit like a dump truck. I was riding Von, trying to help out where I could, while Atlas was on his OP Reaper and Raz was healing from his tanky fairy rock golem. This is how Omega should be played, with a stacked team. We took this boss on, chipping away at its health bit by bit. Well, I don't think I helped too much. Atlas's Reaper was doing all the work. So to make up for that, I charged straight in, Leroy Jenkins, and died. I couldn't leave the boys hanging like this, so I grabbed my best dino Jamal and set off to help finish this boss. Day 87, we went back to grinding bosses for their souls, killing not one, not two, but 5 bosses back to back with our Omega Cosmic Rex army. After destroying all those bosses, I then started to breed my own Omega Alpha Raptors. And shout out to the guys from Narwhal Enema, because they let me borrow one of their raptors to breed off of. Day 88, we continued breeding these raptors to gather our own raptor militia. Once again, we used the mutator to speed up their growth, and even got this cool colored mutated raptor. We didn't name him, but let me know in the comments below what you think his name should have been. Day 89, we went out to explore in hopes that we could find other powerful dinos, and we found this Omega Vulcan, another unique dino, which is a Meltdown Ice Storm variant. This is definitely a great addition to our family. So we knocked it out, it fell down, and then we tamed this prehistoric camel. We then went back to continue raising our baby raptors and scored this cool looking mutated raptor that we named Blue Streak. Because, well, he has a blue streak on him. I mean, that's obvious, right? We then took Blue Streak out on a fitness run to make sure he lives a healthy lifestyle. And with only minutes of being born, Blue Streak is so damn powerful. Sorry, Jamal, I think you might have been replaced by your great grandson. I mean, 1.2 million damage is pretty damn impressive. It's now day 90 and we only have 10 days left. I don't think I'm going to be able to complete all of this mod. Every tier of boss gets significantly harder and harder, and I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm going to give it my best shot. We took Blue Streak out to kill some bosses to get it to max level, and also to collect some boss souls that we're going to need to be able to summon in some god tier bosses. Day 91, we set up our very new raptor army one by one to take on this prime tier boss. We already know what happened last time we took on a prime tier, but this time we are making sure we are super prepared with the best dinos possible. Once set up, we made sure that their health was maxed out and then summoned in this prime tier boss. This time it was a very different story. This boss was way easier than last time. So of course, we backed it up and summoned in the ultimate boss, and we passed this tier with ease. Next up, we had to summon in the Omega tier, and this was a very different story. We fought this boss, but we did lose a few dinos. This was definitely our power limit reached. I then spoke to Atlas and Raz, asked them to help me out with our next tier of bosses, the God tier. We had a really good reason to fight these bosses, as their souls does something very, very epic, but I'll show you that later on. This first boss was a Rampage Megapithecus, and the boys brought their Titanosaur that did a large portion of the tanking. We got this win thanks to the help of Narwhal Enema. Next, we summoned in this Frenzy Megatherium, but this time was very, very different to the last boss we fought. I'll let the screen show why. Yep, every one of our raptors took a trip to heaven. The Frenzy God was rather ruthless. I was kind of worried that we were going to lose Blue Streak, so I swapped him out for one of our PTs, stood back, and just watched Atlas finish off this Frenzy God. Day 92, we summoned in this Beta tier Brutal God, and oh boy, this guy was powerful as hell. We really needed to kill this god and claim its soul, and I'll explain soon why. We kind of cheesed this battle by putting the boss in the deep part of this underwater trench and attacking him there. When I needed oxygen, I would just teleport back to base for oxygen, and then teleport directly back into the fight to continue. continue. This boss took quite a while, but we did end up getting there in the end. Now, what is so important with these God Souls? Well, when you feed them to your Omega tier dino, as long as they are the correct variant, your dino will then become godlike and significantly stronger. And they also change their appearance to something that I think is pretty damn cool. Since we just now killed a Brutal God, and Blue Streak is an Omega Brutal, we could now godlike Blue Streak. And when we did, he gained this cool new appearance. I think he looks freaking epic, especially because he always had that touch of blue that he always had. Day 93, we had to show off Blue Streak's power, and now he's doing over 900,000 damage to a boss with damage resistance. This is going to be a huge advantage when taking on our final bosses. We then helped out our boys kill this oversized golden chicken god, so Raz could god like his Omega Colossus Argentavis. The best thing about it is we got to watch it transform. Seeing this pinkish green pigeon turn into a golden masterpiece was very nice. I returned back to base and started hatching yet another Meteor Rex army, as we still needed as much as we could get to fight the late game boss. Then, for some strange reason, I summoned in this utility boss. I must have forgotten that utility bosses can't be damaged by my Blue Streak. I'm an idiot. So I peacefully led this boss all the way over to our underwater trench and left him there to never be seen again. Day 94, we fought this Meteor God, so we could collect its soul to god like one of our Omega Meteor Rexes. After we killed that god, we went on to fighting the Starfire God, so again, we could god like another one of our good friends, Dante. Next, we crafted and placed down this Omega altar, because that's the only way to summon in the super powered group god bosses that we will fight on day 100. It's now day 95 and we godliked our best friend Dante, and he turned into this godlike golden Starfire Pteranodon. I'm really liking the changes they do with the skins here. It's pretty dope. Then we had to see how much power we had by taking him out to hunt some paragons, and nothing can stop us now, except this void worm that kicked me off my dino and this Omega Anki killed me. RIP. Atlas then came to visit me to show us his unique Shadow Mane evolving into a godlike, but then this happened.
Wow, nothing happened.
Oh no. Oh, because he is a unique. Day 96, we set up an industrial cooker because we cannot end this video without our iconic look. But until that is ready, we're moving on to day 97. Today we had one goal, and that was to defeat multiple gods and collect their souls in order to summon our final boss for this video, a group god. Day 98, we got a fresh new haircut, and then we dripped ourselves out in my favorite colored armor, and then set up for the final 2 days. Day 99, we are really close to fighting the hardest god boss that we could make it to in this mod. Also, we have another god soul to feed to our Omega Meteor Rex. We go ahead and feed this dino the god soul and turn him into this dope looking god. And can we just take a moment to realize how much damage this guy is really doing? Over 2 million damage. Let's go. Even though we had 1 day left to go, we tried to increase the numbers of our army by hatching more Rexes. Doesn't hurt to get more, right? It's now day 100 and it's time to take on our biggest foe yet, the group god. Now, we were preparing to fight the cosmic god, but when we summoned it in, we realized it was a scout and it flies, and there's not really much we can do with the dinos we have. So I just reset and got ready for a different boss. Together with Raz, we had quite a large army. This is going to be an amazing fight, I hope. I placed in all the god souls ready to summon in the nature god, then got prepared for battle. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's do this.
We're probably going to die.
Most likely.
Everything's probably gonna die.
We'll get through it. Maybe.
Okay, he gets nothing. Before starting, I put Blue Streak away just in case we're gonna need him later. Then I walked up to the Omega altar and prayed to the nature god. Oh, epic nature god. Please let us kill you. Oh crap, he's shaking everything. I decided to ride this antimatter Stegosaurus. They have a special AoE attack that cuts the health of any nearby dino in half. Oh, my cooldown's still got 30 seconds left. What an idiot.
Oh no! Oh, it's a Megalosaurus!
Oh, whoa.
Oh no!
I died straight off the rip.
Oh dude, so many raptors died right now.
Yeah, we died. This was a pretty hard pill to swallow, but it's not quite over yet. We quickly flew back over to see the devastation. Everything's dead.
It one-shot everything.
He's gonna charge for my bag. I know he's there, but... Oh no, he killed me again.
You know you again?
Yes, I was just getting my bag back. Oh, there's a Crystal Reaper at the beach. Yeah, hectic. Love it. Love to see that. He's so excited to play. If I can get my raptor out, then I'm back in the game.
You're gonna take Dante?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, you probably better just come back over here.
He's in. He's in. He's dead. He's dead.
Aw.
He had no chance. I'm getting lured by a siren. I have no idea how.
That's the boss. The boss is a siren too.
No, he's nature. He shouldn't be ever a siren.
Oh no, he's nature. Never mind.
Oh, bro. Yeah, so Blue Streak was our last hope. We have no dinos left. Unfortunately, that's kind of it for the 100 days. Sorry it didn't end like I hoped. Until next time, peace. This is a DJ Penguin with an AK-47. This is a very aggressive pink Harambe. And this is your Thanksgiving dinner that shoots missiles out of his butt. In this video, I have 100 days to beat two of ARK's most popular mods, Pugnacia and Parados. We will be doing this on the huge and beautiful map, Crystal Isles. We also have some major goals to achieve along the way, but I'll explain them later on. Let's go. Here we go. Waking up in a strange ass beach to only look at our arm, see something's in it, and scratch it. But there's something better to look at, like this Bronto's ass. We don't really have time to be playing around, we need to get stuck into it. So we run around, collect some stones, punch some trees, and start making our first tools. I then take a glimpse over this cliff just to see the area. And damn, Crystal Isles looks very beautiful. But because we're playing modded, even the dodos want to kill you. Oh crap. Okay, dodos are not our friends. Okay, let's try this once again. Waking up on this beach, we go ahead, collect all of our stuff to create some tools, and then we see this dead body in the water. Oh, it's alive, it's alive. I thought it was dead. Not dead. Then we spot some dodos on the beach, so we play our favorite game. Punch the dodo in the face, and stab the dodo in the face. Look, we really needed to gather their hide, and it's pretty easy hide. They're all pretty cool colors at the moment, because as the time we were recording, it was the Easter event. We also tamed this one, and because it's the Pugnacia mod, we can tame them passively by putting berries in their butt. And this is our first tame, and his name is Jesse. I think it's time we start being a little bit more serious, so I took Jesse to go try and find a base spot. And this spot next to this rock seems kind of safe and kind of nice for now at least. And now that we have our base all set up, it's time to go and explore. Since we're on Crystal Isles, obviously there's heaps of crystal around. So go and farm some of that so we can make ourselves an awesome spyglass. The morning of day 2, we set on out to try and bring some friends home. Yes, we are gonna go tame some dinos. So we knocked out and tamed this dilo, and we named him Wesley. I don't really know why, but he kind of looks like a Wesley. Later on that day, we saw this featherlight, and if we read closely, it says it's rideable and no saddle required. And since it's a passive tame, this might be a quick and easy flying mount for us to use to start off with. Once we finally tamed him, we named him Ruben. I don't really know where I'm getting these names from, but if you have any suggestions, post something in the comments below. Not gonna lie, having a flying mount on day 2 is pretty OP, but on a map like this, we're gonna need it. Without hesitation, we flew to the top of this rock so we could start mining some metal. But I'm feeling a little bit naked, so we put some clothes on too. Then we started harvesting these metal nodes. Back at our little tiny base, we placed down 2 forges, started smelting up some of our metal, and then we waited till a little bit later to be able to put down our Pugnacia smithy and a normal smithy. Day 3, we went back out to go and explore and grab some metal nodes. I'm kind of surprised though, Ruben can hold a lot of weight for a little tiny bird. We then went on to search for a place that we could call home for this 100 days. While exploring, we got to see some of this map that I've never seen before. I haven't really played much of Crystal Isles, but these floating islands are pretty damn cool. After exploring a large chunk of the map, we settled on this area. I think it's quite good because it's pretty central to the whole map and it's nice and open and large and flat. So now we must build our base. So yeah, we've laid down the foundation of our base. We started this little circle hexagonal design because I thought it might be pretty cool. Day 4, we packed up our old little base. We put Jesse, our dodo, and Wesley, our dilo, away in some soul traps. Then we murdered a helpless little turtle. And we found this drop that had some kibble in it, which is some pretty decent loot. And now back at our new base location, we had to lay down our essentials. The Parados smithy, a normal smithy, and our Pugnacia smithy. We dropped down a couple forges. And of course, I had to make ourselves some new drip from the new Parados smithy. We then went out to go find some dinos that can help us with our cause. We did find this conflagrant Maywing. Now, all the conflagrant dinos in the Pugnacia mod have certain abilities that can help us out. The Maywing here is like a wireless generator. It produces electricity just like a tech generator would, which is pretty crazy to have in this early game. We named this conflagrant Maywing Yellow because he's yellow. Yeah. While out exploring, we came across this magmasaur egg and no magmasaur or anything dangerous in sight. So we stole it like a thief in the night. We finished the day off with squashing some oversized ugly bugs. We need their chitin so we can make some cementing paste. Day 5, we went out to go tame these 2 trikes. Why 2, you ask? Well, just because 2's better than 1. But unfortunately, this frozen titan boa with 1.9 million health decided to eat them for their lunch. So I guess we got to go look for something else. But we did come across this conflagrant ankylo, and the one cool thing about them is they work like an industrial forge, as well as beasts at collecting metal. While it was knocked out, we knew it would take a little bit of time before it was fully tamed up. So we left it here and went on out to go tame some more creatures, like this Dodicarus that was just chilling around our base. When out exploring for more tames, we came across the Griffin Trench. And damn, that's a lot of crazy lion chickens. Close by the lion chickens, we found this blood crystal wyvern egg. We of course took it, but we don't really have much use for it at the moment. And then we finally found another trike that was worth taming. And thanks to the Pugnacious strong trank arrows, it was easy to put down. And for some reason, Ruben was chucking a fit on the side there. I think he was jealous of me giving more attention to another dinosaur. We then saw this crab. He said that he wasn't subscribed, so I killed him. So please subscribe, because apparently 94% of you aren't subscribed yet. And I don't really want to keep killing all these crabs. Or do I? I then checked our taming tracker, and it was taking a bit of time. So we went out on our Dodicarus so we could farm some stones so we could start continuing to work on our base. Day 6, we returned to our trike to see that it was fully tamed up, so now we could start mass gathering some narco berries. I then checked our taming tracker to see how our Anki was going, and it was almost there, but we still had a little bit of time. So we flew over to the area that the Anki was, we got our trike out, and we named him Bruno. Then we started gathering some berries from all around the place while we waited for our Anki to wake up. Then our Anki finally woke up, and we named him Theo. We then put him in a soul trap, flew back to base, then we took him out again to start harvesting some metal. Not only does he harvest a lot of metal, but he harvests a lot of berries at the same time. After collecting all that metal, we had no reason to put it in any forges, because Theo works like a forge too. With all that sorted, we started working on stage 2 of our base. And the final little touches, our gate, industrial forge, soul terminal, and then that night, we could see the entire base from the sky. I haven't put a roof on it, but I kind of like the open design. Day 7, we returned to the floating islands, because apparently you could find silica pearls in their ponds or lakes or river. I don't really know what they're called, but yeah, whatever. We gathered the silica pearls from the water, which thankfully was quite easy, and there was nothing really dangerous around. Back at base, we placed down a water well, put down these foundations so we could start making a little farm so we could start growing some crops. Day 8, we continued finding more creatures to tame, and we found this Easter bunny. And being the Easter event, we had to tame it, and we named this Easter bunny Bugs Bunny. I know it's not that original, but it's what I came up with at the time. We also tamed a Velonosaur that we named Victor. They're good to have around the base on tyrant mode, just to protect us a little bit. Day 9, we tamed one of the coolest looking creatures yet, a Nightmare Pegasus. Let's just take a second and appreciate how cool this thing looks. He's also one of our most powerful creatures yet, doing over 4,000k damage. It's pretty decent. So we slaughtered every dino we could possibly find. Until that happened and he died. Yeah, well that was short-lived. My bad. Day 10, we encountered an adolescent conflagrant Rex. So I shot some trank darts at it and it ran away. It must be passive because it's not fully grown yet. It started running towards us and I got scared. But as it got close, it turned around, we shot it and put it to sleep. It didn't really take much for us to be able to tame it thanks to this ghrelin tonic. It makes dinosaurs' food starve straight away. And once this girl was tamed, we named her Gwen. When Gwen was fully grown, we took her out to see what kind of damage she could do. And this Bronto was her first meal. 17k damage, not bad. And since she does some pretty decent damage, we went to go get some revenge for our Nightmare Pegasus on these wicked Spinos that killed her earlier. Day 11, while exploring, we spot an abandoned Pegasus. And after losing the Nightmare Pegasus, this is a cool replacement. So I got off my bird and shot a trank at it. I really should have built a trap for it because it made us run around for a very long time. It was a pretty rookie move. But then we got extremely lucky and this happened. Yeah, it ended up getting stuck in this little crack, which fortunately for us made it a very easy tame. So we named him Gabriel. While flying around on Gabriel, we found this TBF direwolf. When we finally tranked him out and put him to sleep, we got surprise attacked by this pink pussycat.
Oh no.
But Gabriel ate him. When the wolf awoke, we named him Jacob Black. But then we got slapped by something. And then everything went dark. When we returned back to our dead body, Jacob Black had died, just like his career. Then soon after, Gabriel died too. Day 12, we had one goal, and that was to get a better long neck rifle than the current one we have, this primitive rifle. So I made this blueprint creator in hopes to make a decent blueprint to make an ascendant long neck rifle. But because I'm an idiot, I couldn't figure out how to make it work. So I spent the rest of the day just looking for drops in hopes to be able to find a decent long neck rifle, but we didn't find anything. Day 13, we got the blueprint creator to work. Turns out all we had to do was just turn on the wireless generator yellow. With the blueprint creator finally working, we got an ascendant long neck rifle blueprint. But it's really damn expensive. We need at least 50,000 metal ingots. We really need an ascendant rifle to be able to knock out some of these more powerful dinos. So we went out on Theo and started smashing some metal rocks. This took up a big chunk of the day. When we got bored of gathering metal, we went out on Gwen, our conflagrant Rex, to go murder some animals for their hide. Day 14, we're back at it. We're gathering more metal. Now, we've gathered a lot of metal, but it's going to take quite a time for it to be able to smelt down. So we tamed another conflagrant Ankree to help speed things up, and we named her Helen. But this time, we pumped all of its levels into its crafting skills because that speeds up the smelting process. While we waited for all that metal to smelt, we went out on a little bit of a taming spree. We tamed a conflagrant Morellatops that we named Toppy, and when you feed them eggs, they then craft kibble. We then tamed an Oviraptor to help us get more eggs. Next, we tamed a brown griffin that we named Ricardo. And finally, we tamed the golden poop beetle that would help us get some fertilizer for our farm. Day 16, we took Gwen out on a leisurely stroll, and we saw this turkey, and Gwen was hungry, so we started biting this turkey. But we didn't know that this turkey had some special abilities, like these death missiles. Oops, we killed Gwen. We died soon after. With all the dangers in the world, I figured I'd just get back to doing what I do best. And that's mining and building. So I built this little balcony area to look over our kingdom. On the brighter side of things, we finally have enough materials to make the long neck rifle that we've been waiting so long for. With our new Ascendant long neck rifle, we went straight out to tame a primal Argentavis. And in one shot, we took it straight down. We had it knocked out in the water, so we swam straight over it to feed it some golden kibble. As soon as we did, we peeked up and we saw this red outline out of the water. It was a Reaper. But it didn't kill us. Instead, it impregnated us. It's probably because I'm sexy. But still, it's not fun to be violated by a big blue, green, scaly thingy. We did end up dying to our injuries eventually though. We jumped back on Ruben, went back to where we died, picked up our new RG and our Griffin, and went back to the safety of our base. And this is where we named our new Primal Argentavis, Daddy OG. And since the Primal Argentavis is the next tier of dinosaurs, they do some pretty heavy damage. And with that new knowledge, we went to go get revenge for Gwen by destroying this oversized Christmas dinner. Also, when you kill ancients, they drop golden kibble that can instantly tame any primal. Day 17, with this new powerful Daddy OG, we were feeling confident. So we picked a fight with this Prometheus poison gorilla. It was a mistake. And to make matters worse, we had just over a minute left until the Reaper spawn was going to be born and ripped out of my body. And then to make things double worse, we get a notification that Daddy OG died. Oh, no way. We couldn't waste any more time, so I built a door, blocked this area off in my base so the Reaper spawn could spawn out of our body. When we came back to life, we had a peek over the roof to see what our Reaper looked like. While we were waiting for it to grow up a little bit, we went and made some new fresh armor. And this is what it looks like. So it's the top tier flak armor that you can make from the Paradox Smithy. And now our Reaper has grown just enough that it's not going to run a menace and kill everything around our base. So we let it free. Day 18, and it's time for us to beef up our army. We went out on an adventure to be able to tame some more primal Argentavises. This one wasn't the highest level that we could get, but its colors were too good to pass up. Once fully tamed, we named this Pimpin' Chicken Daddy D. Next, we tamed this decent level primal Argentavis, which kind of looks like the Celestial Argies from my Primal Fear 100 days. We named this one Daddy Boy. We're kind of going for a theme here. You feel? We immediately took Daddy Boy out to explore the area. Then we came across this Primal Trike. And you know your boy needs to tame this one. The one thing that makes Primal Trikes really cool, they have cannons on their head. So we named this guy Blast Boys. Kind of like Blastoise, but like not. We then found this colorful Jaboa with an afro called Jabob Ross. So we shot him in the back of the head, shoved some berries up his butt, and made him become our friend. We didn't name him because Jabob Ross is already pretty cool. I had now learned that our Primal Argentavis' special ability is that the more dinosaurs that you can kill in a short period of time equals the more damage that the Argentavis does. So we went and murdered a ton of dinos to see how far we could push this. 124,000, 163,000, 217,000, 268,000, up to 310,000 seems to be our limit. It's nice to have a dino that can slap some other dinos around. So now, after being labeled ARK's #1 serial killer, we teleported back to base so we could make something very important, Pugnacio's Ascension Portal. Now, Primevals and Pugnacious bosses can spawn into the world. So now we must focus on taming all the Pugnacia bosses and defeating all the Ascension bosses before day 50. But before the day ends, we tame this female Primal Argentavis. So now we can start breeding them up. And we named this pink chicken Big Mama P. Oh yeah, we also tamed this Primal Arthropleura. We named him Artie. It's not that creative, but you know, we were in a rush. These things are good because if you put them on Wander, they gather artifacts. Day 19, we tamed this Conflagrant Beelzebuffer. Now these creatures work like a mobile chemistry bench, so we named him Pablo Escobar. We then tamed this conflagrant Spino that once you put raw meat in it, it cooks the meat for you. We called this gentleman Quasimodo because he's got like a hunch on his back. Later that day, we encountered this Guardian Giga with 9.2 million torpor. But I think we're in the perfect location because there's lots of rock formations around that we can get good vantage points to be able to knock it out. After a lengthy ordeal, we finally knocked it out on day 20. We named this guy a very simple name, Richard. I was so excited to have this Giga on our team until we tested him out. He kind of sucks. So yeah, we just took him back to base and left him there. I suppose he'll be good for decoration. With everything going so well so far, we needed a new fresh haircut. And of course, we went with my signature style. I'd now decided we need to build ourselves a baby pen, somewhere that we can use to start raising the new generation of dinos. We're going to need some pretty strong dinos in order to be able to complete this 100 days and defeat all the bosses. We placed down these final air conditioners, placed down our eggs, and hatched our first little lot of babies. Day 21, while traveling the map, we found this Prometheus fire manticore with 1.5 million health. It started to chase us down, but it seemed like we weren't fast enough, so we had to go head on and fight it. Unfortunately, it put me and Daddy Boy to sleep, leading us to our certain death. I then took Ruben and returned back to the manticore in hopes to retrieve Daddy Boy without dying. But again, we got way too close to this powerful beast. And because of my foolish actions, we had lost our oldest friend, Ruben. No, Ruben! I couldn't let this go unanswered. I had two options. This manticore is either gonna die or we're gonna tame him. But come on, look at his stats. We have to tame the beast. After a few lucky shots, we put him to sleep, but he kind of sleeps kind of sus. Are you asleep? Because you don't look asleep. You sleep standing up. Kind of weird, bro. Once we tamed him, we named him Arthur. Yeah, he kind of reminds me of my great uncle Arthur with the red beard. I couldn't wait. I was so excited we flew straight back to base so we could make Arthur a saddle. I really wanted to see what he could do. Our first victim to test our strength is this defense unit. Yeah, and we just did 3.2 million damage. This is mega OP. And right close to our base was the elemental Titanosaur, which is one of the Pugnacia bosses. And with this beast, we took him on. With our first hit, we realized that Titanosaur had damage resistance. We weren't doing 3.2 million damage anymore, but we were still doing quite a lot of damage, and the Titanosaur wasn't much of a threat. So yeah, this was pretty easy. We then defeated him and unlocked a ton of tech engrams, but it wasn't quite satisfying because it was so easy. So now I have decided that I'll only fight Pugnacia bosses with Pugnacia dinos. Arthur here is actually a Parados dino. So he took him back to base and he's just going to be decoration for now. But lucky for us, once we got back to base, both of our Primal Argentavis babies were fully grown and 100% imprinted. We named one of them Dripmaster. I mean, look at his shades and necklace. Day 22, we took Dripmaster out to see if he was worthy to be a part of Team AronAztek. And with one attack doing 390k damage, I think he passes with flying colors. Since now that we have some tech engrams unlocked, we made a tech replicator. We also had to make our life a little bit easier on this massive map by making tech transmitters as well. They're going to help us find some creatures that we either need to kill or tame. I then got to work with the tech transmitter to find our next Pugnacia boss. And sure enough, we got the coordinates for Mr. Fister the Destroyer himself. We found him quickly. He wasn't too far away from our base. And there he is, the weird bald running man. We wasted no time and went straight in for the attack. He set us on fire, so we had to run away. Birds and fire don't mix well. We flew up to the sky to avoid him, but he laid down some meteor attack on us. Oh, didn't know he could do that. Even though we were on fire, it seems like pecking this bald naked man was the best strategy we had. But hey, we still got the win in the end, so we're happy. Even though we're still on fire, we should probably do something about that. Day 23, we found out that you can make a hatchet and a pickaxe that farms at 5 times the rate. So we made this hatchet and went to go see how much damage it could really do. And with one hit of this tree, we were already encumbered. I don't know why I didn't do this to begin with. We then, of course, went and made the Parados pickaxe. And now farming all these metal nodes is so much easier than before. I like this a lot. We then went to the snow biome so we could collect some black pearls from these creepy balls of lightning. This is a unique touch that you can only find in Crystal Isles. Now that we have a ton of metal and a ton of black pearls, we went ahead and made some more tech transmitters. Because the more tech transmitters you have, the better they are at locating dinosaurs on the map. We went straight ahead and started using these tech transmitters to be able to help us find some primevals. Once you kill a primeval creature, they'll drop their respective energy that once you collect enough of them, you can summon in a tame version of the Pugnacia bosses. Right after killing this dragon, we spotted Skana, the big ass scorpion. And I was feeling super confident, so we went to go fight him. We were doing some pretty decent damage, and I didn't account for the fact that he can grab you and hold you down. I wasn't too bothered though, because we were still doing solid damage. But I didn't account for the fact that he could knock our bird out. This wasn't looking good. With our bird knocked out, I had no other choice but to retreat and go home. I was hoping that if we're out of render distance, he wouldn't kill our bird. Once back at base, I tried to summon Dripmaster to us, but it turns out you can't teleport them if they're unconscious. Well, I guess it's a good thing we're breeding more of them, so who really cares about Dripmaster? Oh, we got some pink ones. Day 24, we took our girl Helen out to go farm some metal. While we were out, we ran into this hell horse. So of course, we had to shoot it in the face and tame it. We named this bad girl Abaddon. We took Abaddon back to base, and she looked a little bit naked, so we put some cool hell horse armor on her. Now really, this hell horse isn't really that useful for us, but she's just another decorative tame. I then realized our baby Argies needed some loving, so we gave them some cuddles and fed them some meat. Now they're gonna grow up to be big and strong. After a little bit of time, they grew up, and we picked this one to replace Dripmaster, and we named this pimpin' chicken Mac Daddy. We didn't waste any time. We took Mac Daddy straight out to fight his first boss. I mean, after all, we had a lot of others to replace him if he died anyway. And now we fight the boss, the third trike. But first, we need to power the RG up by killing all the dinos around him to be able to get the max amount of damage possible. We were doing over 500k damage, but the third trike's special ability is summoning these minions, which were quite a problem. And we couldn't really see what was happening because the damage numbers took up all the screen. It did take us a while, but we did get to defeat the third trike. Yes, we got that win. Yeah, baby. Day 25, it's time we continue on our quest of defeating the Pugnation mod. Step 1. Kill Primevals. Step 2. Get distracted by a pink sheep by stealing him, running back to base, shooting him with a tranquilizer thinking that's the way to tame him, but then realizing that he's a passive tame. Oh, passive tame. My bad. Day 26, we continued hunting Primevals. They were kind of difficult to find because only 1 or 2 spawn on the map at a time, and sometimes even harder because they would spawn in the middle of the ocean like this Indominus Rex. We ended day 26 by taming this dodo wyvern and naming him UU Killer. It was something that my chat came up with. And oh yeah, occasionally I actually stream my 100 days right here on YouTube. So if you want to be notified that I'm streaming, make sure you click that notification button straight after you subscribe. Day 27, we brought Mr. UU Killer back to our base to admire him. Too bad this overgrown evil chicken looks damn ugly. But I will admit, pretty handy at killing Primevals, unless they're stuck underwater like this damn Manticore. Again, this freaking map. Day 28, we found this wild primeval Manticore. And because he's such a high level, we had to tame him. His colors are pretty nice too. We then gave him the elegant name of Leslie. I think Leslie now is going to be our main dino. Hopefully he doesn't die. We then went to the Ascension Portal to bank all the energies that we've collected from the Primevals we've killed. And now we have enough to be able to summon in our first tamed boss. But in order to be able to summon the boss in, we have to sacrifice a primeval. So now we must say goodbye to our dodo wyvern, UU Killer. And hello to the Pugnation boss, the third trike. In the early morning of day 29, we fought our next boss, Mothra. Now, Mothra might look like a big, pretty butterfly, but she can be quite fierce. When Mothra hits you with that electric attack, it can do some serious damage. So we have to be careful. But if we get too far away, Mothra also heals up quite quickly. So we had to face her head on. And that strategy seemed to be the most effective one for us. You're dead. Rip. The rest of the day, we just continued our mission, farming these primevals for their energies. Day 30, we found this legendary lion chicken, and I wanted to see if he would be our friend. And the best way to make friends is to put him in a net. Then we trap him in a wall of gates, then shoot him with some drugs in the butt. And as you can see, this is a very effective technique of making friends. We named this guy Big Bird because he's a yellow chicken looking bird thingy, you know, from Sesame Street. After having fun with Big Bird, we yeeted this primeval broodmother. I was getting really frustrated with the primevals only spawning in 1s and 2s in this map, so I used the simple spawners mod to be able to summon in more around the map. Day 31, the simple spawners were working, and now we have a lot more primevals on the map to kill for their energies. So that's exactly what we did. We spent the whole day hunting primevals until we spotted this Noctis bulldog, which was too cute not to tame. I mean, look at the little guy. Even when he's knocked out, he's cute. Once he awoke, we named this ugly cutie Ralph, because he reminds me of Ralph from The Simpsons. Dumb and cute. Day 32, we tamed this wicked Spino, and we named him as a Kazoo. I really have no use for him right now, but you never know. We might need him in the future. I then went on to tame this primeval dragon. Unfortunately, he's not going to be with us for long, as I'm going to use him as a sacrifice to summon in Mothra, our next Pugnation boss. Now we have our very own Mothra, and we need to see what he can do. I took on this elemental Titanosaur, and since Mothra is a flying powerhouse, we defeated this boss with ease. Day 33 and day 34, we spent this time slaughtering primevals. This will be a common occurrence since Pugnation is a very grindy mod that requires you to gather a lot of energies before you can progress and summon bosses. Day 35, we went to hunt down the rather unique boss named Kareem's little plant friend. We used the transmitter to find him, but when we arrived at the courts, it wasn't there. Since this is a bug, I went ahead with my stream's permission and spawned it in with commands. But for some reason, she spawned and we were stuck inside her. Ah, this is bad. This is a rip. This is a rip. Oh, crap. I thought we were dead for sure. We couldn't evade any of her attacks. But then I realized she couldn't use her ranged attacks against us. So with a few hundred clicks of my mouse, we turned this manticore into a vegan and defeated our 4th Pugnacia boss. Day 36, I went out to tame this manticore that we had planned to sacrifice to summon another Pugnacia boss to our army. I had earlier planted these plant species Z seeds, which has produced some Z fruit, so I threw them at Mothra because she looked hungry. Turns out she didn't like them. I then finished the day by taming this Titanosaur, which I thought might be a good tank for us for the Ascension bosses on day 50. Day 37, we killed more Primevals. I wanted to make sure we'd be able to beat this objective well before day 50. This was our main focus. We did get slightly distracted by the Track the Third boss. He was much easier to kill this time around. Day 38, we now had almost a full set of volcanic armor that drops from the Pugnacia bosses. It's so damn hot, I had to blind you. And with our new armor, we set out to find a certain boss that we need to conquer. This boss we had set our sights on was the Kraken, a creepy looking shellfish thing. With confidence, we fought this monster and got his health to almost halfway. Then with one swift hit, he launches us into the water while cocooned, which means I get dismounted and cannot remount Leslie, our manticore. The Kraken then heals his own health, and then I could see him starting to make his own way towards me. Then he ends my life in one single blow. We then return on our Primal RG to fight this healed Kraken once again. This time, we're making sure to be cautious. We made sure to avoid any way that he could knock us into the water. We ended up defeating him and then gave our manticore a taste for seafood, which I think he likes. Day 39, we tamed this broodmother, and I named it Sacrificial Spider, for obvious reasons. Then my stream dared me to let Ralph fight this primeval broodmother. So we leaped into battle, and then I sent Ralph off to see if he could hold his own against this huge spider. Turns out he's so dumb and didn't do anything. He just stood underneath the spider while getting bitten. So I mounted him and helped him finish the job. We then continued on our goal by using the appropriate named Sacrificial Spider to summon in our very own Kraken. And boy, this thing is ugly. But can he fight? Let's see. I mean, he's pretty good and does high damage, but he's kind of janky to control. So that's another boss added to our collection. We named him Prankum. It came from the stream. I don't really know what it means. After toying around, we went back out to find yet again more primevals to kill. But then we found this high-level dragon. So of course, I spared his life by taming him. We got back to base and named this dragon D's, as in
These nuts. Got him!
Next, we made the hard decision to sacrifice Leslie, our faithful manticore, in order to be able to summon in our very own elemental Titanosaur. I think I'm going to regret sacrificing Leslie though. Day 40, and I instantly regretted my decision on sacrificing Leslie. So I went out to find another manticore to tame. I had seen that there was a really high level manticore on the map, but then yeah, it's freaking bright yellow. Well, I guess he's gonna be easy to find if we lose him ever. Once tamed, we named him Mantichild. That came from my stream, it wasn't on me. On the way back to base, I decided I wanted to tame an underwater tame, just in case we wanted to dive really deep. So once we knocked out the ex-mosasaur, we fed him, but it was going to take a little bit of time, so we'll come back for him later. Day 41, while out hunting for primevals, we ran into another humongous plant boss. So Mantichild made a nice fresh salad out of him. Then we continued finding primevals to kill, but just like modded ARK's true fashion, we had another dodo wyvern spawn underwater. This keeps happening. Day 42, we remembered that we had a mosasaur knocked out, so we rushed over to him and picked him up. We then used our new mosa to fight our next Pugnacia boss, and probably the hardest boss we had to fight so far, Tempest, the bringer of the rain. Yeah, that's him wiggling his ass out of that rock. We went to attack with the Mosa, but soon realized that Tempest had over 130 million health, and this Mosa just wasn't going to cut it out for this fight. Instead, we used the Mosa to guide Tempest out of the water, and then switched over to Mantichild to deal significantly more damage. Now that the fight's out of the water, we're in our element. So we take on Tempest, but he keeps releasing these tornado attacks. They're more of a nuisance than anything. We start doing some damage and get his health down. 78 million health, we're almost halfway, but so are we. Luckily, I have health potions. 38 million health, we are making great progress. 15 million, he's down to 5 million. And we finally defeat Tempest the Rainbringer and unlock more tech engrams. After we killed Tempest, my stream was inspired, so they named our Mosa. Yeah, Mosa Lisa. Really original, guys. And then we traveled back to base for a well-deserved rest. Day 43, we tamed this high-level Indominus Rex, only so we could sacrifice him to summon in our very own Tempest the Rainbringer. We then immediately went out to go and see what Tempest could do. I won't lie, it was weird riding a dino that could fly in the air and swim underwater at the same time. We also got to visit some areas I haven't seen before, like this honey cave. It's now day 44 and we're getting so close to day 50. I'm unsure if we're going to have enough time to defeat all of Pugnacia's challenges. but there's nothing else we can do than get straight into it and hunt down our next Pugnacia boss. This time, we're going after Skarner, the big-ass shiny scorpion. Once we finally get our eyes on him, we engage him in battle to only get picked up by his stinger. We continue to do damage to Skarner, but as we were striking, he struck us and knocked out our Mantichild. I immediately tried to run for my life, but he grabbed onto me too. I thought then it was over for me. But by the grace of God, I got released and made a straight dash with a keen eye over my shoulder, making sure we could outrun this Skarner. Phew. We got away, and Skarner is de-aggroed, but the next challenge is I need to get back to Mantichild and wake him up using this potion. We sneak behind Skarner and wake up our Manticore. Now that we're back in action, my stream let me know of a strat that could take down Skarner easily. Apparently, all you need to do is lick his butt. Yeah, and he doesn't attack you because he likes it so much. In the end, this was actually a rather easy win. We went back to our base and I saw that we had received a new item, Skarner's Tail Spike. It's basically a pike that does massive torpor damage. So of course, I wanted to test it out. Hey, you go to sleep, you go to sleep, and you go to sleep. I'd wish I had this earlier. We then ended this day off by taming this primeval phoenix that would later probably sacrifice. Day 45 and time is running out. We need to take on the final and honestly our hardest Pugnacia boss, Spinebreaker. Now there is a special strategy we need to implement to be able to defeat Spinebreaker, because he has this bubble attack that will 100% end your life if you touch it. So our strat for this fight was to keep the aggro of Spinebreaker and walk backwards while healing our dino with potions. This was an extremely effective strat because we avoided that bubble very easily. But if at any time we got stuck by a tree or a rock and Spinebreaker drops that bubble, we are done for. As you can see here, we did get stuck. Oh no, it's stuck, we're stuck. But luckily we made a swift escape. After a long bit of walking around and biting, we had finally defeated Pugnacia's hardest boss, Spinebreaker. And of course, after defeating Spinebreaker, I couldn't wait. I had to summon in my very own. I sacrificed that fire pigeon that we got earlier to be able to summon in our very own Spinebreaker. Then we wanted to see what he could do. And damn, this guy is seriously OP. The bubble attack is definitely my favorite. And since we only had 5 days left until we need to take on the Ascension bosses, I built this cloning machine and started cloning Spinebreaker so we could have a super army to take down these bosses. Day 46, we may have defeated our last Pugnacia boss, but we still need to tame them all in order to complete this challenge. We still need Mr. Fister and Skarner to complete our collection, and I cannot summon them in without a primeval sacrifice. So we went out to go find some high-level primevals that we could tame to sacrifice to be able to summon them in. It wasn't until day 47 that we tamed these 2 high-level primevals to use as a sacrifice. This level 1008 Dodo Wyvern and this Megapithecus that decided to go for a swim. As soon as we arrived back at base, we summoned in our own Skarner, which for some reason was summoned buried underground. And then we used our green Homopithecus to summon in our Homo sapien, Mr. Fister. And now we have completed one stage of our challenge, collecting all the Pugnacia bosses. It's now day 48 and we only have 2 days left to defeat the Ascension bosses. I really wanted to make sure that we had a strong enough army to be able to fight them. So we went out to go kill another Spinebreaker in order to be able to summon another one in. I went in on this Spinebreaker with our Mantichild, but also bringing a Spinebreaker with us to make the fight a little bit easier. This was a mistake. Our Spinebreaker got too close to the bubble and died. Soon after, our Manticore died also. I luckily made an escape and teleported back to base. At this point, I was desperate and started making huge mistakes. Now, I know I said I wouldn't use Arthur, our Parados Manticore, but like I said, I was desperate. I was so flustered and the pressure got to me knowing that I had limited time to complete this challenge that I also got Arthur killed. Frickin' hell, that was a rip. So now I'm back at base and I'm not giving up, but I do know how to defeat Spinebreaker. So I quickly went to the redwoods and tamed up this Manticore, and because of his colors, I named him Ghost. With about 15 minutes left of daytime, I took Ghost to go defeat Spinebreaker. This was an intense fight, knowing that if I lost this one, I would have lost 3 of my most powerful creatures all for nothing. Luckily, in the end, we were patient and we got this win, but we have been set back a lot. Day 49, we quickly gathered more energies and a high-level primeval to sacrifice so we could summon in yet another Spinebreaker. But before we did, I put this tech chest piece on. We almost had a full set, we were just missing the shoes. With 1 day left to go, we crafted the Ascension Arena, ready to finish off this chapter and finish the Pugnacia mod completely. I finished the day off by cloning this Mr. Fister, and I tried figuring out how to breed these Spinebreakers. I couldn't get it to work. Day 50, and today's the day that we must fight the Ascension bosses. We only now just figured out how to breed Spinebreaker with the help of natural causes.
Hey Aaron, how's it going?
Yo, what's up, Nat? Hey, quickly, I have a question.
Yeah.
I can't breed my Spinebreakers. Why?
You need to use the mutator.
So that's what we did. We went to the mutator, used it as it was supposed to be used for, put our spine breakers together, and boom, our spine breakers were making sweet love. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to be able to wait for a baby to grow up. So we grabbed everything we need, including the Ascension Arena, and headed over to the fight. We didn't take any of our bosses because I wanted to use them to fight our final boss that you will see on day 100. We then went to this location, threw out all of our dinos, and set up the arena. But when I went to summon the first boss in, I had realized we didn't have enough element to summon them in. And I had already started the arena fight and the dome was up. So I teleported back to base, found this Skarner, and licked his butt with our spine breaker. Also, we could have enough element to be able to get into this fight. We flew back to the arena, but then this is when I realized I had made a massive mistake. I couldn't get back into the arena to start this fight. And it's already the end of day 50. We failed our challenge. Idiots! So now it's day 51 and I'm not going to give up until I complete this challenge. I get our new baby Spinebreaker and I use the mutator to speed up his growth. We're now going to have to go into battle with a new strategy. I create another Ascension Arena and then place it down close to base, but not too close. Then I go and tame this primal Megapithecus that was close to base and hope it can help us fight these bosses. I gather up all the dinos I possibly could that might be able to help us, and then I set them up in the arena. That's a lot of pretty pigeons. Then I place the element in the arena terminal and start the fight. First up, we have the Broodmother. We ended up losing a few of the tames that came into the fight with us. But can we take a moment to recognize how damn powerful this second generation Spinebreaker is? I mean, he is also 100% imprinted, so that probably helps. We defeated this Broodmother and we still have 2 birds left. They're either lucky or they didn't even fight at all. We backed it straight up and we summoned the next boss in. I really don't have much to lose, so why not? This was the Megapithecus. He was doing some pretty solid damage, but he was no match for our Spinebreaker. The pigeons did die though. May they rest in peace. Next, we fought the infamous dragon. He did this weird, crazy, shaky head thing that made us feel a little bit dizzy. Then he died. Now we must face the Manticore. I'm detecting a theme here. He brought in deathworms, and deathworms don't seem to like bubbles. Neither did the chrome Manticore by the looks of it. Lastly, and the most important fight, we summoned in the black hippo that seems to have a nasty rash on his underside. He's so lazy that he brought the Kraken in to help him fight, and for some reason we just got stuck in his belly for a large portion of the fight. So we chomped away and blew bubbles, and this kind of worked in our favor. How did it work in our favor? Because now he's dead. It might be a day late, but we have finally completed our first set of challenges for this 100 days. Now we must move on to our next set of challenges that will ultimately prepare us for a mega battle at the end of these 100 days. Day 52 and our next challenges are as follows. We must defeat all 4 of the Parados bosses with only Parados dinos, and we must tame them all by day 75. All these bosses will play a crucial part for day 100. Now that we have defeated the Pugnacia bosses and have these cool little ascension things, I wanted to celebrate by giving my tech suit some fresh new colors. Let me know in the comments what you think of my new drip by giving a rating out of 10. We then went out to start our new journey, but the tricky thing about summoning these Parados bosses is that you need to collect 50 of each type of soul. So a total of 250 souls to summon in each boss. And with 4 bosses, we're going to need to collect 1,000 souls total. We will not hit our target in this short amount of time, so everything needs to be perfect. So I get straight to collecting as many Parados souls as I can. I have found that the Parados dinos seem to spawn better here on the floating islands. Day 53, I forgot to start recording part of this day, but we tamed this blue electric manticore that we named Blue Arthur in honor of our red manticore, Arthur. Blue Arthur is going to help us along this whole Parados journey, unless of course he dies a tragic death like most of my dinos. Later on, we tamed this Guardian Ravager and we named him Demon. I mean, look at him, he's kind of freaky. Day 54, we continued collecting souls, but I also gathered some materials because I wanted to make some changes to our base eventually. We did also tame this Guardian PT, another Parados dino to add to our collection. We named him Birdie. We also tamed this flaming owl and we named him Shoto. You know, like the guy from My Hero Academia, because he's supposed to be a snow owl, but he's fire. Day 55, and yes, we continued some more soul hunting. This is going to be a long grind. Day 56, we found this Kronos Wyvern, and I know that you can evolve them, so I wanted to tame it to see what it might become. This ended up being quite a difficult task, because as he hit me, he made me start tripping out like crazy. I did get a few trank shots in, but I was tripping so hard, eventually I got too close to the Wyvern, and he killed me. We returned on our Guardian PT, only to find the Kronos Wyvern already knocked out. So we tamed him, and we named him Hades, after the Greek god of the underworld. We returned back to base, and I crafted the Kronos token, which which cost us souls. I probably shouldn't have used them, but I was really curious. We then evolved this Kronos Wyvern into the epic Dreadnought Wyvern. I named this creature Hades 2.0 and tested him out. His attacks are good, but not as good as our Blue Arthur, and he is also really hard to fly. So we landed him and kept him around for decoration. Day 57, we started creating some tech items for our base, but it would take some time to craft all that we're gonna need. So of course we went back to what we needed to do, collecting some souls, all the way through day 58 too. Day 59, we gathered some more obsidian from this volcano to craft some more polymer. As we were churning through it rather quickly, crafting all these tech items, we then started to upgrade our base. We didn't finish this build until day 61, but here it is, our fully new upgraded base. I added these 2 towers on top and a bridge in between. Currently they have no use for now, but I thought it might look cool. And it's also nice to have a roof on our base, I guess. Now that our new base is done, we must regain focus and continue on this Parados adventure. We now have enough souls to summon in the first Parados boss. We choose to summon in Drogon, the goddess of the swamp. I figured the most fitting place to fight her would be, of course, the swamp biome. We took Victor our Venusaur and Shoto our Flaming Owl for extra help, and then we faced our first Parados foe. With our Manticore doing over 4 million damage, honestly, this was really easy. After defeating our first Parados boss, I knew I now needed 250 more souls to summon in our next boss. So, I immediately went out to collect some more souls. It wasn't until day 62 that I realized I forgot to tame our own Drogon. So with the tameable summon and the special taming food, I went into this area close to our base and summoned Drogon in, knocked her out and tamed this tree-loving crocodile for our own. Day 63, 64, and 65, we were out here grinding these souls. And now it's day 66, we finally have enough souls to be able to summon in our next boss. This time we're summoning in Vulcanus, the god of fire. And this time I figured the most fitting place to fight him was not the volcano, but the desert biome. This battle was a little bit more interesting than our last because obviously Vulcanus is a bit more powerful, I suppose. I think it also makes it a little bit more difficult being that he can fly. And flying battles are kind of tricky unless you just make him circle around and around and around like this. Come and get me, come and get me. Anyway, we finished it off quite easily. Of course, we got this win. Now that we've defeated Vulcanus, we can summon in a tameable version. So we went back to base and crafted his favorite food. Then we went out to the field so we could summon him in. But when we summoned him in, he didn't appear. We literally looked everywhere. We couldn't find him. We looked all around this area and even up in the skies. In the end, we just cheat summoned him in again. Please don't hate on me. It's just ARK's fault, not mine. We quickly killed him and then set up so we could summon in the tameable version once again. We did it high up in the sky, so at least he didn't glitch into the ground or somewhere where he might disappear. I set up my bow and took my shot. Missed the first time. Hit him the second time. Then I shot him again. Then he breathed fire. And then I realized I can die to fire. I never would have guessed. So we try it again, but this time we take our Griffin for a little bit of extra protection. But it was actually a little bit harder than I thought it would be. Firing these arrows on a moving target on the back of a Griffin isn't too easy. We almost lost our Griffin too. Its torpor was down, so we took this shot and finally knocked him out. And now we have our second Parados boss, Vulcanus, god of fire. Now that we have Vulcanus, I'll give you 2 guesses of what we did for day 67, 68, and 69. Yes, we had to farm another 250 damn souls. But thanks to adding the creature finder mod, it helped us out a lot and be able to find all the dinos we needed to be able to get these souls. So today on day 70, we were able to summon in our next boss. Oh, where did he go? Ah, there he is. Let me introduce you to Udis, the god of the mountain. He has 310 million health. Now a little bit less. And even after he bashes us in the head with his bone, he has a lot less health. And now Udis is dead. And when you kill him, he plays a song, but I'm afraid of copyright. So yeah, just believe me on that one. And with Udis' dead body right there, we quickly tamed up his tameable version. We now have 3 out of 4 of the Parados bosses. Udis, Drogon, and Vulcanus. 1 left to go and 5 days left. This is looking pretty good. So for day 71, day 72, and day 73, we were once again hunting down these souls. Day 74, we summon in our last Paradise boss, Michelle, Goddess of the Jungle. Seemed fitting to do the battle here. I know it's not the jungle, but at least it was open enough so we could actually see the fight. Now, Michelle might have a tough shell exterior, but she's no match to Vulcanus' fire attacks. Once we defeated her, some music was playing, but I was afraid of copyright once again, so this is us rocking out to the music. Just pretend you can hear it. Also, once you defeat Michelle, you get her tech armor, and this is what it looks like. I think it's pretty damn cool. Then, of course, we quickly tamed up the tameable version of Michelle. We now have all 4 Paradise bosses and have completed our challenge a day early. If you've seen any of my previous videos, I never complete these challenges. I kind of suck. It's now day 75 and yes, we've defeated Pugnacia and Paradise bosses. So what now? We do have a major challenge that we want to defeat by day 100, but I'll explain that a little later on. Right now, I wanted to tame a few dinos that I haven't collected that I really wanted. So I start by taming this Glacial Giga. I've always wanted one. Their colors are pretty cool, and I know they're pretty handy in battle. When we're out trying to find more tames, we found this massive den of dire wolves. What the holy wolf? So I started attacking them and trying to clear it all out. Then this Paradise Lightning Wyvern came to join in too. But because of the legendary Griffin's special ability, we knocked it out. So I figured we might as well tame this too. Next up, I found this abandoned Rex that was already knocked out, and I know that they can evolve, so I had to tame it. So of course, we went back to base so I could evolve this abandoned Rex. Once evolved, he turned into the Ruthless Rex. He looks the same, just more yellow on the belly. It's now day 76 and our next goal has come in. There is now a few Godzillas on the map and we must defeat them by day 100. But I want to fight these Mega Kaiju with the Pugnacia Mega Mech. I am missing a few key components to be able to summon one in, so we're going to spend the next little bit trying to gather all the pieces we need to be able to get our very own Pugnacia Mega Mech. Now we need to be able to summon in 3 of these Pugnacia Mechs to be able to summon in 1 massive Mega Mech. Our biggest downfall is they require a ton of resources. So that's basically all we did from day 77 to day 79. We gathered crystal, metal, oil, and the hardest material we needed was polymer. Day 80, I thought I made a genius move. I crafted normal mechs, figuring that they'd be able to create a Pugnacia mech. So I crafted all 4 of them and the Pugnacia Mega Mech, put all 4 mechs together and started the transformation process, and nothing happened. And to make things worse, when you remove the Pugnacia Mega Mech from them, it breaks, and now we can't use it. This has set us back quite a bit. We need to gather all these materials again, including the Hippo Tooth. So that means we need to do the Ascension Arena again. I then go out to kill some of the bosses so we can collect some of the parts we need to get the Mega Mech. On day 82, thanks to some Google research, I discovered that there's a place on the map to gather some mass polymer. Yeah, this honey cave. I didn't know that. This is great. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that. And we return back to our base with stacks and stacks of organic polymer. Day 83, we quickly sped run the entire Ascension Arena. We used the Paradise Dino because we knew it was OP enough to get through them really quickly. It's now day 84 and we finally have enough materials to be able to make all the Pugnacia mechs so we can make one big mega mech. So with all of our mechs together, we start the transformation process. I'm really glad that this time it's working because now we have our very own Pugnacia Mega Mech. I really wanted to see what this thing could do, so we pumped up all of his levels, went out, swung our sword with a ferocious hit, and holy damn, 18 million damage. I kind of wish I did this a lot earlier. Looks pretty cool though, doesn't it? Day 85 and we saw this Chrono Rex, and I already know that we have this massively powerful mech, but I wanted to tame something else. It was close to base. So that night, we evolved him into the Dreadnought Rex. Day 86, while we're flying around, we spotted this thing in the distance. What is that? Oh, it's Godzilla! Now, considering he's supposed to be a scary kaiju, he's kind of goofy looking. Whoa, okay, settle down, bro. I decided I wanted to fight this guy on my Mega Mech. So we flew straight into battle to fight this goofy looking kaiju. We landed and we approached him with haste. Then we struck him with our sword. And it was over in one hit. That was rather underwhelming. We will fight some tougher Godzillas later on in this video. Stop! I need to preface the next part of this video. I literally had nothing left to do, but this is a 100 days video, so I stared at the sky for a bunch of days. Then I rode around on the hoverboard for a bit. Then we went to the bridge on our base and stared at the sky and waited for days to pass through. So now it's day 100 and all of our creatures are ready and prepared for this most epic battle. We summon in a Mecha Godzilla and a multitude of Super Godzillas ready for our final battle. With all the Godzillas surrounding us, we jump into our Mega Mech and head straight on into the battle. It looked like the Mecha Godzilla was killing the Super Godzillas. Thank you. Once I got close to the Mecha Godzilla, I remembered we had a secret weapon. So I went back to base and got him out. Let me introduce you to Reptar. Reptar. We took Reptar into battle, but it looked like Mechagodzilla was fighting another Mechagodzilla, but he had 5.7 billion health. Reptar was holding this battle down, doing some serious damage, until he wasn't. So back to our Mega Mech. We whistled every single dino to go into the fight, but it wasn't seeming to work for us for some reason. And the ones that did go into fight died pretty quickly. I jumped out of the mech to try and whistle them from the ground, and it kind of worked, but our Mega Mech died. Oh no. So we just jumped on our favorite spine breaker and headed straight into battle with that. This is where things got really fun. He made this final jump, and that was the last we saw of him. There you guys have it. That's my adventure in 100 Days Pugnation Parados. My next 100 days, I'm going to play on a server, and I'm going to open up to all my Patreons. So make sure you become a Patreon, and maybe you'll be featured in my next video. See you next time. Peace. I have 100 days to beat ARK Supreme, a complete overhaul mod with several tiers of creatures that you can only progress through once you defeat that particular tier's boss. Oh, and there's no flyers in this mod, so I guess this is also a no flying challenge. Now let's see if we can complete this mod within 100 days. Welcome legends to day 1 of this new modded 100 days adventure. I'm pretty excited for you to join in on this one. It's pretty different this time. Except for that's pretty much the same as all my other 100 days. Let's try that again. Since we were killed by an overgrown rooster, I have to assume that everything in this mod is trying to murder me. See, even this parasol is trying. Not very effectively, but it's trying. And this white bee as well. I'm not too sure why this parasol isn't actually okay, don't worry. I think the best plan of attack for us right now is to try and get some levels into us. That way we can get a little bit more stamina and speed so we can escape some of these dangers. I quickly craft up some tools and then gather some thatch from these trees so we can do our little cheesy method of gaining experience. Crafting chibis. A lot of them. Crap. Yeah, so this happened a couple more times before we actually got a decent start. Now that I have a few levels under my belt and can craft some decent items, I went ahead and pretended that I was KSI punching some of my victims in the boxing ring so I could gather some resources to create some early game tools. I even crafted myself a spear because this bee kept trying to murder me. 2 of them. They're pretty weak, so I quickly dispatched them, and they dropped this Delta Bee Summoner elixir. We'll find out what that does a little bit later. But for now, I need to put down a little starter base just to keep us safe and start gathering some more resources to collect. We finished the base on day 2. It's nothing special, but I didn't close it just in case, something tried to get in and kill us. I then went ahead and used the bee summoning elixir. I was curious to see what it actually did, and well, it does exactly what it says it does. It summons in a bee. I now need to go and collect some hides so I can create some of the crafting stuff. Like a forge and smithy. So I approached this big green jerboa, stabbed it, and died. When you die in this mod, you actually lose experience points, so it's important to go pick up your body after just to gain those levels back. Not too far away from our base, I found a big green dodo. And typically these are pretty easy to kill. Please die, please die, please die, please die. But this is modded ARK, and it wasn't that simple. I led that dodo all the way back to my base and continued to try and kill it while trying to be safe at the same time. Unfortunately, I died in the process, and this was going to lead to a series of very unfortunate events. Since I didn't have a bed down, I had to spawn back on the beach and attempt to run back to my base. But every time I tried, I died. Oh my fucking... Jerboas are freaking aggressive. I knew I had to switch things up. This was just getting way too hard. So I went out to explore and try and find a better base location. And that's when I spotted this. So of course I went straight up to it, walked into its heavenly gates, and transported to this safe haven. It's actually just a floating island above the map. Or is it really heaven? Day 3, of course, I put down a little starter base. Then we got to some farming until we spotted our first vanilla dino on the map. And this is probably our only chance to be able to get some hide. We literally chased this dino around for ages until he fell off this cliff where there was a tech trike waiting for him. And these tech trikes basically one-shot everything, but they don't harvest the bodies. So we can still gather some hide. We now have enough resources to be able to place down our very own Supreme Refining Forge. We need this one for this mod as it crafts certain metals that you need for the mod. Now that things are looking up, it's time for us to get ourselves some metal tools and maybe put some clothes on. Now that we're all dressed and ready for the world, we went down to the beach with my metal pike and took out our first Delta Dino, a level 80 dodo. Yeah, we're really making moves in this game. Day 4, we now have enough resources to place down the Supreme Workbench. This will allow us to be able to create items that are specific to this mod. We then place down this Supreme Cauldron. It kind of works like an overpowered mortar and pestle, but it crafts items specific for this mod, such as kibbles, rare flowers, and narcotics. Now that we can start crafting some real gear for this mod, I think it's time we better try and go and tame something. And I think this parasol is going to be the first one we tame. Luckily, in this mod, they're a passive tame, so I just had to run up to it, shove some kibble up its butt, and it's now our friend. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough delta hide to be able to craft a saddle for it. So with the help of the parasol, we went out to go hunt some innocent green victims. After collecting some hide off of that green chicken, we went to go fight this green jaboa, and this might have been a mistake. Look at the damage it's doing compared to what we're doing to it. I ran away to create some distance because, yeah, our parasol's gonna die. That's a lesson to you kids, don't pick a fight that you can't win. But hey, on the bright side, the parasol's dead body we could still use to make a future saddle. Possibly for this parasol right here, because we tamed it and put a saddle on it. And we named him Donald. Riding a parasol. Day 5, we took Donald out to go kill some of the local wildlife, but only the weak ones, because technically being Delta tier, we're weak. And when Donald's health was really low, we went back to base so we could formulate a new plan of attack for the day. But I keep getting stuck in this stupid teleporter and going up and down. The plan of attack for the rest of the day is, yes, this. We want to tame ourselves some resource gachas. So I threw down some stone foundations, only to realize that doesn't actually work. I swear it usually does. I eventually figured out you need to tame these with just normal stone. I tamed a few of these gachas and then just started leading them back to base. These resource gachas are the only way to be able to get certain ores in this mod to be able to craft certain items from this mod. Like copper ore that this particular resource gacha drops. I named him Mr. Copper. I woke up on day 6 and collected all the crystals that we had gathered from all the resource gachas. We got this rather snazzy riot chest piece from it too. And I also crafted this Delta gliding suit. Since there's no flyers in this mod or in this map, the glider suit is probably going to be our main point of transport. Building our base up on a height makes it much easier to get to certain places, like this metal-rich mountain. It's a shame though, the locals of this mountain aren't very welcoming. Oh my god, why did I dive down? I think for now I better farm metal in easier spots. Like right down here, just below the base. Day 7, we continued progressing through this mod and made our first proper armor, the Delta Hide armor. Then I went out to tame a much better dino than our parasol, and one of my favorite dinosaurs, the Delta Trike. I made a good old pillar trap, lured it into the trap and locked it in, and then knocked it out. But as I tried to feed the trike kibble, this dilo killed it. Day 8 and we're down on the beach starter area. And that's when I saw this bulb dog and noticed that it was a passive tame and only required 1 kibble to tame. So I figured, let's just tame it and see what it does. Turns out this was the best decision I'd made all game. You see, bulb dogs are pretty fast and they jump really high, which will make getting around this map a lot easier than just walking or even gliding. Is it just me or do they have a kind of ugly cuteness about them? I was certain that me and this bulb dog were going to be such good friends, I gave it a name. And we named it Alistair. And Alistair definitely needs a sexy time friend, you know, to make some more babies. So we went out and found this girl. We named her Ali, you know, to kind of keep the theme going. On my way back to base, I stopped off to gather some obsidian. This really wasn't my smartest move. You know when you jump off your dino and then you start hearing that sound? You know it's game over. So yeah, we lost both of our bulb dogs in that process, but fortunately they're pretty easy to tame, and with that we got our stuff back kind of easily. Then that night we went back out to go and try and tame ourselves another Delta Trike. It's only a level 400, but it'll do for now. It wasn't until the following day that the Delta Trike was ready to be ours. We named this girl Destiny after my cousin with a big forehead, and since we had a little bit of extra time, I gave a name to our Delta bulb dog, Alice. Because I think Alice is a pretty name and bulb dogs are ugly. They need all the help that they can get. Now that we have a trike, I immediately put her to work by gathering some berries around our island base area. And then I wanted to see what she could do out in the battlefield, aka the wilds. And the first victim is this Jaboa. And as Destiny kept hunting more prey, she got stronger and stronger. We only hunted Delta tier dinos because I know very well we would not match up against anything higher tiered. After a successful hunt, we took Alice out to do some exploring. I wanted to see what else this map could offer, and I found this cave entrance covered in spider webs. We went in, saw this thorny dragon with over 1 billion health, and yeah, we left straight away. Day 10, we continued doing more exploring, and that's when we found these beaver dams. And we all know early game beaver dams are OP. And of course, I went straight for the big dog, the giant beaver den. So I dove straight in and underneath the den, opened it up, collected what I needed to, made my way out, only for some beavers to be rather pissed off. And Alice died in the process. It's a good thing that bulb dogs are disposable in this mod. You know what else they can do? Jump from all the way up here and receive no fall damage. I then went and collected the remains of my body, and then chose a smarter, easier beaver dam to steal some cementing paste out of. Day 11, I built this platform leading off of the teleporter on the floating island, but I also wanted to have a space that I could place down this awesome teleporter. Now that we had an awesome teleporter and could get back to base quite easily, I then ventured out and explored a little bit further than normal. And that's when I found this point of interest, which kind of acts like the obelisks in normal maps. But instead, it's like a dwarven themed, I don't know, castle thing? Further exploring, we spotted a giant green dung beetle. Although rather strange and quite big, these are always a staple in basically any playthrough in ARK. So, of course, I tamed it. I immediately took this green beetle back to base, and then I appropriately named it Diarrhea. Day 12, I found a new location of interest. This little cave waterfall area. I like it because it's kind of flat, there's some water around, and some higher tier dinos spawn nearby. It's pretty far away from our current base location, so I placed down an awesome teleporter so we can get back here whenever we need. I did notice that there was a delta tier aloe nearby, so I took this opportunity to try and tame it. This turned out to be quite difficult since there was a prime allosaurus and an apex allosaurus a part of the pack as well. Getting a good angle on the grapple hooks was kind of hard, so I dropped down to this little cliff, and turns out the prime allosaurus can reach us from here. I teleported back to try and tame this allosaurus, and yeah, this happened once again. The Delta Allosaurus was a low level anyway, it's kind of pointless and not really worth my energy. Day 13, I placed down this architect bench. It's a really good quality of life mod that I'm going to use always in the future. But what am I using it for now? Well, I'm planning on building a greenhouse. And since there's no water up here on the floating islands, I had to place down these metal water tanks to, store some water. Oh yeah, we'll probably need some crop plots down too. Day 14, I found a delta snail out in the wilds, but this Phiomia was really loud and annoying. Yeah, that's one way to shut them up. Now, as most of us know, these snails passively generate cementing paste, so of course I'm gonna enslave it. Day 15, I figured it might be a good idea to start breeding our bulb dogs. After all, ugly things do deserve love too. And they basically die one shot from everything in the world, so, having backups is good. Speaking of ugly things, yeah, my head's a bit of a mop, so I'm gonna have to clean it up a little bit. Yeah, we just shaved it all off. No, not really. It'll grow into what we expected soon. I then noticed our girl Destiny was feeling a little lonely too. So we went out to go find her a mate. And there was one on the beach, so of course we tamed it, brought it back, and Destiny now has a good friend. Day 16, we got our first fully bred up bulb dog, and I named it Aquila. I'm not really sure where I got that name. Kind of sounds Mexican and kind of sounds like Aquila, but yeah. We immediately took Aquila out to try and find ourselves some better dinos that we can try and actually fight a boss with. Unfortunately, a big blue gorilla boss found us, and then we had a race for our lives. Holy crap, what is that? He just threw a rock at us? Holy crap, he's still there! I thought I got away! Good. Oh, we gotta go back around. We're so dead. Alright, oh, big blue Yudi. Don't want that. Alright, he won't make it over this. What is that? It was at this point, I kind of thought I got away. I was wrong. Oh my god. Day 17, we went out to go and try and find a creature that could help us fight a boss. This took up a massive chunk of our day, but eventually we did find one here in the redwoods. We found this level 520 Delta Thylacoleo. Since there's no flyers in this game, it's a little trickier to be able to tame some of these creatures. And you kind of have to think outside the box. So I grabbed my grapple hooked up this tree, and just tranked the thylacoleo out from here. Don't run, don't run, don't run, don't run, don't run. Yes! That ended up being a lot easier than I thought it would be. And now we have a thylacoleo. I was trying to soul ball him, but it didn't work. So I figured I'd just teleport him home. Except, he's still on follow mode. Rookie move. Let's try that again. I was extremely excited now that we had a thylacoleo, something that is just a proper killing machine. All our other dinosaurs weren't really killers, but this one is. I had to go see what kind of damage it does. Now 3k damage is a step in the right direction, but let's put some levels into him and see what he does. And 5,000 damage at this level of the game is pretty decent. I just hope it holds up against a big boss. Now, in order to fight the bosses in the Supreme mod, I'm going to need a lot more thylacoleos than just one. So yes, I need to find a breeding partner for our new thylacoleo. I jumped from the floating island down to the redwoods, climbed up this tree, and there he was, a Delta thylacoleo. But if it isn't already obvious, there's a lot more powerful, crazy creatures around. Knocking it out will be one thing, but then getting it out alive, very hard. Our biggest issue was this prime basilisk. I could stay away from its poison balls by getting high, but if I hit that ground, I am one shot away from death. I eventually got the basilisk away enough, but there were other troubles around, and that's when I made this simple mistake. I dropped down to the ground to try and head over to this rock, only to find out I didn't have any more grapple hooks left. Rip. I then returned to our tree, and yeah. Even more dinos spawned. I tried shooting them with my shotgun, only to find out that these bullets don't actually work against anything other than the summoners. The next day I came up with a genius idea to be able to extract this thylacoleo out of the redwoods. We're just gonna charge at it and hope for the best. I got to it, put some kibble into it, it tamed, and then I just started shooting my soul gun at it, hoping that I captured it. I died, of course. Did I get it? I have no idea. I have no idea. I got back to base, went to the awesome teleporter, retrieved my corpse, checked my inventory, and it was there. Oh, we got it. We got it. Obviously, I got these two pussycats out to start breeding straight away. Moving on to day 20, I think it's about time we progress to the alpha tier. And in order to do that, we need to fight a boss. I chose this area as our little boss fighting arena. So I made sure to put down an awesome teleporter so we can get back and forth to this area whenever we need. I then placed down the boss summoner, but we're not actually quite ready to fight a boss just yet, as we need to still raise an entire army to be able to fight the boss in this mod. Day 21, some of our babies have all grown up, but then we had to go through the painstaking task of putting levels into every single one of them. Day 22, we were now prepared to be able to fight the Delta boss and move on to the Alpha tier. I made sure I had my entire Delta, Trike, and Thylacoleo army ready for battle, and then summoned in the Delta boss. Ooh, here we go. The boss came in, and yeah, it's just a massive King Jaboa. I sent in all my Trikes, all my Thylacoleos, ready to fight, and then the entire screen went red. The Delta boss summons in a ton of little minions that come and mess you up, so we had to avoid them the entire time, whilst the remaining of my army fought the Delta boss. Then the Delta boss finished off the rest of my army, so I had to make a swift escape. Yeah, we just copped a fat L. Luckily I was on a Thylacoleo, so I scaled this mountain and got out of the way. I then teleported back home, and I guess now it's back to the drawing board. The following day, I just harvested some resources while pondering my failures in life. I then went back to the boss arena and placed down all of these behemoth gates to try and gate it off a little bit so that when the boss summons in, it doesn't fall off the edge. It's now day 24, and we used all of yesterday building up the boss arena, and we also used that time to raise up another army to give this Delta boss another crack. When I was placing out all my Thylacoleos, we got this mutation, and damn, it looks cool. Look at that! That's a sick mutation. You can't die. You look like a toffee apple. I mean, it really does look like a toffee apple. So much I had to name it Toffee Apple, after a candy I loved growing up. The one thing about having a massive army going into a boss fight means we have to spend basically the entire day leveling dinos and then throwing them out of their soul traps. It's pretty time consuming. It's already day 25 now, and I haven't even gotten off the first Delta tier yet. We really need to defeat this boss. So I craft some saddles up and then get my entire army ready for battle once again. This is Delta boss fight attempt number 2. The Delta boss is spawned in, so I send in my first wave of dinosaurs, which is basically pretty much all of them. They're fighting pretty well and holding up. Hopefully oh, there goes one. There goes two more. Oh, there goes a lot more. Oh no, and there goes all the rest. The death names keep popping up. We are losing this battle. I send in the second wave and hope for the best. I really feel like this is all over. I don't think we're going to be able to hold up. The Delta boss has taken very little damage, so I don't know what to do from now. It's now day 26 and we just lost to the Delta boss for the second time. We need to really rethink our strategy here. I'm pretty confident I know what I need to do now. So I get on my Bulb Dog and travel around the map trying to find myself this. A high-level Delta Allosaurus. My attempt at taming this was kind of tricky. You might have seen that I did try and set up a trap, but for some reason it doesn't stay in the trap and the bear trap doesn't work. My bad. So what I decided to do is just use my Thylacoleo to tank it while I shoot off the back of it to knock it out. This took some time, so I had to teleport back to base to heal up my Thylacoleo and return to finish off the job. When the Allosaurus started running, it fell into a crack and that's where I knocked it out from. We now have our very own max level Delta Allosaurus. We just need to find a mate for him now. Fortunately, the following day we found one in this forest here. It was only a level 500, but I think that having a level 600 should make up the difference. Hopefully. And fortunately for us, taming this girl was a pretty straightforward process. We now have a pretty decent pair of breeding Allosauruses. We're just gonna have to wait a day or two until we have enough Allosaurus babies to be able to fight this boss again. Day 28 and I'm out in the wilds trying to kill as many Delta dinos as I possibly can. Why, you may ask? Well, because I didn't realize how important having saddles on your dinos really was. In this mod, if you're wearing the particular saddle to the particular boss that you're fighting, it halves the amount of damage that boss can do to your dinos. I had also just realized after all this time, I had forgotten an important member of our team. Evo, my personal chibi. So now it's day 29 and this is round 3 of fighting the Delta boss. My army's a little bit smaller, but I'm running out of time. I'm really hoping that these Allosauruses pull through. The big furry furball summons in, I send in my entire army, and they're fighting away, doing pretty well. Until they all die once a frickin' again. I open up the gate and I make a swift escape, running across this bridge to get away from this monster. I take a quick glimpse back and realize that the giant Jaboa can't get through. I climb to the top of this mountain and I heal up the Thylacoleo. Then I charge back into the battle with this big Jaboa. Riding in solo, but I don't care. We're 29 days in and I need to make some moves. We attack away until our health drops a little bit. We charge back to the mountain, climb up it, heal ourselves up again, and head back on into the action. But this time with a couple more dinos that I had laying around that were kind of disposable. They didn't last very long, but they kind of helped tank some damage for me while I could hit it. We repeated this process over and over and over again. And with the Delta boss almost dead, we went in for our final attack to finish off the job. Its health has gone low and there we have it. We had successfully beaten the Delta boss and now we can move up to the Alpha tier. Day 30, and to celebrate our win, we do some gardening. Yeah, that's because we got these alpha seeds. These alpha seeds will eventually grow alpha fruit, which we need to be able to make some alpha kibble to be able to obviously tame some alpha dinos. Wow, that's a lot of alpha in one sentence. I then took Toffee Apple out to go hunt down some alpha dinos so we could collect their blood, as blood is the main ingredient for the alpha kibble in this mod. The next step, we had to summon in our alpha honeybee. Then we feed it some alpha rare flowers and make ourselves an alpha beehive. But before we could actually tame anything, we're going to need these alpha trank darts. Day 31 and we're fully prepared to be able to go out and tame our very first alpha dino. The problem is we need to find something that's actually decent to tame. There's lots of dinos, but because there's so many different tiers, it's hard to find the specific one you need at the specific level you want. We weren't having much luck roaming around on the ground, so I decided to hit the skies with our glider. And that's when we found this Anki. I of course landed and then started tranking it out. Once I finally got it knocked out, I noticed that there was an electric raptor just up the ways, which yeah, killed the Anki that we were just trying to tame. I then used my glider to make a quick escape and just wasn't fast enough. I was kind of annoyed at this point, so I jumped on the back of Toffee Apple and took my frustration out on some of the dinos around the area. This kind of turned out to be a monumental mistake. Toffee Apple was killed by a freaking dragonfly of all things. It was a pretty sad moment, and Toffee Apple was a great dino, but she did leave us with an important message. She said, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Anyway, we did end up finding another alpha Anki, and we knocked this one out with no troubles. So that's a good thing, right? We did have to wait until the next day for the alpha Anki to be fully tamed up though. And since now we have an Anki, we might as well just start, you know, mining metal. Day 33, we found our next target that we're going to force into a forever friendship contract. Yeah, this level 560 alpha trike. It had another friend with it that wasn't too happy that we were trying to steal its friend away from it. Thankfully, there was a cliff here. And cliffs are your best friends in mods that don't let you fly. I eventually knocked it out, then I teleported back to base because I didn't have any kibble on me. Well, not enough anyway. But while I was roaming around back at base waiting for the kibble to be made, my game froze. So at this point, I just decided to log off for the day. And when I returned, I completely forgot about the trike. So I just went about doing my daily stuff. And that's when I decided to give myself a haircut. Seems kind of random, but it is for good reason. Human hair is the main ingredient to be able to craft one of these bad boys, the S Plus Gardener. We did run into one problem though. S Plus Gardeners run off of beer. And for some reason, the beer barrels that I crafted here don't seem to be working off the metal pipes and the tanks. I assume the water source has to come straight from the ocean. So I just found a little safe spot down on the beach, crafted up a little beer hut. And this is what we're going to use to be able to make our beer. I then went ahead and finished off the day by getting out of this shabby Delta armor and into a brand new full set of Alpha armor, which is basically chitin armor, but for the mod. I don't know how I feel about the way it looks yet. Day 34, I took my Thylacoleo out to go hunt down some more alpha dinos. But as we were strolling along the beach, I spotted that trike that we forgot about. So I quickly ran back to base, made some kibble, returned, and then tamed this trike. The rest of the day, I went back out into the wilderness to try and find ourselves a powerful dino that we can tame. I eventually found this Alpha Rex. It is only a level 60, but I tamed it anyway. I then head on out to see if I can go and find myself a female max level Alpha Rex. Even though the Alpha Rex that we already have is low level, if we find a max level with high stats, that can make the difference up when we start breeding. Ooh, an ant. Oh. Damn it. Well, since we spawned back at base, I decided I was going to make myself an Alpha Rex saddle and jump on our little weakling of a Rex. We went out to attack some things, and yeah, it was just as expected. It's pretty underwhelming. But this little excursion outside of base wasn't all for nothing. This Alpha Bulb Dog, I wanted to tame it, and they're a pretty easy passive tame. Of course, I immediately wanted to see if this Alpha Bulb Dog was any good, so we took him out for a little bit of a stroll around the entire map, visiting most of the biomes, just exploring. Now, it's just like the Delta Bulb Dog, but because it's a little bit bigger, it did get stuck in a few places that made it a bit tricky to get out of some certain situations, like this. Yep, I guess we're just gonna have to keep continuing on with the Delta Bulb Dogs, which must have been our lucky charm because we found this Alpha Doedicurus that we only spotted because we couldn't actually make it up this cliff. And a few skillfully placed shots later, we now have ourselves an Alpha Doedicurus. Doesn't it look cute? Kind of looks like a sperm covered in blood. Day 36, I got on the back of the Doedicurus and started collecting as much stone as I possibly could. And instead of using the Anki for metal, I switched it out for a mining drill. It ended up being way easier and way better to use this. We spent basically the entire day collecting a crap ton of metal because tomorrow we're going to start working on our proper base. And now it's time for us to build our base. But first we need to get rid of some of the dinos that are hanging around. And here it is, the final product. I would have done the full montage, but it really would have taken ages. Instead, let's do a tour. Alright, let's do a little bit of a tour. So we're going to need to change this. I believe this is a little greenhouse, but I think we need to upgrade it. We're going to move into here. We got a little crafting area to the left. I've left this one open here so we can have like a replicator room. Got 3 different rooms here that I'm not too sure what we're going to do with. Just got, I don't know why I made it like this. It just, you know, we'll probably do something. I don't know. And out here, I'm going to do like a breeding area / gacha farm. Put the gachas around here. And then, you know, make whatever I need to breed, so that my soul terminals that are right here can catch what we need. There was something missing though, and it's just the aesthetics of the whole thing. I just had to place these things on top of the walls just to make it look a little nicer. A little bit castle-y-ish. Day 39 and we're back on the hunt for another Alpha Rex. And we did find this level 360 female. We did tame it, but I don't really know why. It's not really worthwhile taming it since it's not going to be able to stand up against the Alpha boss. I mean, 13k damage is pretty good, but I know it's not enough. It's now day 40 and we still haven't found an Alpha Rex that's decent enough for us to tame. But while out exploring, we came across this Alpha Therizino. And not only are they strong, they're pretty useful for, you know, fiber and berries and, you know, seeds and stuff. So once again, I forced this Therizino into slavery and named her Veronica. That's my bitch. Day 41 and we got extremely lucky. We found this level 600 female Alpha Rex. But taming it was kind of tricky. I tried laying down these gates to trap it in, but it didn't work. I wanted to stop it from doing exactly this, running away from me into something more dangerous. It eventually fell off this cliff and landed in the water. and that's where I'd knock it out from. I quickly fed it, and then I teleported back to base because I have this theory that if I'm out of render, nothing touches it. And I was right. Once I teleported back, we now have a max level Alpha Rex. And I didn't waste any time taking her back to base to start breeding. Day 42, while we're waiting for our Alpha Rexes to breed up a massive army for us, we took our ferry out to gather some berries and some fiber. I then placed down this generator so I could start setting up some air conditioning units. I wanted the base to stay kind of neat, so I tried out this little technique that I do for putting down our air conditioning units. So I take out this foundation, and then I place down the air conditioning units in where that foundation was, and then cover it up with a ceiling. This way, it looks nice and neat and is pretty effective. Also, I decided to run around my base naked. No, not really. We were collecting these gacha crystals. I don't know why I'm naked. And I realized with all these gacha crystals that we got, it comes with a lot of random items. And since those random items are basically useless to us, we made an industrial grinder so we could grind them down and get resources back for it. I mean, look at all these armor and tools and stuff that we've collected all through these drops. And then once we grind it, we have all of these resources. With a couple babies of our Alpha Rex all grown up, I wanted to speed up production a little bit. So I added this female so she could join in on the action, if you know what I mean. We just kind of stood here and watched this happen all day. Is it weird to watch T-Rexes breed? Maybe. Possibly. Yeah, it kind of is. Day 44, we headed on over to the boss arena. Today's plan was to be able to summon in and defeat a Delta Summoner. Now, summoners come in all the different tiers that you find in this mod, but once you defeat them, they drop different items like XP potions and stuff. Now, as far as I'm aware, the best way to defeat these guys is with the shotgun that you can make in the Supreme Workbench. It's also handy to take some spare dinos with you to take care of the dinos that the summoner summons in. We were pretty patient, and since we were at the alpha level already, this fight wasn't too tricky. We killed it, but I was kind of disappointed with the loot that we got from it. Just a tiny XP potion and a small XP potion. Day 45 and 46, we spent the entire time preparing for the next boss fight so that we could progress to the Apex tier. We went out gathering some blood and some hides so we can create some more Alpha Rex saddles, and I took a selection of Alpha Rexes out to gain some extra levels. Day 47, and it's now time for us to fight the Alpha boss. But first, we have to go through the tedious and painful task of setting up our entire Alpha Rex army. From throwing them all out of soul balls and leveling up all of their stats. Oh, I had to heal them all with healing darts as well. Then I quickly jumped into creative mode so I could get a pretty cool cinematic shot, but this basically screws things up for us a little bit later. You'll see why. And now without further ado, it's time to summon in the Alpha boss. Yeah, that's him. He's like an armored fire wolf thing. Until my Rexes get in there. Then he's just a pile of numbers. Now typically I'd show you the whole fight, but there really wasn't much to see. Just a pile of Rexes and some numbers. And yeah, we defeated the boss, but we're supposed to see like a whole heap of things unlock, but we didn't. I didn't realize this at the time, but because we went into creative mode earlier, the game recognized that we already had all the engrams unlocked, so it wouldn't give it to us. So the next day, we just continued on our way. Our first task was to take down this tech trike. Now it had 10 million health, so I took 2 alpha dinos with me. It took us a little bit of time, but in the end, we did take it down. And the reason we wanted to kill this was for the resources that it drops. It drops these Apex electronics and this Apex polymer that we could take back to base and then craft an Apex chainsaw. And why do we need an Apex chainsaw? Well, so we can harvest the bones off of these Apex skeletal dinos. And then we turn those bones into this Apex bone meal, which is another ingredient that we need to make Apex kibble. Now that we have that sorted, we now need to get honey, and we don't have an Apex bee, so we're gonna have to go on out and try and find one. Luckily, I found one here in this little forest. I quickly killed it, brought it back to base, and now we can start making our own honey, and we basically have everything we need to make our own Apex kibble. Day 49, I immediately went out to go and hunt down a powerful Apex dino. I wasn't here to play, I wanted to tame something that I knew would help us in the next boss fight. And that's when we spotted this Apex Yudi. Now it is a low level, but that doesn't matter. If we have a large enough army, we can just sit at the back and courage roll. Once we knocked it out, we quickly tamed it. We didn't name it because I'm afraid of building a connection with some of these dinos that keep dying on me. It's not my fault. At the end of this day, I tended to my crops, and then I logged out for the day. The next day, I logged back in, and then I realized, oh wait, none of the Apex stuff had actually unlocked. Yeah, that was the problem when trying to go into creative mode to create a cool cinematic experience for you guys, but it didn't really work out for me. So really, I had no other choice but to go back to the alpha boss and fight him again. At least this time, we unlocked all the proper engrams. Now we can get back to business trying to find ourselves a really powerful tames that we can take into a boss fight. Obviously the Apex Rex would be at the top of our list, but we couldn't find anything around the map. We did run into this max level 600 Apex Kentosaurus. So I quickly put up a pillar trap, shot it to kite it in, and yeah, this all happened. Oh, crap. Yep, turns out the Kentrosaurus can just walk straight through the pillar trap. Now, even though the pillar trap wasn't really effective, the Kentrosaurus seemed to have a rather weird attraction to it. So we used it until it decided to run away from us. Eventually, we knocked it out, and now we have our very own level 600 Kentrosaurus. And we decided to name him Colton, after a guy I knew from school that always had really spiky hair. I didn't want to waste any time. I wanted to make sure that Colton was really up for the challenge of being able to fight some bosses. So we took him out to see what kind of damage he could do. And it's not bad, but once we start breeding an army of these, with some imprints, they might be significantly better. Day 51, while out looking for tames, we found another level 600 dino. Now this is super rare, so I had to take the opportunity to tame it. I know it's just a stego, but you know, we just had to take it. I eventually knocked it out, but as we're waiting for it to tame up, this happened. Bro, what the heck? What the frick's happening? Oh, Bloodstalker, go away! Will the chainsaw work? I don't think this is gonna work. This is my only shot. Oh my god, we're dead. We're dead. Oh my god, I died. Once I eventually respawned, we had the opportunity to be able to teleport back and pick up a brand new stego. And I didn't waste any time checking out to see how much damage it could do and, you know, how much damage it could take. This almost was a mistake because we ran into a raptor and yeah, you'll see what happens. Oh shit. This was a bad idea. This is bad. Oh my god, we just survived. Holy frick. Yeah, with that craziness that just happened, I wasn't going to risk it. The next day, I basically just went out and hunted down apex dinos that I could kill to collect some more blood and hide. Day 53, we tracked down and tamed this male Kentrosaurus. So now we can start breeding along with Colton. And I've also got enough resources to be able to change out of this alpha armor into this apex armor. I then made my way over to the boss fighting arena that we had made to summon in the apex summoner. Once the apex summoner was summoned in, we got a couple shots off on it, and then it summoned in a bunch of apex level dinos. We only had our alpha rexes, and I thought it was going to be enough, but then things kind of went south from here. Because we didn't repair the gates from the last battle, they all kind of just went over the edge of the boss arena and went down below. My rexes ended up getting stuck a little bit below the apex rexes, and ended up just being a feeding trough for the apex rexes. They all got deleted out of existence, and yeah, this whole battle ended up being pretty scuffed. So yeah, I just basically decided to teleport back home to get away from this situation. I returned back to the battlefield a little bit later, and then when I peeked over the edge, I noticed there was a ton of apex bodies just laying around. So I did take this opportunity to use my apex chainsaw and harvest up a ton of hide and blood. Day 54, we went for a little bit of a casual glide around the map, just so we could see things from a different perspective. Since we can't fly, this is the best way to do it so far. And while we're out, we landed on this ledge and turned around, and look, that's a level 540 Apex Rex. This seems to be our lucky spot for Rexes, I suppose. We felt pretty safe up on this little bit of a ledge, and then we realized that the Apex Rex figured out how to get up here by itself. How the frick did you work that out? I tried to make a quick escape, but when I realized it was all for nothing, I just had to keep shooting until it got me. I'm not dead? Oh, I'm dead. I returned a little bit later and finally knocked it out. The only problem is there was a skeletal Rex right near it that really wanted to munch on me too. I don't know how it could be hungry if it's got no stomach. So my first job was to kite that skeletal Rex away and quickly run up to the Apex Rex and feed it. Once I did, I teleported back to base just to stay out of render until it was fully tamed, then returned to pick it up. Later in the day in another location, we found a level 180 Apex Rex. Again, we'll just breed the stats into it. We only really care about its gender. Now we can let the ultimate Apex lovemaking begin. Day 55, while we let our Apex Rexes do their thing, we went out on our Kentro to go and just do some stuff. Starting with killing this resource rock golem, and then harvest its remains for all the ores that it has. I then tamed myself an Apex Dodo. I don't really know why, but it is a high level and, you know, dodos are always a cool tame. Day 56, we had one Apex Rex all grown up, so I took it down here alongside a couple Alpha Rexes that I had spare to fight this elite resource rock golem. It was pretty damn tough. It took us a long while, and it did kill a couple of my dinos. I was just curious to see what we could harvest off one of these, since obviously it must be better. We killed a resource golem and collected a shit ton of ores that I've never seen before. The next day, I bit down really hard on this Delta Honeybee, which seemed to spawn in a massive purple, they call it a wasp? It had 6 million health, but I was rocking with my Apex Rex, so you know, we're gonna handle our business. I finally killed it, and then I got myself a summoning potion. but I didn't get to summon it in until the next day. And yeah, I guess now we have a wasp. I wasn't sure what it does until I checked it out. They make boss tier honey so we can start taming boss level creatures. Now I had one plan and one focus for today. I really wanted to kill this apex summoner because once you finally do, you unlock all the tech engrams and you get some element. But I went into this fight making the biggest mistake possible. I came with very little amount of ammo. I kind of thought all the dinos I took with me were gonna hold it down. But yes, since nothing can fly, this summoner was kind of hard to take out. I eventually ran out of ammo and then we were forced to just follow the summoner around hoping that it would get low enough for us to be able to bite it out of the sky. This fight was lasting so damn long, I really regret not bringing enough ammo. If you haven't noticed, it's actually the next day. One more hit. Oh my god. We kept chasing this summoner around hoping it would get lower, but I kind of felt like it was getting higher. Then at one random moment, it looked like it got low enough for us to bite, so I just aimed at the sky and started clicking like crazy. There we go. There we go, baby. There we go, baby. And then we killed it and got ourselves some tech engrams and some element. We only got like 100 or so element, so it wasn't a lot, but it was enough for us to make ourselves a tech replicator. Later on, we want to make some transmitters so we can start finding dinos and creatures a lot easier than we had been in the past. Back out exploring, I killed a resource gacha, which in turn summoned in a gacha boss. Oh yes, it spawned. I was actually aiming to summon one of these in. Fighting this big purple looking Barney looking fluff ball was kind of easy. It was pretty pathetic as it couldn't get close enough to hit me and I just kept biting it. So we killed it and then we got our own summoning elixir, went back to base and summoned in our very own gacha boss. They work like the normal resource gachas, but they kind of craft like better items. Day 60, I crafted myself up a chemistry bench. This way I can make a little bit more gunpowder to make it a bit easier to fight these guys. Yes, the apex summoners. And yeah, this time I did come back with a lot more ammo, so fighting this took us maybe a quarter of the time as it did last time. The only problem is I learned a pretty harsh lesson. To get the element, you actually have to bite it with your dino. You can't just shoot it. Since getting element from the apex summoner kind of failed, I figured we might as well just continue on to the next tier and fight the apex boss. Our Rexes have been getting quite busy creating a massive army for us. So I went back to base and crafted up as many saddles as I possibly could, returned to the boss fighting arena, started leveling up all the dinos and adding the saddles to them. That's when I spotted this mutated one. It's completely black. Wait, I can't send you into battle. I'm riding you. Holy crap, look at that. Oh my god, that's the coolest freaking Rex I've ever seen. And since he's all black, I gave him a black name. DeAndre, because he's black. Day 61 and our Apex Rex army is ready to fight. I then go straight ahead and place down the boss summoning altar, then add all the required items to be able to summon in the Apex boss, and then throw out my Apex Tyrannosaurus. I want to try the Uti strat on this fight. The Apex boss gets summoned in and it's a little rhino, so it's a little bit hard to make them or the Rexes fight. Look, I know I'm stupid at this point, but I kind of forgot what the button is for setting all the dinos to aggressive. I sat at the back of the pack, using my courage roar, hoping it's going to end this fight for us. I then noticed that a few of our Apex Rexes are dying, but some of them were kind of weak because I didn't level all of them. I got my long neck out and started healing some of the dinos, just whatever I could kind of hit. There was no real strategy to it, and as the fight progressed on, I threw out a few spare Apex Rexes that I had. I was nervous that we weren't going to win this fight, and it's really important that we do. Our Rexes were dropping like flies, and I couldn't tell how much health the Apex box had. I kept doing the courage roll, hoping for the best, and then all of a sudden, this happened. That basically signaled us winning the fight, I guess. It's now day 62 and we've already progressed to the prime tier, but I didn't have a prime honeybee and I couldn't find one around the map. So that's when I decided to summon in another apex summoner. Because we've summoned so many of these in, I was basically a pro at this point. So I killed this one quickly and we scored 181 element from it. So of course I didn't hesitate, raced back to base and crafted up a tech generator alongside a bunch of tech transmitters. Now we'll be able to locate any dino on the map that we're after. Day 63, we used the transmitter to try and find a prime honeybee. And there wasn't one, but there was a fire honeybee, so I guess we're hunting fire honeybees now. I took DeAndre out into the redwoods to find these honeybees, and we found them. Killed them, but yeah, again, it's not what we're looking for, so we're gonna have to wait until maybe a prime honeybee spawns in. As we're making our exit out of the redwoods, we spotted these terror birds. One was a prime terror bird. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go kill you. And as I tried killing it, its friend, the frost terror bird, came over. and ruined everything. He killed our DeAndre. No, DeAndre. This was a sad moment. To pay our respects to DeAndre, we went back to base and made him a taxidermy. But there was a problem. When I put him in the taxidermy, he didn't quite look like DeAndre. Anyway, we've got other things to do. It's starting to get pretty late in this 100 days. We went back out to the wilds to try and, spend some time waiting until hopefully a prime honeybee spawned. But instead, we got a gacha boss. So I'll take that for now. Day 64, a freaking prime honeybee finally spawned in. Ah, there it is. Come to Papa. Yeah, we got it. Now we can add to our collection by placing down a prime beehive. Now that we have all the essential items to be able to make kibble so that we can tame prime dinos, I went to the snow area because I wanted to tame a prime direwolf. They might not be the strongest or anything, I just think they're freaking cool. We found this one, but it was surrounded by some pretty dangerous dinos, so I kind of just hid up on this ledge here. I ended up placing down an awesome teleporter around this location just in case we died. Well, I kind of expect that we're gonna die. I then ran close to all these wolves to kite them over to me and then scaled the side of this cliff. Now I can finally get some decent shots in on this prime direwolf until the little bitch runs away. Oh my god. So I try a different strat. This time I jump on the back of my Apex Kentro because it'll kind of work as a tank for me. And then I shoot off the back of that trying to knock out this direwolf. It's kind of effective until, it dies. Day 65, I returned back on the back of an Apex Rex, but this time I try a different strategy. We're gonna net gun it. Yeah, that doesn't work either. Okay, this time we're just gonna sit on the back of our Apex Rex and do this as many times as we need to. We do have a ton of spare Apex Rexes in case it dies. And this strat seemed to be the most effective one we had all day. I mean, like all 100-day series. I mean, you know what I mean. And now we have a blue and black, cool as hell looking puppy. I named this puppy KSI because it's a prime direwolf. Get it? Prime KSI. I wonder how much damage it does unleveled. That's not too bad. Now let's see what it does fully leveled. Yeah, okay, that's damn good. This is a massive step up from Apex, and I'm excited. So damn excited, in fact, we took on a prime tank boss. This direwolf completely melted it. Now, I was really enjoying the prime direwolf, but it doesn't seem to enjoy getting shot by a healing dart. Every time I hit it, it just runs away. Well, flies away. What the hell are you doing, dog? I was then exploring casually around the map, and then I saw 3 freaking basilisks pop out of the ground. I knew it was strong, but I kind of didn't know that they could kill me off the back of the direwolf. This is bad because we're about to lose our direwolf. I respawned and then I teleported over to the boss arena because that was the closest place that I know to where the direwolf was. The direwolf was getting damaged, but the only thing on my mind was get it in the soul ball as quick as I possibly can. Come on, you stupid mutt, get in the freaking soul ball. Get in. Go, yes. Once I finally got it in a soul ball, I then had to make a run for it. Because yeah, look at that. The basilisk is chasing me down. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Ouch. Oh no, fly. Just need to make it over this cliff. Oh, please. Oh my god. We got away, bitch. Day 67, we found another prime direwolf. So I shot it, knocked it out, and tamed it. Then I brought it back to base and named it Logan Paul. So now Logan Paul and KSI can start mating. What a great partnership. The morning of day 68, I started on a little bit of an extension of our base. This is just an area that we're going to call the beehive. Why? Well, because obviously this is where we put all the beehives. It looks a little bit neater and a bit separate and kind of cool. Then later in the afternoon, we found the perfect boss fighting dino, the Prime Giga. Now it is only a level 400, but that's okay. Hopefully we'll find a max level of the opposite sex later on. And again, like I've said previously, just breed the stats into it. The problem is, we've got to try and knock this thing out without dying ourselves. Luckily, it had no interest in us, so knocking it out wasn't that hard. We had finally knocked it out and I fed it, but I was kind of worried that something was going to come close and kill it, so I had to stand guard for the entire time. I was really more nervous about that nuclear Magmasaurus that was there. It seems like they're kind of passive for now. Oh, maybe it's not so passive. I'm out of here. Day 69, the good old funny number. I took one of my bred up, fully imprinted prime direwolves out to go hunt some more prime dinos so I could collect some prime hide and prime blood. Wow, that was a lot of prime in one sentence. And then literally out of nowhere, I caught this at the corner of my eye. I didn't see that one coming at all. I then thought maybe we'll just collect hide and blood the old fashioned way. We call this sacrificial slaughter.
How dare you!
Later on in the day though, we did return and find that our direwolf was still in the water. I don't know where that big death worm was. I didn't really want to find out. Day 70, thanks to the tech transmitter, we found out that there was a massively high level giga in the snow. So I got some fur armor because I knew we were going to freeze and found the giga in this cave. Now I know typically cave dinos are non-tameable, but since this is modded, maybe we can tame this one. I'm just going to have to try and find out. If we can, it's worth it. If we can't, well, we just wasted basically an entire day. This giga had 20.8 million torpor, so knocking this thing out is going to take quite a while. So much that even with the fur armor, we were so cold that we were losing health. So I went back to base, crafted up this industrial cooker so I could make some quick health potions and then rush back to try and knock this thing out. Once we finally knocked out the giga, we needed to sort out the apex rex. Luckily its head was poking out, so I just got on the direwolf and killed it. I then went ahead and fed the prime giga some kibble and nothing was happening. Then I tried returning with a taming potion to get its food all the way down, and yes, our worst fear was confirmed. You cannot tame cave dinosaurs even in this mod. So in the end, I just had to kill it and then harvest it for its hide and blood. Day 71, we had collected so much prime resources that we had to change out of the apex gear, obviously, into the prime full set gear amazingness. And with our new set of gear on, we went out into the wilds and we spotted a level 560 prime giga that just so happens to be a male. So once we tame this beast, we're going to have a breeding pair and be able to work our way towards progressing to the next tier. It took us a while, but we did finally knock this beast out and sit here and watch it sniff the sky. That sky must smell great. Now that we have a sexy breeding pair of Giganotosauruses, I wanted to celebrate by changing my hairstyle to what it should really be. Well, it's still the same hairstyle, but I'm just changing my hair to red and my mustache to proper black. While we wait for the Giga army to breed up, we had a lot of time to kill. So I went out and tried to tame this prime basilisk. Now, it says it's a KO tame, but when I knocked it out, I realized it's not. So it's just gonna have to stay here knocked out because I can't even do anything to it. Day 73, we have a crazy amount of giga eggs, but unfortunately they're not the stats that we want, so we basically have to kill most of them until we get what we're after. Day 74, the next lot of eggs were ready to hatch. We just had to weed through them to make sure that we had decent level gigas in this army. Day 75, we took a bunch of prime direwolves over to the boss fighting arena. Yeah, these are all the babies to KSI and Logan Paul. Then back at base, I placed out a few of these prime gigas and direwolves that we had spare. Unfortunately, I had to murder all of them so I could collect their blood and hide so I can create some more giga saddles, because yes, we are preparing for the boss fight tomorrow. The problem with the boss fights was always just pumping levels into them, adding saddles to them, and getting all your dinos ready was a long and tedious task. Day 76 and our army is all prepared and ready to fight. I even had a couple apex dinos that I had laying around spare, so I figured I'd bring them too. We summoned in the prime boss, which ended up being a massive death worm. The thing looks like a big blue dick. Once it's summoned in, a bunch of my apex rexes basically died straight away. I struggled trying to send in my dinos to fight because I couldn't get a click on it, and everything was dying around us. Even all the walls that I put up were getting destroyed. Once I finally sent my army in, they all basically got freaking massacred. When I knew it was basically all over, I sent in my last of the gigas and made a run for it. Go, 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 jump! See you later, blue big dick. I know it's a little bit of a bitch move on my behalf, but I don't like dying. Oh shit, my giga! Oh man, this freaking sucks. Well, yeah, I guess that's karma. Once I respawned, I went back to the battlefield and tried to collect all the giga saddles from the gigas that died. They're expensive to make, I ain't gonna waste them. I had a pretty fresh giga on me, so I went over to see if maybe, possibly, I could solo the death worm since it's stuck and I'm up here. But it could hit me and I couldn't hit it. So yeah, that's not gonna work. Day 77 and fresh off of a defeat from the big boss, I wanted revenge. And the prime boss has like these little minions that are out in the wild that we can actually kill quite easily. But that's when I had a big brain idea. I realized that these death worms are actually tameable. So I ran back to base and checked my wasp to see what I needed to be able to tame these creatures. I need boss rare flowers and prime rare flowers. But first, I think it's kind of important to place down a boss beehive. I mean, we need to add it to the collection, right? I need to make a crazy amount of boss rare flowers, which require boss essence. And to make boss essence, I need boss crystals. All of this to make boss honey, which is basically the last ingredient I need to make the prime boss kibble. Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna have to go out and kill a bunch of bosses to get their crystals so I can tame other bosses. Day 78, we went out looking for bosses to kill for their boss crystals. We found some and they died. Day 79, I returned to the deathworms from earlier, and I chose the weak one to kill, and for some lucky reason, the strong one fell off a cliff. I think he was aiming for our Kentro. Oh yeah, no, he definitely was aiming for our Kentro that was over there. Now he's kind of just stuck there, so this will be a lot easier to shoot him and knock him out with our trank darts. We then tamed this big prime deathworm, and I named him Penis, for obvious reasons. I immediately started to ride my Penis and then run around the map to see how much damage it would do. And Penis wasn't really that good. He was kind of limp. He probably suffers from some kind of dysfunction. I really had high hopes that a boss dino would, be a lot stronger. The only advantage this dino does have is that it does have really strong regenerative abilities. It just drains your food really fast. Day 80, I had another light bulb moment. What about a Megatherium? Since it's a deathworm, technically it's an insect type, so Megatherium should be able to have a buff against the deathworm. And hopefully this Megatherium that we just tamed will do the job. If we can find a breeding partner for it, that is. Day 81, we found another Megatherium in the redwoods, but it is also a female. We did start taming it, but then everything was ruined by this electric Thylacoleo. Oh man, stuff your mum, fuck. And since that Megatherium was a female, I didn't even bother going back to get it. And before you guys say anything, there's no point in us getting us a low-level male because we don't have enough time in this 100 days challenge to be able to breed in the stats that we need. So that's why instead of just wasting time, we just went straight into setting up to fight the prime boss. But there's a problem. In order to fight the prime boss, you need an item that you get from fighting all the other bosses. And for some reason, I don't really remember why, we already had access to fight the Apex boss. And of course, this fight was significantly easier now that we're at the Prime tier using Prime Gigas. Day 83, and I'm setting up in a brand new location to be able to fight this Prime Deathworm. We really need to beat this Deathworm this time, as time is starting to run out in this 100 days challenge. I prepare easily my most powerful Giga army, summon in the Prime boss, and get my Gigas to start munching on this big penis. Our Gigas were fighting away valiantly. Some were dying. I threw out a couple spares that I had, but it wasn't enough. Once again, we were bested by this big blue worm looking, you know what it is. Super frustrated. I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board once again and try and figure out how to progress to the next tier. I'm really gonna have to come up with another plan, but for now I think I'm just gonna have to grow an even bigger Giga army than I've ever seen or done before. Maybe there's some power in numbers. But for now, I'm going to have to work my way back through the boss tiers to collect their skulls, just so I can summon in the prime boss once again. This is that item that I mentioned a little bit earlier. It's a skull respective to the boss that you've killed. That's what you need to be able to summon in the next tier of boss. Day 85, I jump off my floating base island, just so I can give you guys a view of the army that I've prepared to fight the prime deathworm. That's all the Gigas that I've got, all completely leveled and more saddles than I've ever prepared in my life. I go ahead and double check that all the Gigas are fully healed, then I summon in this big boss. I decide to ride this white Giga because it kind of stands out and it's got a cool little color compared to all the others, I suppose. The big deathworm comes in and I send every single Giga I've got into battle. But for once, the prime boss's health is melting away and no Giga has died just yet. Well, okay, there goes one. I keep my distance and just shoot health darts into them. And we're already at half health on the prime deathworm. The deathworm is melting away. More Gigas rush in. We still have Gigas there waiting. I think we're going to win this one. I make sure I get close to it so I don't miss out on getting all the stuff that I need. And we win. We win. We got this fight. Finally, we defeated the prime deathworm boss. My biggest nemesis in this entire 100 days. Day 86, I had no time to celebrate. Instead, I just summoned in this Apex Summoner so I could get some more element. Because it was just me and the other Giga, this kind of took the entire day. And it was kind of a waste of time because my stupid ass forgot to fight it with my dino. Instead, I shot it so I didn't get any element. Day 87, and now we're up to the elemental tier. So we can essentially tame fire, frost, or electric dinos. And there's been one that's been on my shopping list for the entire time. This fire rock drake. Having one of these is going to make it so much easier and safer to get around the map. And it's just stupidly lucky that it's a level 600. And if you're wondering how I had all the required stuff to be able to tame him straight away, just remember before when we got the honeybee, it was already producing honey for it earlier. And because we had the prime giga, we killed some of the weaker elemental dinos earlier. I just took it out of the video because you don't want to see me just grinding for stuff all the time. But hey, now we have our very own fire rock drake that we named Angus because he reminds me of one of my dad's weird Scottish friends. Having Angus was so great. Although his attacks weren't super strong, it was good to have him so I could just get around the map quite easily. It was quite satisfying running away from this prime death worm. But back to the most important things at hand. It's getting late in this 100 days and we need to tame our final massive army so we could take on the endgame bosses. Let's start with this level 560 Fire X. All confident, I started taking this beast out. After all, I got Angus by my side and a ton of trank darts. It was looking good until Angus ran out of stamina. Oh crap, go, go. Oh, for fuck's sake. The Fire X killed Angus. We only just got him. This was frustrating, but I need this Fire X. So I quickly went back to base, whipped up a little basic trap that I could make, and then returned to the location that the Fire X was at. I placed down the metal gates, got the Fire X's attention, and started kiting it in. I got it stuck in the little trap, but it got out because I wasn't smart enough to put a bear trap down. So I quickly went back to base, made a bear trap, brought it back, placed it down. And then had to get the Rex's attention once again and kite it back over to this trap. Unfortunately, I wasn't fast enough. And yeah. I returned back the next day, but I abandoned my last trap idea. This time, I'm going with a pretty foolproof method. Well, I think it is. Different way to bear trap this big beast? Behemoth gates. So I placed them all down in a row and then guided this Rex straight into the trap. This was so much easier. I just hope that that gap there isn't big enough for it to get out of. It's not, and now we have successfully knocked out our big bad Fire X. Things are looking up. Not too long after, in a different location, we spotted a level 600 female Fire X. We have not been this lucky all game. And taming this dino was pretty textbook. I just stood on top of the cliff until it started to run away, and then I got one of my prime gigas out and sat on the back of that until we could finally knock it out. And once we tamed this one, I was too damn excited. We have a level 600 Fire X. I had to name it Martha, after your mum. It's now day 89, and yeah, thanks to our crazy ass breeding rates, we have a stupid amount of baby Fire X's already. This might be a little OP, but in this challenge, there's no way we would have been able to get through it on standard breeding rates. The rest of the day, we just went out into the wilds and massacred every single dino because we're basically top tier dino now and everything else is beneath us. This might seem like a little bit of a waste of time, but we're trying to mutate these Fire X's to make them supremely OP because we have a ton of really tough boss fights ahead of us. It's now day 90 and we have 10 days left to complete this 100 days challenge. We are basically at the top tier of the dinos that we could possibly tame in this mod, but we're still yet to defeat all the bosses. We have 4 elemental bosses, 4 world bosses, and the final boss, Wukong the Destroyer. We're now in the snow area, and I spot a Frost Tyrannosaurus. And I know very well that a Yeti might actually be the big difference between us winning and losing some of these boss fights. So I spend my time taming this fluffy T-Rex. Once tamed, I named this guy Jack Frost. Day 91 and 92, we spend the entire time working our way through the boss tiers again so we can get the Delta Skulls so that we can later on summon in the elemental bosses because we need multiple Prime Delta boss skulls. Day 93 and it's time to fight our first elemental boss, starting with the Supreme Fire Boss. This comes in with 700 million health and has a passive ability that just burns everything around it. Even some of the Rexes that are in there that can't actually bite it are receiving damage. I gotta keep my distance but not be too far away, as if we kill this, I won't get the loot that I need to progress. I'm extremely nervous and it sucks because I can't actually get a read on how much health this boss has. And then we finally get a notification that we did defeat this fire boss. and scored some loot with it. We even got a summoning potion that summons in this little nuclear golem. Apparently it works kind of like a forge, I suppose, and it crafts nuclear ore that we can then use to make armor. That's pretty cool. And since time's a ticking, I don't waste any more time. Later on in the day, I summon in the Supreme Electric boss. This is just a crazy electric spider, and its passive ability drains your entire stamina really quickly, as well as does a bit of damage to you, I think. This fight was significantly different to the fire boss. Our Rexes were receiving so much more damage way more quickly, and luckily I was paying attention because there was a few times that our Yudi almost died, so I'd have to jump off it and quickly shoot it with a healing dart away from any damage coming from the electric spider. And then once again we get a notification that the Supreme Electric boss has been defeated, and the little gift that we get from this is the Vampiric Resource Golem, again that makes vampire ore. Day 94 we summoned in the Supreme Ice boss, which is the final boss before we go on to the proper elemental boss. Honestly, this fight wasn't really that damn exciting. We had so much more Rexes this time that they kind of just melted the face off of this scorpion. One moment there was some noisy Rexes, the next moment it was all silent. And from this boss we scored the Godly Resource Golem, which creates obviously godly ore. Now before summoning in the elemental boss, I wanted to give my Rexes a little bit of a break and let them heal up in the soul balls. So we went out in the wilds and, you know, just kind of killed some dinos and collected some blood and crystals because we're going to need that later on. And when I was in the volcano area, I spotted the Lady of the Desert, and I know I need to kill this boss eventually. So I tested out to see how well a couple Rexes would do against this beast. And well, they receive a lot of damage and don't do barely any damage towards it. There's only one way to really defeat these guys, but we'll get to that in a couple more days, because we have an elemental boss that we need to defeat. As we began to summon it in, some yellow fog and snow came in, and then the elemental boss was just a mechanical broodmother. I made sure I had extra Rexes and that they were fully healed in this fight because I had no idea how this would go, and I cannot afford to lose any boss fights. We got the elemental broodmother all the way down to half health, then to a quarter health, and then we defeated this overgrown spider and learnt a load of new engrams. Satisfied with this win, I jumped on my Yudi, and then my Yudi jumped on all the Rexes to celebrate. Day 96, we're not wasting any time. I'm changing out of this prime armor and then into the vampiric armor that we've made from the vampire ore that we had and from the engrams that we had just learnt. I couldn't decide whether to wear it with the helmet on or off. Now I had one goal. I wanted to find myself a vampiric thorny dragon. So we got the location from our tech transmitter and started to glide right in there because it wasn't too far away from base. The only problem was the vampiric thorny dragon was stuck in this cave. So fighting this thing was going to be a little bit interesting with our fire Rexes. We got as many fire Rexes out as we could fit into this cave and then started munching away. Unfortunately, I couldn't really get a good angle for you guys to see anything, so we'll just skip to the end where I got my Uteranosaurus out. Just courage rolled it the entire time until the vampiric thorny dragon died. Now yes, we actually have to kill the thorny dragon and not just knock it out and tame it, because once you kill it you get this soul that you can use to evolve a certain dino in the wild. For the thorny dragon we need to go tame ourselves a fire Moschops. Day 97, as luck would have it, there was a level 560 fire Moschops just below our base. So I made sure to be safe on this one and trap it in with using these billboards, which made knocking it out quite easy. And then, yeah, I guess we just tamed it. I then took this massive fire Moschops back to base, put the thorny dragon soul into it, and then realized we're missing a couple ingredients, like frost blood and electric blood. Luckily, it was pretty easy to gather. Oh look, a nuclear ferox. That's another creature just like the vampiric thorny dragon that we can kill and eventually evolve something into. Thankfully, this time it wasn't in a cave, so I could throw out a few Rexes to help out fight this thing. But there's a problem. With these nuclear feroxes, if you get a little bit too close, you as the player gains radiation poisoning. My radiation meter was ticking up quite high, but I had enough health potions to keep myself alive at least until it died. Once it died, I went back to base and just waited for my life to end. Once we respawned, the radiation was gone, so yeah, that's kind of my strategy for it. Okay, let's get back to what's important. Evolving this fire Moschops into the vampiric thorny dragon. We named this thorny dragon Andrew. I don't really know why. It just was the first name that came to my head. It's now day 98 and we only have 2 days left to finish this mod. So I jump on the back of Andrew, run around the local area to try and kill some dinos to get some real quick and easy levels, and then go visit our friend from earlier, the Lady of the Desert. Since we're on a super strong dino, I'm feeling quite invincible. Nothing can stop us. Except Pelovias. Yeah, Pelovias can probably stop us. Oh, this is not the time for that to happen. So I quickly glided back, got my fire axe out to deal with this pesky Palovier and all the stuff that's around, and then jumped back on our thorny dragon. I shot at the Lady of the Desert, and I was doing, I think, a lot of damage. It was 300,000 times however many times it hit it. But have you noticed anything yet? The Lady of the Desert's stuck. So we can literally just sit here for the entire time until it's dead. This took us a big chunk of the day, but in the end, I'm glad we get to walk away with this, the Lady of the Desert token. The Vampiric Thorny Dragon's really good, but I think it might help us in this situation if we have another advanced elemental on our side. That's why I tamed this Frost Jerboa. You're probably wondering, why is this Frost Jerboa so important? Well, the Frost Jerboa evolves into the Nuclear Ferox. This one right here, that we named Tristan. Now, you can't put a saddle on Tristan, so I went to make the armor in the Supreme Workbench. Turns out it doesn't wear armor either, it wears a helmet. So I just made him a vampiric helmet, which I found out is quite cheesy because the vampiric helmet has over 30,000 armor value. This will probably get patched in the future. I then once again took Tristan out to go destroy the wildlife around our area to get some easy levels. Let me introduce you to the Lord of the Snow. I threw out a couple fire rexes to fight the Lord of the Snow. I don't know why. I know that they don't do a lot of damage, but I thought maybe they can tank a little bit of damage. Yeah, unfortunately that idea didn't last very long. So we're just gonna have to solo the Lord of the Snow. We're doing over 1 million damage, and because of our little cheesy armor helmet method, it's only doing 5k damage to us. This was starting to take quite a while, so I got Andrew, our Thorny Dragon, out to help. But I kind of forgot that Andrew's not invincible like we are. Oh shit! My bad. I'm sorry, Andrew. But yes, we got the W in the end, and have earned ourselves the Lord of the Snow token. Day 99, and we have 2 world bosses left to kill before we can summon in the final boss, Wukong the Destroyer. And since we have a pretty OP Ferox, both of these fights were pretty damn easy. They just took a really goddamn long time. It's now day 100, and we have 1 final boss left to defeat. I prepared for this fight with all the dinos that I've got spare laying around in the soul terminals back at base. I even brought the big blue penis. And now our entire army is ready to fight Wukong the Destroyer, our final boss. I go ahead and place all 4 of these world boss tokens into the boss summoner, and then initiate Wukong's summon. Wukong is summoned in, and he's just a massive yellow Bigfoot. He immediately starts striking all the dinos on the front line and then destroys them rather quickly. I run around and then whistle the rest of my dinos in, but they don't last very long either. We send in another wave of dinos. Penis is at the back there, and I want to try and heal him before he dies, but he dies too quickly. But we weren't fast enough. Our next wave of dinos is getting destroyed, so we send in another wave. And we've already taken out 500 million health from Wukong. With a large majority of our army already gone, we send in our last few Rexes to fight. And now it's just 1-on-1. We've taken out 700 million health, so the army wasn't all for nothing. Thankfully, our Nuclear Ferox can tank a lot of these hits. Wukong started at 2 billion health, now he's down to 1 billion. 500 million, and we're still going quite strong and damaging the heck out of Wukong. 200 million health left, and we're about to defeat this boss. 10 million? 5 million? Wukong has a slither of health left, so we finish him off with 1 glorious strike. And there you have it. We have finally finished the entire Supreme mod. And if you made it all this way, please hit that like button and the subscribe button. It'll help me a lot. Thanks for watching this video. I'll catch you next time. Peace. I am going to attempt to beat this godlike ARK mod in 100 days. I will need to defeat all 10 bosses, including Kardraz the Fearless, and a boss that is a thing of nightmares. If I fail to complete this challenge, I will give my car away to a random subscriber. Here we are creating memories in our new ARK modded adventure. And this here is a massive green gorilla. Let's see if it's friendly. Oh, I guess it's friendly. How nice. So I guess we need to start gathering our first materials. I guess not. Great, I feel like this is going to be a pretty rough experience. We respawn next to this wrecked ship and reminds me of my YouTube channel, Dead and Broken. Thanks to my Twitch chat, I learned that I could break down these barrels and gain some resources and tools. I was kind of hoping for beer or rum, but this will do, I guess. We scored a metal hatchet right off the rip. I guess this is a great start for day 1, so let's gather some more resources. I also crafted like 100 chibis. It's kind of a cheese way to get some easy early levels, and Evo looks pretty cool. But as we started to explore, we were murdered by this blood red Gallimimus. I don't know what I did to piss off this galley, I thought they were friendly. Guess not. Okay, third life in, and just over a minute, we gathered enough resources in this location to start a little starter base. But before we could, I got into a little bit of trouble with a tree. Okay, fourth time lucky. We gathered some resources and actually started to place down our base. I needed a place I could hide from this mod because it seems like every dino in this mod is an AronAztek hater. The morning of day 2, I got chased down by this glowing dodo. I was unsure if it was friendly, but I assumed it wasn't. That stupid chicken just kamikazed my ass. With all these dangers around us, I had to finish my base and enclose it because who knows what else wants me dead. Might be a good idea to place a bed down too. Maybe now that I've got a bed down, I can get a decent sleep at night in my own base. At least we had that because the next little while was kinda horrendous. Since I died so much, I couldn't spawn back at my bed. So I had to run back to base, and when I got there, I had this guest waiting for us. This is Harambe's brother, and he's pissed at his brother's death. And yeah, he eventually got his revenge. Day 3, we made some deity tools. These allow you to gather souls, which are important to craft items specific to this mod. Whilst we were out gathering our souls, it became dodo time. Okay, back to the early grind. I was also feeling a little chilly, so I decided to put some clothes on. Boom. Gotta respect my drip. Gotta respect the drip on them feet too. Then I placed down this Gaia statue. This allows us to create Gaia terminals, which are all named after the most famous Greek gods, that are basically crafting benches for this mod. The first terminal that we created was the Artemis terminal that allows us to craft some taming gear for this mod and other things. We then grabbed this metal pike and started fighting this dodo. And during the fight, somehow tamed our first tame? Not sure how this works, but we got a Pegamastics out of it. Too bad that night this dreadful PT wanted my Pego dead. Day 4, and we named this day the Day of the Dead. Until we met our new best friend, this heavenly dodo. I brought this dodo back to my base to ensure that safety in this cruel world. I then finished this day off by poking this stick up this tortoise's ass. Eventually it died from its immense pleasure, but thankfully we could now craft an unlimited use bowler. Day 5, I tamed this Velonosaur, which I hope helps us progress some more. Then together we went to take on this dreadful raptor. Once we got its attention, it mounted me without my consent and ended my life. I feel kind of violated. Then the raptor had the audacity to kill my new friend, the Velonosaur. I realized that this raptor was pretty powerful, so I thought I would tame it. I knocked it out, and then I went back to base so I could craft and place this Ares terminal, which will allow me to craft the dreadful raptor saddle. Once tamed, we put the saddle on our dino and went off to murder its first prey. I'm glad we now have a decent tame. That should hopefully help us quite a bit in this early part of the game. Day 6, we finally knocked out a pteranodon, and now we have a flying tame and can move on from this horrible area. I quickly ran back to the Zeus terminal and crafted a divine pteranodon saddle so that we could ride this bird like the wind. For freedom! Now that I have a flyer, I didn't want to waste any time and took off to find a new and permanent base location. I searched around for a little while, then I landed on this location by this cliff. With my PT, I kited this saber off the cliff so it wouldn't eat me, and then started gathering some resources to start building our very own base. But then this happened. Yeah, we were attacked by this roaming Omega Wyvern. This is so damn frustrating as everything was starting to move forward for us, but now we're set back. Lucky for us, I didn't take my raptor, so it wasn't a complete fresh start. When out killing dodos, I saw this purple glowing creature in the distance. That there is a hunter dino, and they only attack tamed creatures. As it was charging for me, I pulled a high IQ move and quickly put my raptor in a soul ball. Hahaha, sucker! But then to make things even worse, I got chased down by this turquoise colored thyla, which stalked me all the way back to my base like a creep. Day 7, I found another pteranodon close to base, so I quickly knocked it out. And when I went back to my base to make a saddle for this bird, an alpha Garci raptor snuck up on me and assassinated my raptor, then finished me off. Once I had respawned, I saw my raptor's dead body. This was sad. But fortunately, one of my Patreons was there taking care of the raptor that had killed me and my friend. I could now saddle up my pteranodon and head back to the location that I decided to set up our new permanent base. This time, I was extra cautious of my surroundings when I was farming materials and filling up this storage box. Once we had a few things sorted, I could get to work on building this base. We finally finished the start of this base the next day. I had then realized that I had been working so hard I was dangerously thirsty, so I jumped on my Pteranodon and flew down to get a drink, but I didn't make it in time. I passed out. Rookie move. Luckily though, nothing was dangerous around me, so I woke back up and then flew back to safety. Day 9, we set off on our Pteranodon to go and collect some items from the beacons around the map. Once we collected some things, we put it in this storage box. I have no idea what half of these items are, except I did find this carcass grinder, which apparently when you smack a tree with it, narco berries pop out. I don't get the logic, but hey, I'll take it. Fun fact, it also harvests keratin from corpses too. With these narco berries gathered, I can now craft Gaia Tranks. Now we can really start taming some dinos to continue our adventure. Again, I found myself thirsty, so I went back to get a drink, but this time we encountered a green saber. It must have been hungry, and I became its dinner alongside my PT. Once respawned, I just accepted that I had lost everything and started to place down all the Gaia terminals to progress in this mod. Day 10, while we were out gathering metal, we spotted a PT flying close to us, and I took this as an opportunity from the gods to tame it and get back into the skies. I whipped up a saddle and took flight as soon as possible. I then tried to retrieve my body down in the valley, but the green demonic saber was still there. I waited for an opportunity to get my body back, but this saber just wouldn't leave my body. When I finally found a good time to get my stuff back, it all despawned and is now lost forever. RIP. Day 11, we found this divine trike on the volcano area, so I took this opportunity to tame it, as trikes are one of my favorite dinos in ARK. Once tamed, we brought this dino back to base and named him Jesus, or Jesus. After all, he is divine. We then took him out to gather some berries all around our area. The following day, I built this trap as I wanted to try and tame a snow owl. There are a lot around our base, so why not? This trap is kind of scuffed, but let's just see if it works. I then got the attention of this divine snow owl and started to sprint towards the trap and lock this guy in, but I didn't make it. Since it one-hit me out of existence, I tried returning on the back of my trike. Since I knew I could shoot off the back of this trike, I figured I'd be quite well defended. The snow owl was kinda acting a little bit weird flying into the gate like that, so I tried fixing up my trap. But when we took our chance to get the snow owl in, it didn't show much interest. We then tried a different method of taming it by bowlering the owl and laying a trap over it, which seemed to work perfectly. So I started to trank it out, but as I was shooting the bird, a hunter dino came out of nowhere and started to attack my Jesus. And the stupid hunter dino also killed Jesus. He must have been Jewish or something. And after all that, the owl escaped. Now it's day 13 and I wanted to go visit one of the realms, but while we're waiting for the teleportation, I had to form a tribe for some fun. I named our tribe the Aztecians, and now we're here in the realm of Asgard. We did find this abandoned town and there was this little sheepy. Hello, little sheepy. There were also some dangerous things in the background, and I didn't really want to die in this strange realm, so I rushed to safety and teleported back to base. Finishing off this day, we went and kidnapped this divine dodo and took it back to base, and then I told it was never allowed to leave. Ever. On the 14th day of our journey, I spent the whole day gathering as much resources as possible from all over the map, as we knew we'd need all of this to progress further and achieve our goals. Day 15, while we were out exploring the Fjorda wilderness, our Pteranodon was suddenly slaughtered out of the sky. This was pretty frustrating, so I took my anger out on these rocks. It helped, kinda. Day 16, and I placed down this awesome teleporter. This will at least allow me to get my gear back if I was unfortunate to die. Since I don't have a flyer right now, this might be a lifesaver. With that in mind, I did go out and try and tame another snow owl, and we did find this one, ironically in the snow. This time, I went with the good old-fashioned bowler strategy and put this big-eyed chicken straight to sleep. I'm really not sure why I didn't do this earlier, and I think I'm using stronger tranks now. That's probably why this happened a lot easier too. And of course, as soon as it was tamed, we took it to the skies, which felt rather nice since snow owls glide rather well. Day 17, we're back on the resource grind. Like I mentioned earlier, this mod requires you to grind out a lot of resources. Day 18, we had a snow owl and it had a bit of speed on him, so I went down to the wyvern trench to see if we could snag ourselves our very own wyvern egg. We checked all the wyvern nests, but nothing there was a really decent level, so we quickly flew out before a wyvern could light our ass up on fire. So I spent the remaining part of this day just renovating my base, and that's when I came up with a pretty cool idea on what I wanted to do. With getting a wyvern egg a little bit of a fail, I decided to stay back on my base and start renovating a little bit. I had a pretty cool idea on what I wanted to achieve for this base, so this renovation kept going all the way over to day 19. But as we were going, Atlas came to visit us to show us his new demon wyvern, which I must say looks freaking awesome, but he did mention it's not very strong, so yeah, I might not go out of my way to get one of these, I guess. We then continued working on our base renovations until we were visited by another wyvern, but this one wasn't so friendly. This was a frost dodo wyvern, and it was pretty mad. I'm not too sure why it's so angry. It's probably because I kidnapped its younger cousin. It weirdly got stuck, so I tried to trank it out, but it decided to run away. That's when I realized I'm the dominant one and he's not getting its little cousin back. Honestly, day 20 was kind of boring. All I did was try to murder things with my snow owl, but it wasn't working very well. Instead, we went back to base and turned into ice and hid because everything was kind of scary. Quite the contrast from the day before, huh? Day 21 and we flew back to the fire wyvern trench. Luckily, no flying lizards were around. Well, that I could see at least. A few of the nests were empty until we found this level 100 fire wyvern egg. And I guess this will do for now. I stole this egg to separate it from its mother. Wow, I'm a good person. Then I took it back to base and set up some torches to warm this egg up and convince it that its mother is nearby. I now placed down a soul terminal, which to be honest, I should have just put the egg in there to incubate. I didn't think about this now while I'm doing this voiceover. Day 22 and we sat in front of this fire until our baby wyvern was born. Not gonna lie, but these baby wyverns are kind of cute until they grow into large scaling beasts that melt your face. I named this lizard Godby. Kind of a weird name, but I'm kind of running out of ideas. Then I had now added a mod called ARK, which allows you to build bases a lot easier than normal. I highly recommend this mod. And with this, I continued on my renovations on one of the sides to create a crop farm. Oh yeah, and that's the sleeping Anki. I guess when it wakes up, I'm gonna make it be our friend. Day 23, our greenhouse was complete, so I placed down these Gaia crop plots. Then I went out and tamed a few dinosaurs, starting with this fallen pteranodon. We then went out and tamed a divine Dodec, and finally this divine Stego that we named Steve. Day 24, we went out to plant some seeds in our crop plots when I realized these crop plots don't work, and I couldn't find out why until I checked the Gaia 2 website. It literally says these crop plots don't work, don't use them. So instead I use these stone Gaia crop plots. They're kinda OP as they self-water and self-fertilize. But the most exciting thing about this day is that Godby, our wyvern, has all grown up. He's less cute but more powerful, so we will take him. We took him out to test him, and honestly he's not that great yet. We will work on that. Oh, and remember that sleeping Anki? He's all tamed up, and our friend. So we took him out to mine some metal. The next morning, a big-eyed chicken followed me into the base, and it killed me. Once I respawned, I took it upon myself to bowler it so it couldn't move, and I knocked it out from a safe distance. Now usually this would be something that I should tame, but no, it needs to die. Day 26 and we're building another building. What is it, you may ask? Well, I'll tell you in a couple seconds. Yes, this is a beer hut. We're gonna brew our own beer. Time to get lit. With our beer hut ready, we had to wait for it to ferment and brew. So I took our fire wyvern out, Godby, to go and murk some dinos around the area. Day 28, we returned to the fire wyvern trench. This time we were lucky and we found a level 180 fire wyvern egg. So I quickly snatched it up and made my way out of there before I got burnt alive. Later that day, we found this level 150 fallen pteranodon. So of course I had to tame it. Shot it in the head, knocked it out, waited a little bit, and now it is forever our slave. Not long after taming that fallen pteranodon, we stumbled across another level 150 fallen pteranodon. This time it was the opposite sex, so now we're gonna have an OP mating pair. We tamed this, took them both back to base, threw them out in our farm area so they could start making love. Day 29, we started working on more renovations for our base. This time working on the other side of the crop farm, building another room that we're gonna use for other things. And here's a super satisfying montage for you. With that side set, we now have our base kinda complete. I call this base the shaft. With the shaft basically complete, we had to be able to fill it out with all the things that we're gonna need to complete this Gaia modded 100 days. Day 30, we did some real exploring on our snow owl, all the way through the snow biome to the volcano and even into this weird purplish cave kind of area. It's kind of unique. And I gotta say that Fjordor is a really cool map. And while we're out exploring, we found this high level demonic griffin. I'm pretty sure this would make a really good addition to the team. So I threw a bowler at it, kept it still, shot it multiple times, put it to sleep, and tamed this green lion chicken. Now that we have this demonic griffin, I was under the impression that it did torpor damage. So I tested it out on this pteranodon and found out it doesn't. We then flew over to the volcano area where we found a level 150 Dreadful Rex. I really wanted to tame this guy, but I didn't want to lose my demonic griffin, so I swapped it out for my wyvern that I had on me. I landed on top of this rock so I could have some high ground so I could shoot down this Dreadful Rex, but it ended up chasing me up the rock. It was that damn scary, even the wyvern flew away. Stupid wyvern. I tried to bowler it with the Gaia bowler, thinking maybe it might work. It doesn't. So instead we kept running around in circles while I shot it with some tranks. Eventually it started to run, so I went over to go get my fire wyvern Godby, and it was getting attacked by a hunter dino. And then the unthinkable happened. Yes, we lost Godby. Luckily, we still had our demonic griffin, so we popped him out and ran over to find that Dreadful Rex that ran off earlier, found it, and knocked it out. We had some kibble on us, so it was a pretty quick tame. Right after, just down the ways, we found a level 140 female Dreadful Rex. This means we now have a high level breeding pair. This time, I just stayed on the back of the demonic griffin and shot it with our tranks. It was actually quite a lot easier than I thought it would be. But when we knocked it out, we got chased down by a savage Rex that kept attacking us. Fortunately, it wasn't that strong and we killed it with ease. Once this was tamed, we took both of our new Dreadful Rexes back to base, placed them out, and started them breeding. Our goal for this is to be able to breed and mutate them to make them some of the strongest dinosaurs in our server. Day 32, we left our Rexes back at base and went out to go get some cementing paste from these beaver dams. We flew down and then jumped off the griffin and then collected the cementing paste out of this beaver dam, and as soon as I did, another one spawned straight in. That's pretty lucky. I looked up and down comes flying a demonic wyvern. I wasn't about to get into some trouble with this one, so I flew out of the way. I realized it was kind of passive and didn't really want anything to do with us, so I went back down to go collect the other cementing paste, which seemed to piss off a lot of beavers around the area. As the night fell, we spotted a red drop in the distance, so we went and collected it, which just so happened to have a special summon elixir in it. With this item, you can summon in any kind of dino from the mod. So of course, once the sun came up, we tried it out, and we summoned in this decaying trike. Decaying dinos are pretty cool and they're super powerful, but they come with a catch. Their health depletes over time. So we're just going to put this guy away in a soul trap so he doesn't die. Day 33, we took our Dreadful Rex out to see what kind of damage it could do. And with a few levels in it, it was pulling off 1,200 damage. And now some of the even more powerful dinos in the Gaia mod aren't really that scary anymore, including this big green glowing gorilla. After sacrificing some of the wildlife around just so we can get even stronger, we faced off against a hunter dino, and being able to do 1,300 damage, we got to slay this purple glowing piece of crap rather easily. Day 34, we went back over to the volcano once again. We're at the stage where we kind of need to build up our strength of our army and get some really powerful dinos. We found this level 140 Dreadful Wyvern egg, and I knew this would be an amazing addition to our team, so of course I yoinked that. Then I went further into the Magmasaur area, found some eggs and yoinked them. They were pretty decent level eggs and pretty easy to take, so hey, our army's getting stronger and we're looking better day by day. Day 35, we continued strengthening our army by taming some more dinos, starting by this divine Therizino. I threw a Gaia bowler around it and then shot it with a trank. That's when I saw something in the distance. Yes, a hunter dino is coming to attack us. These things are extremely frustrating. I end up kiting it away and then going back to tame this Therizino. It wasn't too happy that I was shooting it with tranks, and it killed me. I then returned, bowled it again, and then shot it out to put it asleep. This time it was a little easier. I flew right up into the sky just out of render, just so hopefully nothing would happen to it while it was taming up. We waited for a bit and then flew back down to go collect our new friend. Next, we took our Dreadful Rex out to go kill some more dinos. Then we saw this Garcy Megapithecus. Fun fact, now when you kill them, another dino can spawn in of the Garcy variant. But as you can see, this wasn't going to be easy. There was a decaying Giga trying to munch our butt. We did kill the Garcy variant and another green monkey came in. These monkeys actually do torpor damage, and I really wanted to tame this. It would make it a lot easier for us to be able to tame something like a Dreadful Giga later on. But the decaying Giga was just relentless. It wouldn't leave us alone. I ran away so our Rex wouldn't die and dove straight into the water water, hoping it wouldn't follow me. Thankfully, it didn't. I then gave up on trying to tame the big gorilla and teleported back to base. Now, I think it's time we get ourselves a decent armor set, so I make this armor. It's part of the Gaia mod, and I think it's time for a bit of a haircut. We're looking a little scruffy. Once it grows, it'll look like our signature look. Day 36 was a pretty relaxed day. We started the day off by breeding more of our dinos. As you can see, we have quite a lot of eggs here. Then we took our Therizino out to go collect a ton of rare flowers. We need a lot of them to be able to craft some Gaia resources. And finally, we tamed ourselves a Gaia snail. We got this so we could generate passive cementing paste so we'll never run out. Day 37, we finally made use of our Gaia portal. We summoned in a forgotten Anki. Now these forgotten dinos can evolve 3 times, making them stronger each time. But the forgotten Anki in particular can harvest metal from any rock node. So we summoned it in, tranked it out, and tamed it to become our friend. At the end of this day, we crafted ourselves a Gaia Skypool. It basically works like a grinder, but is specifically used for modded Gaia items. Day 38, we took ourselves and one of our Dreadful Rexes over to Asgard just so we could feed our Rex. After all, there's a lot of things we can eat around here. I then found this nice open spot here and placed down a teleporter and another Gaia portal. Why? Well, because I wanted this to be our boss fighting area. I didn't want it to be really close to our base, and Asgard's kind of cool place for this. Right after, we found ourselves a Gaia bunny, so I shot it. But when you do damage to these things, they electrocute you. I then tamed this little pink Easter rabbit. Why? Well, fun fact. Over time, these guys will drop random dinosaur eggs from the Gaia mod and will come out at whatever level they are. Day 39 and our Dreadful Rex took a little bit of a beating from eating all the dinos around the area. So just before I teleported back to base, I harvested some metal because the nodes here look a little different. Then went back to base, put our Dreadful Rex in the soul terminal so it could heal up and get nice and healthy once again. Shh, heal up, our friend. You may rest now. It's now day 40 and I was feeling a little adventurous. I checked out my awesome teleporter to see what other places we could teleport to around the map. So I chose this random world boss terminal to teleport to, and we ended up in a honey cave. I did a little bit of exploring, saw some Gaia snails that were very high level, tried to tame them, and realized I couldn't. So I left them alone and basically just left because it wasn't as exciting as I thought it would be. Day 41 was kind of a random day. I went back over to the swamp area and I don't really know why. Maybe I was trying to find another snail or something. Like, who wants to be in the swamp area? This place is trash. Day 42, we went out to go and kill these wyverns. Now the wyverns are pretty strong in the Gaia mod and I want to try and get myself one, but you can only get them by summoning them in with a Gaia wyvern shrine. And you need these items: the wyvern wings, the wyvern soul, and there's something else. I just can't really see it in front of me right now. Day 43 starts with us hatching a crap ton of eggs. I mean, like, look, like that's a lot of baby Dreadful Rexes. We do end up killing them all though. We don't need that many right now. We're actually trying to find a mutated one so we can make our Dreadful Rex army quite strong. These ones are not strong. I then return to the Gaia portal and summon in a forgotten beetle. Now we're gonna have basically unlimited fertilizer that I don't really know why we need, but we're gonna need it because I know the Gaia crop plots fertilize and water themselves anyway. So yeah, I mean, it's good. Trust me. Our next mission of the day was to create this. This is the DLC Crafter. Now the DLC Crafter can help us create element. We need element because I really want to have a replicator, but it's not going to be an easy task. As you can see, it only creates element dust, but we can turn that into element. To be able to get element dust though, we need stimberries and stone. And a lot of it. So straight away I went outside to go gather stimberries on our Stegosaurus Steve. And I'm telling you now, this is not a lot. It's going to take probably another 10 to 20 more days to be able to get enough berries. Day 44, I had the bright idea to just plant stimberries. After all, we're going to need a lot of them to be able to start getting some element. Now I know most people will be like, oh, why don't you just fight the bosses? Unfortunately, because of the Gaia mod, I don't have access to be able to kill alphas in order to be able to fight the bosses on the Fjordor map. So I can't get runes, etc, etc. I mean, you'll understand. Day 45, we teleported to what I'd probably say is the best looking realm in Fjordor, Vanaheim. I mean, look at it. It's just so green and lush. We then went to go meet up with Atlas to go see what he was working on. And as you can see, he was laying out plans for a massive base design that he always tends to do. I wonder if he'll finish it before we finish this 100 days. We did a little bit of exploring on our snow owl and came up kind of empty-handed. I was kind of hoping to see some really cool creatures here. There just wasn't any around. We did find this guardian stego and we need some resources. So yeah, of course we killed it. The next 3 days, not a lot happened, but some little quick things. So I'll explain what they were. Day 46, we went to the redwoods and made ourselves a sap farm. This is also public, so if you end up on the server, you can kind of go there and teleport in and out and collect the sap whatever you need. Day 47, I met up with some other Patreons and we took down an Aether Guardian altogether. It was kind of hard to watch. As you can see, there was a lot of numbers just flying out everywhere. We kind of thought it was going to be a tougher fight than it was. It wasn't hard, it just took a long time. And day 48, I took my Dreadful Wyvern out to go kill this Gassy Stegosaurus. Oh yeah, I have a Dreadful Wyvern now. Did I forget to mention that? Once we killed the Gassy Stego, a cursed Stego spawned in. So yes, of course, you know the routine. We tamed it. Why not? Day 49, a few things started to get a little interesting. I wanted a really strong tame and I couldn't figure out what I was going to tame to be able to get it. Dreadful Gigas was just super hard to get. I can't tame them solo with just the tranks that I have. So I figured I'd try and summon in a Forgotten Dino. Since they can evolve, once they get to the highest tier, maybe they'll be super strong. We're just going to have to find out. The first creature that I summoned in was this Forgotten Wyvern. Unfortunately, it was a level 45, which it just won't be strong enough. But we try and tame it anyway. Next, I summon in a Forgotten Dodo Rex. Maybe this will be powerful. But no, we got a freaking level 15. I've seen Shinehorns that can take this thing down. Now, I wasn't going to waste the fact that we had to summon it in with resources, so of course I tried to tame it. But as we were taming it, it ran away and jumped off the cliff. We chased it down on our snow owl, followed it all the way down. Eventually, we knocked it out. Day 50, we completely forgot about our Dodo Rex, and I went back to summoning in other dinos. I did have another special summoning elixir laying around, so we tried it out, and summoned in this transparent Savage Capra, slapped it around a little bit, and tamed it. We had another summoning elixir laying around as well, so we tried it out, and this time we got a Decaying Spino. Now this bag of bones is going to be pretty strong. Of course, we had to test out its might by taking on some Guardians. Now we found a Guardian Dodo down by the beach, so we sent out another Dreadful Rex, the one that we had, a Fallen Pteranodon, and the Decaying Spino that we just got. Sent them all in to fight, but Guardian Dinos actually summon in all the other Guardians around it, so they're not actually as easy as you might think. Yeah, all of my new friends got slaughtered, so it was just us, the Dodo, and then its friends. We ended up defeating it, of course, but it still kind of sucks losing everything that we took with us, including the Decaying Spino. Oops. Day 51, I was naked. After all, I was home alone, so who doesn't like to run around the house naked? I placed down this DNA splicer that I could finally make. With this and a few creature DNAs and some egg stuff and some other stuff, I could then craft some Gaia modded eggs. We attempted this a few times during the 100 days, but they all come out as crappy low levels. I then had to take care of some dinos around our base. There were some pretty strong ones out there trying to just murk everything. So yeah, we had to clean up the trash around our base. With a clear area around our base, I made a gliding suit so I could fly around the entire map. And the Gaia gliding suits can fly for as long as you really want. There's no limit to them. We flew all the way around until we found this red drop, picked it up, and then flew ourselves back to base, because that's where we attempted to summon in our next Forgotten Dodo Rex. This time we landed at level 85. Yes, I know, we have completely forgotten about the last one. I don't remember what happened. Anyways, we knocked out this Dodo Rex in between the trees and tamed it. Then we went back to summon in another one. This time we finally got a decent level. This is a level 130, something that we're finally after. This one was a little bit more tricky. It ran away a couple times and we died a couple times, but eventually it got down to this one little area. I shot it with the last trank that I needed, knocked it out, and I tamed this beauty. Then we named this Dodo Rex Gerald, and Gerald is going to be an important part of this entire journey. Day 52, we hatched a ton more Dreadful Rex eggs, like so damn many. And we continued grinding out some more element dust to create more element for the replicator that we're going to need. This is a grind. Day 53, we killed a large purple turtle that we're going to call Donatello. If you know, you know. Day 54, and I think we're pretty prepared to start fighting bosses. So, of course, we summoned in our first boss. This is the lesser level, so I assume it's going to be easy. I'm just going to go in 1v1. Yeah, see that? That's a dodo. Now, we should be scared, right? I suppose we kind of are, because it does have a lot of health. We're fighting it, and yeah, I'll get some cinematic shots, I suppose, because this is basically what it was like the entire fight. Of course, we won, and we killed it. So, yeah, on to the next one. Now, the next lesser Gaia modded boss was the Forgotten Monkey, and it basically just makes you blind the entire time we fight. So let's just skip to the end. Yes, we killed it. After we fought two bosses back to back, we went and slayed a few of the dinos that were around, until a Decaying Giga was summoned in from killing the Chrono Rex. We had to make a run for it. I made a run for it straight for the cliffs, trying to find somewhere, but it was just way too fast. I really thought the Rex was going to outrun it, but it wasn't. As we made our escape, I quickly soulbored the Rex and used my Gaia glider to make a swift escape. Anyways, back at base, we finally had a chance to be able to evolve our Forgotten Anki. There it is. It just went from blue to green, and I suppose it's probably stronger. Look, we never really use this. You know, the pickaxe that you get from the Gaia mod is strong anyway, so we just you know. Day 55, I decided to stay in Asgard. I wanted to hang out with all the locals of Asgard to see if they had any decent loot or resources. For some reason, they died when I said hello. Day 56, I was still in Asgard, this time fighting really large, scary freaking creatures. But eventually we made it back to base and we threw out our Dodorex Gerald, and he's green. Oh yeah, I evolved him, but I don't think I recorded it. My bad. Day 57, we went out on this virulent the green Leplurodon. We gained him from a special summon that we got earlier. And since he does torpor damage, I figured we can go out and try and tame some water dinos. We had a whole pack of sharks come up to us and yeah, we died. Day 58, I was determined to get a water tame. This time I just flew myself back down there and this magical club that we found in a drop earlier. Nothing could stop us. After all, we were doing 1,000 damage to everything. I started taming this Basilosaurus and it took a little bit of time, so I just leisurely swam around the ocean. Nothing could stop us. After all, we had a magical club. And it wasn't until I saw this level 135 Congo Swell. Is that how you say it? Why are all these names so freaking hard? I wanted to tame that. So we just started taming it. It was the same kind of tame, just like a Basilosaurus. We did get hunted down by a pack of wild, crazy sharks. You know, we fended them off. It was a bit easier. That Leplurodon sucked. We did run into the Basilosaurus that we're trying to tame earlier, and it only needed one more feed. So we fed it, tamed it up, put a saddle on it, and rode around the ocean on it. All up until it was time to fully tame the Congo Swell. Congo Swells are like the lords of the ocean. They like summon or tame all the mantas around you. I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but I'll take it. We ended up just exploring the ocean of Fjordor. Day 59 was super interesting. I just spent the entire day gathering stimberries so we can get close to be able to make this replicator. That's interesting, right? Day 60, we took Gerald out to go kill some dinos around the map. Now, it's not just for fun. We need to get some levels into this guy before we evolve him again. But thanks to killing so many things, we had a lot of loot that we could destroy in the Gaia Sky Pool. Now we're stacked with resources. I was streaming at this point and someone told me in the chat that a Therizino was a much better stimberry gatherer. So after testing it out, we can now confirm it is much better. I should have done this from the start. I finished the day by adding an addition to our base. This way we can have a nice flat surface out the front, and once we teleport back to base, we teleport into a nice looking kind of area. As you can see, I kind of made this like a circular kind of area to make it all kind of fit aesthetically. Day 61, and the thing that we've been working towards is finally ready to be crafted. The replicator. Placing this bad boy down was just so damn satisfying. Now, since we're on the Fjordor map, it actually has an area in the Magmasaur area that we can collect some element shards. So now we can basically have unlimited element available to us since we can craft it back in the replicator. I went down there on the snow owl, collected as much as I could, and hightailed it out of there before the big lava rock thingies kill me. Now you might be wondering why I needed the replicator so bad. I wanted it so I could make the S+ tech transmitters. These will be a way that we can spot some of the dinos that we need to go down and hunt repetitively in the grind to defeating this mod. Day 62, and it's more exploring around the realms. Yeah, that's pretty much all we did. Day 63, I had crafted up some special summoning elixirs, so I used them straight away. And the first thing that we summoned in was this decaying Jaboa, the most useless dino I could possibly gain. But the second one, we summoned in a cursed Diabear. This is pretty cool. He kind of looks like Yogi Bear if he was like covered in ash and really old. Day 64, I woke up with the urge to kill Guardians. I mean, we need to kill a lot of them to be able to get to the end of this mod. Guardian element is the most important endgame resource and it's tough to come by, but I had crafted enough to be able to summon in this special summon. They call this a Theta's Infernal Griffin. It's basically a normal griffin, but it does have some special abilities, and griffins are a great utility dino anyway, so let's fly around on this lion chicken. Day 65, and I need to explain something. The mod had changed during my playthrough of this 100 days. So now to be able to summon in higher tier dinos, you had to kill the lower tier below it. So I went to Asgard and started killing dinos to try and summon in the higher tier dinos that I could possibly tame or get decent resources from. This was pretty grindy, so it took me the entire day. My aim at this point was to try and get enough loot to be able to summon in our very own Gaia Wyvern. This even leads us all the way over to day 66 where we're continuing to do this. And this gets really sticky when a ton of dreadful dinos summon in and start wrecking us. It gets to a really scary point and I'm not sure if I'm going to win this fight. I keep fighting and killing and trying and biting and doing whatever we could possibly do. I end up making a run for it, but a couple rock drakes follow me and I don't know what to do. So once we get to a little bit of a clearing, I know I'm still under attack, I teleport as quickly as I can back to base. Phew. we're safe. Day 67, I was a little bit nervous to go back out into the wild again. I don't like the fact of almost dying. It gets scary. So I just continued working on my base, just making it a little bit cleaner, you know, something a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. I also knew I wanted some more powerful dinos, so I attempted to summon in some more forgotten dinos, thinking maybe if they evolve, they're going to be pretty powerful. So first, I summoned in this forgotten wyvern. It quickly escaped from us, so I chased it down on our snow owl just to try and kite it back to base so I could have a pretty good area to be able to take it down. Once back at base, I bowled it with a Gaia trank bowler, started shooting it, and then it got out and flamed me to death. But I will not give up on this one. I returned back on our infernal griffin, thinking I could shoot off the back of it might be a great advantage. One thing I didn't take into account for, if any creature gets in range of the infernal griffin will then burn it. I think I'm about to kill this wyvern. I went back to base and put my infernal griffin away, and the wyvern followed. But before I could get another shot off, it killed me again. Once I respawned, I popped back out of base to grab my stuff and looked over. The wyvern was stuck between these trees. This was my shot. I ran over to it quickly, shot it again, knocked it out. Oh my gosh, that is the luckiest play I could possibly get. Thank you, ARK gods. We now have successfully tamed ourselves a level 130 evolution wyvern. Day 68 and Gerald is ready to beef up and get stronger. We start the evolution process and watch this thing gloriously get more powerful. Once evolved, he turned into this glorious red vein Dodo Rex. I fed him a potion that will make him get to max level instantly and went straight out to test his power, knowing very well that he's going to be stupidly powerful. We went out and attacked these dinos, and look at that, over 3,000 damage per hit. We now have a dino that we can honestly say is probably our most powerful. And another massively lucky thing happened. By the grace of the ARK gods, because we killed so many dinos, this crystal stego spawned in. Now they have pretty cool abilities, but I invite you into the comment section below to tell me exactly what they are. Now it's day funny number. We went out, killed more guardian dinos. We know that day 100 is going to creep up to us rather quickly, so we had to get way on top of it. Day 70, I continued to work on my base, but for good reason. I wanted it to look pretty for you. Yes, you, the audience. This is the part where I tell you this server is actually public. If you go ahead and join my Discord, you can get all the information to join this server and play on it. Come through, join the Discord. I'll see you there. Now, day 71 all the way until day 75, I spent the entire time just basically going around killing as many dinosaurs, especially guardian dinos, as I'm going to need as many resources that I can possibly gather in order to be able to defeat the Gaia modded bosses before the end of this 100 days. The morning of day 76, I woke up craving some bacon. Now, not the bacon that you think. The bacon that I was after was this guy, the Bacon Skylord. This cool looking little mini dragon we ended up taming and naming Pauline Hanson. Now, if you know, you know. If you don't, you're probably from another country other than Australia. While streaming, I was also told that it might be a good idea to tame a mantis. So I used the tech transmitter to locate this level 145 Chrono Mantis, quickly took it down and tamed it. Now to finish this day off, it was time to fight a boss. We had gathered enough resources to be able to summon it in after all. We summoned in the last lesser tiered boss that we had to fight, the Awful Bat. The fight was pretty straightforward. We kept biting it kept biting us. I flamed it a couple times, and eventually we won this battle. Day 77, I wanted a few more resources, and it was fun killing things. So we went out to kill some things so we could get some loot in order to be able to break them back down in the Gaia Sky Pool. Once we did all that, we flew back into the Magmasaur Trench to gather some element shards and snatch up some eggs. Why not? They were pretty easy to get, and we can use them in the boss fights later just as some spares and some extra damage dealers. Day 78, 79, and 80, we went out to fight some more guardians to gather some more resources to create some more guardian element so we could summon another boss on the next day. We did run into an Aether Guardian on day 79, which gave us enough resources to make a lot more guardian element to make this a lot easier. Day 81, and we're back to fighting bosses. This time we're at the mid-tier level bosses, and we're fighting the Fearful Yudi. I made sure to prepare ourselves by bringing a few extra dinos, as I'm not too sure on the strength of this boss, and rightfully so. In the first couple seconds of fighting this guy, we lost 3 of our dinos that came to support us. The Fearful Yudi starts with 495k health. Once we got it down to 351k health, we lost another Dreadful Rex. 212k health, this was looking promising, but we are losing our support dinos. 115k health, and it's just me and one other Dreadful Rex. We start to lower down its health, it's starting to look like we're gonna win, we kill it. But when it dies, its corpse explodes, and it took our Dreadful Rex with it. My armor too, which was kind of annoying. So we have slain another boss, but we still don't have enough resources to be able to summon in more bosses. straight away. I might have 19 days left, but the higher the tier dino, the more resources we need to be able to summon that particular boss in. Day 82 was quite a calm one. We took a break from all the craziness as we needed to get our base right. Everything was all a mess with all the crafting stuff that we had around. And I needed to go chop down some trees as I needed to go fill up our divine beaver dam. We also tended to our farm inside our base. And look at that. We have a lot of somewhat illicit substances, aka hemp bud. Day 83 all the way to day 87. Yes, guess what we were doing? Fighting more guardian bosses. But on one of the days we had to have a little bit of fun. Yeah, so we summoned in our very own King Kairuku. Yeah, the orange penguin with a crown on it. And the funny thing is, you can ride on its shoulders and run around. It's not a very powerful dino, but it is a lot of fun. I'll use him in the boss fight. Day 88, it's time to step it up a level. We need to change out of this old scrappy armor and put this on. This is called the Guardian armor. It gives you significantly more of an armor rating, and it looks kind of cool. With our new armor on, it was time to fight the next boss. But first, I made sure we had a couple of our spare Dreadful Rexes to help us out. As we were gearing up though, the boss came in straight to fight. I had to escape quickly. I got my distance and made sure I was in a safe area, and then I got Gerald out. Now we could get back into the fight. This boss was tough though. Within moments, it took out 2 of our Dreadful Rexes. It didn't want to engage much. It kept running away from us or around in circles. Maybe it was just trying to find a good angle to fight us. We got the Forsaken Dodo Rex down to half health and it was still going. This is going to take a little bit longer than I thought it would. As night fell, our Dreadful Rex that came to support us looked like it was going to go down. So I jumped off our Dodo Rex Gerald to try and soul ball it up, only for us to be just a little bit too late. It was now just a 1v1 situation. Dodo Rex versus Dodo Rex. Who will come out on top? We launched one last fire attack and the Forsaken Dodo Rex was defeated. But so was I. Either way, I'll take it. Day 89, I backed it straight up by going to fight the Rotten Dragon. P.S. I lost my Guardian armor in the last fight when it exploded and I died. Since this boss is a flyer, it was kind of tricky to be able to fight. I took some Velenosaurs hoping that their turret mode would be able to help me out. They died quickly. But this smart little cookie dragon thingy ended up just leading some of my Rexes off the edge of the cliff. Eventually, I kind of cheesed it and then led it all the way over to this rock formation so that it would circle around me and I could keep biting it over and over and over again. And we just stayed there until we finally killed it and it explodes. Day 90 and 10 days left to go. We now know that we're going to have to fight the tougher tier dinos. So I wanted to make sure that all of my Rexes that we're going into battle with were as strong as they could possibly be. So we pumped levels into all of them and had to wait a little while until they healed up. Day 91, we got our fat army ready and took them into battle, this time summoning in the poisonous lizard. Unfortunately though, there isn't much to see because the lizard's so small and our army just kept munching on it until it was dead. But I have to show this off too. There was a new update to the mod at this point, and my flag was added to this mod. So if you play it, you can kind of use my flag in the mod. And here it is. Kind of weird seeing my face in this, but shout out to the mod developer for making this and putting it in the game. Day 92, and it was now time for us to fight the top tier bosses. And the first boss we're summoning in is the Bionic Listrix. It's basically just like a robotic broodmother with a big ass butt. We send in all of our Rexes to go fight this big ass spider. It hails down some meteors and some ice rock and starts to attack. All of our Rexes start munching away and it's all crazy. All you can see is our Rexes and then a big ass spider butt hanging out. We get the W, and of course I gotta take a snapshot with my trophy. Day 93, I went to fight the next top tier boss, and it was Siren Head. After killing the Bionic Listrix, I was quite confident. Siren Head came in with 12.4 million health. Even though it's a lot, we had a lot of Rexes. One thing though that I didn't realize, he has this one attack that hits the rider straight off the back of the dino and pretty much deleted me straight out of the game. After returning, I sent all of my Rexes in to fight, but he kept picking him off with that one attack. I made sure I stayed out of the fight. We just couldn't win this one. I repeated this process over and over again all throughout the day, trying to take down Siren Head, but he was just too tough. I sent in waves and waves of dinos, could not take him down, and it was the same story each time. He would just obliterate all of our dinos. Day 94, we still have tons of Dreadful Rexes sitting at our base in the Soul Terminal, so I figured I'd just keep trying and chipping away at Siren Head, but it just wasn't working. I'm gonna have to rethink our strategy. Day 95, and I know what I have to do. I need better dinos. I know it's pretty late in the 100 days, but we gotta do what we have to do. So I set on out to the volcano area and took out our virulent Carnosaurus, and yes, we need to tame a Giga. We found this level 95 and I took it down as quick as possible. It was kind of a struggle as the virulent Carno wasn't really that strong. We knocked it out and I gave it some taming elixir so it would quickly tame. It was now ours. There was also a female level 50 just around the corner. I know it's a low level, but maybe with some creative breeding, we can get some decent stats and make it work. So of course we knocked this one out and tamed it also. With this new plan in place, that means day 96, 97, and 98, I had to get to work breeding these guys. I needed to try and get as many gigas as we could possibly get in order to be able to fight these bosses. I still have 2 left to defeat. And to top it off, we actually wasted a lot of resources on the Siren Head summon, so we needed to kill some more Guardians to gather some more resources as well. Hold on, wait, before we get going into the end of this video, I want to remind you about using my link in the description below to download and play Enlisted now. What are you waiting for? Go do it. Day 99 and we're running out of time to finish this challenge. I still need to defeat Cardraz the Fearless and I need to destroy Siren Head. Now that we have some gigas, hopefully this task will be well achievable. With a short amount of time left available, I can't afford to take any chances. I set out as many dinos as I possibly can to fight this boss. We are now summoning in Cardraz the Fearless. Once this big grey giga spawns in, we send in all of our army to fight this guy, only for him to destroy tons of our dinos, making our screen go entirely red. I'm not giving up this fight. All of our dinos are in there and giving the best that they possibly can, except the ones to the left here. They're just standing there watching it all happen. Stupid, get into the fight. We've got it down to half health. The entire area is a mess, littered with bodies of dinos and dinos still alive attacking. I can't tell exactly what's happening with Cardraz until we get the notification on the screen that we defeated Cardraz the Fearless. Now it's time to soul ball some of these Rexes up to give them a little bit of time to heal up before we need to take on Siren Head. Day 100 and it's our final day. I'm literally bringing every dino that I owned into this fight as we cannot afford to lose this battle. My goal here is to try and spread them out in little groups so that I can send them in certain waves, as Siren Head's big attack will basically knock out all the dinos that it's fighting at that particular time. This way we have a better chance of doing more damage in a little bit of a successful way. Now it's time for our final battle. Will we defeat Siren Head? We summon him straight in, and just like predicted, as soon as he launched his big attack, we lost quite a few dinos. Our gigas are holding up quite nicely though. I really think they're the thing that's going to help us turn the tides in this battle. My strategy this time was quite simple. I would rush in between the times that the Siren Head would use its big attack, making sure to keep myself out of the battle so I wouldn't die. I made sure I kept some dinos in my inventory just to throw them out later on, in case they got in the way and died also. Siren Head is tough. It's already been quite a while and we've only taken down a quarter of his health. I'm continuing to restock my dinos as much as I can with whatever I could possibly find. I'm not sure if it's going to be good enough. His attacks are just too damn strong. Every time that we check, our screen goes red full of death notices. It's time I bring out the big guns. I'm sending out every single giga that I have. This ends up making a big difference in this fight. We've now got it down to a quarter of health remaining. We might actually win, although we are running very low on dinos. This is basically all we have left. I do come up with one little idea that I should have really done in the beginning. I race back to base and pick up a Tyrannosaurus. Hopefully its Courage Roar buff will make a big difference in this fight. We get back into the fight. I do the Fear Roar a couple times. The gigas keep biting and we defeat Siren Head. That was a massive relief. And just like that, we have defeated and completed the Gaia 2 ARK mod. Until next time, people, peace. This is a flaming pteranodon. This is a ghost manticore. And this is a tech giga wearing a top hat. In this video, I have 100 days to beat this ARK mod, Anunnaki Genesis Reborn. Our goal is to be able to gain enough power to defeat the almighty world boss by day 100. Before we begin, I'd like to announce that I'm now streaming over on Twitch, so make sure to come follow me there. Links are all below in the description. And now, let's go. Here we are, day 1, starting this epic modded adventure. We start like we always do. We hit a tree with our manly fist, smack a rock with this pick I had made, and watch this Bracky get murdered by a giga? Wait, what? Okay, let's start this one again. So, we punch this tree, I miss, and then I punch a trike instead. Rip. Okay, 3rd time lucky. What is that? Oh shit, it's aggressive. Run. Phew. I think I got away. Ah! Okay, attempt number 4. We got this. I need to tame this trike, and since this is modded ARK, we can passive tame it without the risk of being murdered in one hit. 40 berries or so later, we had tamed this trike and we named him Cruz. But now I needed hide in order to make a saddle, but all the dinos here are really hard to kill. But since every dino in this mod is a super high level, I can't fight them alone. So I just sent Cruz in to do this fight for me. So I sent crews in to fight this turtle. With the turtle now dead, I can now harvest this remains to make a saddle for our trike. And finally, this start is starting to really look up. Day 2, we need a starter base. So I placed down these 4 foundations and then went out to gather some materials so I could craft and place this forge and this simple bed. Now the bed doesn't look that comfortable, but I bet it's a lot better than the alternative. On to our next task. I want to tame a pteranodon, but first I need to kill these ants for their chitin in order to make a saddle. Then I found this lonely PT, threw a bowler at him so he couldn't run away, then shot him a couple times in the face. Tamed him and named our second best friend, Elliot. Now that we're starting to make some really good progress, I can now stand here at my building and do basically nothing. I suppose I should probably put some clothes on though. Now we can fly on top of this cliff and mine some metal. Ooh, exciting. Day 3, now that we can fly, I spent the whole day exploring to see what dangers we might face later on. For example, this collection of creatures we must avoid. I located some cool spaces for possible base locations like this ancient ruins, but I really couldn't make my mind up, so we'll decide on something a little bit later. The next day, I still hadn't decided on a base location, but I did run into Atlas while he was riding around his flame shadow mane. I have other players that play on this server that play along with me. For all my 100 days, they start out with just Patreons entering the server, and then I open the server up to public later. If you'd like to be a part of that, join my Discord with the link below. Now it's day 5 and I have settled on this area to be our main base area. So it's time for an epic base montage. Let's go. Day 7 and our progress isn't really going too great. We really need to focus in. So I went out and I built this trap. What is it for, you might ask? Well, it's for this big ass pigeon, which I plan to use as a pack horse to help us tame some farming dinos later on. We shot this bird a few times to put it into a deep sleep, but we had to wait quite a while for it to tame up. So I flew off to explore the area some more. The following day, and we're still waiting for this bird to completely tame up. It's taking longer than I had hoped. So again, I went out to see what other dinos I could possibly tame, and that's when I came across this ice wyvern nest. It is still early game, but I'm confident that my PT could outrun this wyvern. I think. I got to the nest and I swiftly yoinked the egg to claim it as my own. Then I sprinted off on my PT, keeping a keen eye on my behind, hoping that its parents won't delete me out of existence. After escaping from the dangers of wyverns, I returned back to this Argy, just as it was ready to become our friend for life. Even though knowing me and my previous experience in these games, it might be a short life. Once tamed, we named our feathery friend Belinda, because she kinda reminds me of my ex, thick and dark. We then take Belinda out and immediately put her to work. We notice this shock doehead seems to be getting bullied by a flock of wyverns, and we don't tolerate bullies now, do we? I rescued this doehead and took him back to my home and dropped him in my base. See, I knew not making a roof was a good idea. Day 9, we took a leisurely stroll on our trike to gather some berries for narcotics and other berry related things. Then we went to the pits of hell to gather obsidian, metal, and crystal for war-related things. I knew farming all of this by hand was going to be a pain, so we started this long, tedious passive tame process on this shock doehead. The day was already coming to an end when I found this elite dragonfly. It was just hovering around on the cliff, and apparently some elite dinos can passively drop items when left on wander. So I raised my hand out with some kibble and it took the bait. I forced it to be my friend. We now have a tamed glowing dragonfly, and it turns out you can ride them. It really wasn't that exciting, if I'm honest. Day 10, I figured it's probably a good time to put a roof on our base. Oh yeah, and we finally tamed this doehead after honestly what felt like forever. And here is stage 1 of our base completed. Wait till you see what I add later on. I call this the Sus rocket ship. It's now day 11 and we finally placed the fabricator down. Then we went to the volcano area to gather silica pearls from these volcano style lakes. It's not amazing content, but it is vital to our survival. I had received the message that Atlas had lost one of his dinos while he was running around the volcano area, so I went over to try and help him. He seemed to have some pretty pissed off dinos chasing after him, so I tried to pick him, but for some reason it just wouldn't work. Disclaimer, I did have flyer pickup on, so I don't really know why this didn't work. Hashtag ARK problems. I tried distracting the nameless around Atlas by attacking them, but then this damn Reaper appeared. And sorry Atlas, I'm out. May Atlas rest in peace. Hey, do you remember that ice wyvern egg that we found on day 8? Yeah, so I kind of forgot about it until now. Yeah, I do kind of realize it is 5 days damn later, but look, this mod has a lot to offer and I get easily distracted, you know, getting caught up with like War Thunder and stuff. Sorry guys. While we waited for this ice wyvern to hatch, we went out to explore and gather some much needed cementing paste from this beaver dam. Once we finished exploring this amazing map, we returned to see that our wyvern had now hatched and it was ready to claim. We then claimed this beautiful beast and named it Atlas after one of my awesome Patreons. Day 14, we spent this morning imprinting this baby wyvern, like the whole damn morning. I was kind of concerned that this wyvern was going to die early, like most of my dinos in my 100 days, so I went out to find another egg, just in case. Day 15 and our little baby wyvern has all grown up, so we took him out to feed on the local fauna, so he could get some easy levels and make him big and strong. We then cautiously went around the volcano island, knowing very well that this wyvern could definitely not take any of these creatures, but we got super lucky and stumbled across this Giga Egg. So in AG Reborn, you cannot tame certain creatures like normal. In order to befriend one of these, you have to kill one, mainly a female, and hope that it will lay an egg just before it dies. Since the volcano is a pretty brutal area with wild dinos killing each other, I would say this was the best bet to progress in this 100 days. Day 16, we had placed our newly acquired Giga Egg in the Soul Terminal that we had just made. This will allow it to incubate all the way down to about 1%. And then Atlas, our wyvern, not the person that plays with us, asked to go on a murder spree. So we did. The following day, our Giga Egg was ready to be hatched and welcomed into this world. Once hatched, we named this brown baby Joe, after my old boss that had a rather big jaw like this Giga. On a local island close to our base, we found this alpha trike. Now, alpha variant creatures are much more powerful than their vanilla counterpart. They can only be passive tamed and are generally aggressive, so taming this might be a little bit no. Yeah, it was actually quite easy. This lovely gentleman we named Albert. Not sure why, but he kind of looks like an Albert, and Albert is rather good at collecting berries, as you can see. Day 18, we added the Castles and Keeps mod, so I placed down this workbench, and then I added the forge that comes with it. It's basically just an industrial forge, but a little smaller. Day 19, and our Giga named Joe is fully grown, so it's time to take him out to gain some levels. I took him into the water because I figured there might be a lot of fishes that he can munch on. I found this Basilosaurus along the way, which I thought might be a good add to our team. So we spent the rest of the day trying to tame this long whale-like creature. Now it's already day 20 and I feel like our progress isn't going so well, but I know taking down some of these powerful dinos can give you some really good loot. I flew over to the volcano island and brought out our Giga Joe. I was feeling rather confident. After all, the Gigas should be the apex creatures of ARK, right? I saw this pack of Dodorexes and went in for the kill when this happened. So yeah, I died, but Joe was still alive. So I raced back over as quick as I could, but I was too late. Joe was taken from me way too soon. With Joe gone, I was pushed back in progression, but I had heard that Atlas was on the volcano island farming loot with his Alpha Rex. This was my chance to see if I could pick up some, leftovers from his kills maybe? Not my proudest moment, but hey, what would you do if you were me right now? Huh? And boy did it pay off. We scored another Giga Egg and this Indom Rex Egg, both very powerful creatures for this part of the game. I'm assuming they're just leftovers from when Atlas killed them. I was trying to find Atlas on the island, but when I had finally caught up to him, I kind of flew right into the crossfire of a fight he was having, and that's when we lost our wyvern in the process. Damn, we lost two of our best dinos in one day. Day 21, and I'm gonna call this day the Game Changer Day. Why? Because we stumbled across this Alpha Giganotosaurus egg. This egg will change our game drastically. With this new egg and the others, we went straight back to our base and placed them in our Soul Terminal and realized we had some others ready to hatch. I birthed these bad boys and set them out in our yard to grow up. Now that we're feeling good, it's now a good time to get a fresh cut. Day 22, we hatched our game-changing Alpha Giga and a Vanilla Giga as well. We set them both out with the rest of our hatchlings in the yard in order to grow up. Then we went to continue taming this Bassie from way earlier. Once we tamed this skinny whale thingy, we named her Karen because, well, Stream thought it might be a good idea. I don't know. The following day, we took our whale Karen out for a lovely dip in the big wide ocean. I have never really explored this map before and had no idea that the underwater had these really cool air bubbles. There's a whole new world underneath this ocean. We returned from the deep sea dive and one of our wood wyverns had grown up. So we took it out to gain some levels by eating some of the local wildlife. One cool fact about these wyverns is that their fire breath can also cocoon the enemy and stun them in their place for a short time. This does come in clutch during this video. Day 24, I realized some of these new dinos I wouldn't have much use for. So well, you know. Wait. Look, there's another reason I did this. Each kill did help me level up my character, so their sacrifice will help us catch this W. Day 25 and we have made some amazing progress so far. I made myself a fresh new set of AG Reborn Flak, which gives you some nice little buffs. I'm not sure about the logo on the armor though. Disappointed! I then placed down this SS Nanny to help us raise any future babies just before I took flight to the Redwoods, because our baby Alpha Giga is no longer a baby. It's time to waste these fools. Doing 99k damage, we were on top of the world. This is definitely a game changer of the tame. We even took on this Ghost Dodo Rex. Wait, this thing has reduced damage resistance, but we're getting wrecked. No! I'm gonna lose my Giga. Our health was dropping rapidly, but then Atlas had a big brain move for me.
Go in the water. It's slow.
I tried making it to the water, but the Dodo Rex kept slowing me down. Hey, will you look at that? We've escaped. Phew, that was a close call. Once we were in a safe place, I teleported back to base and let my bloody Giga rest up. Sorry, old fella. I finished off the day by taming this golden dodo, which, when left on wander, drops golden kibble and instant health potions. We named this golden chicken Midas, like the old story about the guy that turned things to gold. You know, the one you should know from school? If you don't, just Google it, or, you know, pay attention in school. After all of that craziness, I had decided to name this Alpha Giga Maverick, after yet another epic Patreon of mine. We then went over to the volcano island where all the big, bad, scary dinos are. You would have thought I would have learned my lesson, right? No. At least this time I went over with a tad bit of caution. I really needed levels in my Giga and myself. I'm really limited in what I can do at such a low level right now. And our current state, and even took on a couple higher tier dodos once Atlas came to help us out. Day 27 and I did a little bit of housekeeping. First we added some foundations to level off this area. I hatched some eggs from dinos we have found in the volcano. I then placed them outside to get some fresh air, and I placed down these cool looking chibi stands and placed all of my friends' chibis on them to decorate my base a little bit. Gotta represent now that I have my own chibi along with my friends. Finally, I hatched 2 more babies, one of them this flame Giga. I have to say, it looks hot. You know, like temperature hot because of the skin, not like romantic hot, because that's kind of weird. Day 28, and now I realized I am a high enough level to craft this AG Reborn Tech Replicator. So I made it and placed it down, not realizing I either wasn't a high enough level to make anything in it, or I didn't have the resources. So for now, we'll just leave it be. I also had a light bulb moment, and I had a project I wanted to add to my base, but we'll get to that later because I needed a lot of resources for it. So I spent basically the rest of the day gathering resources, mainly metal. Day 29 and we're still farming, but this time I needed a lot of chitin to make some cementing paste. So I jumped on my Indominus Rex and swam down to the ocean.
What?
I know this is not fitting to take a Rex down into the ocean, but I knew that this Rex was our best chance at farming Dunkleos, since they drop mass amounts of chitin. Now that we have a decent amount of cementing paste, I made an additional level to my base, so that the following day I would complete it and place this tech replicator, an item we can actually use. Maybe. I was getting kind of bored of the base stuff and wanted to go and get some more action, so I flew back over to the dangerous volcano, summoned my flame Giga, and rampaged all that we could to try and collect some decent loot and resources from the corpses of these overpowered lizards, until we got a little bit too close to this Reaper named Flush Dragon, the Supreme Dodo Reaper. It chased us down, and well, you can basically see what happened. I was pretty sad that we lost our flame Giga, so I swallowed my pride and went back to building this greenhouse. At least I can do this somewhat successfully. It's now day 33. Yes, I know, you're probably wondering what happened to the last couple days. Well, basically, I forgot to press record. My bad. Not much has happened though. Let me catch you up. Well, I went out to go try and find some decent tames, and while I was out, I was there for a while. I only found this flame shadow main, so I built a trap near base and put him in it. Now, typically it's a passive tame, but I wanted to knock this one out because the passive tame kind of wasn't working in this mod. So I shoot him a couple times with these trank metal arrows with a compound bow, knock him out, and then I feed him some exceptional kibble. Once he was finally tamed, we took him out of the box. Well, we tried a couple times. One thing I love about shadow mains is their maneuverability, so getting him out was pretty epic. We went out to go test to see how good this Flame Shadow Main was. He wasn't really that great, but hey, it's a Flame Shadow Main and that's pretty cool in its own. It's now day 34 and we really need some decent tames in order to progress. Since we lost all of our good ones already, I don't really know what we're gonna do for now. So we went out exploring, but we came out empty-handed. Day 35 and I'm still having no luck taming a decent level dino. But you know what I can tame and I'm pretty good at? Giant queen bees. Yeah. I mean, honey's good, right? Who doesn't like honey? Now that we have some queen bees, we took them straight back to base, placed them down, and turned them into some beehives. Day 36, and I'm going to attempt to tame a flame Dodorexy. Yes, this one that you can see right now. I shoot it with my compound bow, make it quite angry. It comes over to us. I realize that we've only done a tiny bit of torpor, and yeah, this isn't gonna work. Let's move on. I then head over to the grassy highland kind of area and find this poison Dodorex. This time I've got a different strategy. I'm gonna trap it. So I set up a trap to try and kite it in, then I shoot it a couple times, but it's not reacting to my shots, which could be a good thing, maybe. I decide to get a little bit closer to be able to kite it in. Eventually I get it to come over to our trap, but it just runs around it for a little bit, until we get it in there and then I lock it in. This is when I realized that Dodorexes can destroy stone structures. RIP. I keep trying to trank it out, just, you know, maybe it might work. And then it runs over, knocks me out, but thanks to the AG Reborn armor I'm wearing, I get up rather quickly and I'm not dead. So I continue to try and trank it out, and then it runs back and then just kills me out of nowhere in one hit. This stuff confuses me sometimes. Day 37 and it's round 2 in attempting to tame this poison Dodorexy. This time I came a little bit more prepared with metal gate frames. So once again, we set up the trap, kited him in rather easily this time, locked him in, and then just started tranking him out. Now, poison Dodorexy will be super useful. Why, you might ask? Well, poison dinos deal torpor damage, which means a powerful dino like this will be able to knock out more powerful dinos for us to be able to tame. It took quite a few arrows to be able to knock it out, but when we finally did, it was a win for us. I thought to myself, I'm gonna go back to base and see if we can get a golden kibble from Midas. Once we got back to base, I checked Midas and realized he was empty. Stupid golden chicken. But fortunately for us, we had some exceptional kibble on us, and that works just as good. So now we have a poison Dodorexy. The next best thing we could possibly get would be the flame Dodorexy. And you remember that one from before? We went back to the volcano island, and our poison Dodorexy was doing mad torpor. We knocked out this flame Dodorexy with ease and forced it to be our friend forever. Well, until it dies, which will probably happen soon. We named this big-ass fire chicken Blaze. We took Blaze to go and take on all the foes that it possibly could. We ran into this prime flame Indominus Rex and started munching away at it. Everything was going so good, and then we died. Oh, that's not a good thing. It's now day 38 and we're down a flame Dodorexy. Atlas now has a legendary Rex and they do some pretty powerful attacks. I want one. Of course, once the area was safe, the loot goblin came out. Yoink. I then followed Atlas to a nearby island where he was fighting an Apex Giga. I was a little concerned that this violence was getting a little bit too out of hand, so I tried to split up the fight, but the Apex Giga wasn't too happy about this and then killed my wyvern. Lucky I had a spare wyvern on me, so I then fly up into the smoke where I find the world boss. This is the big guy that I'm gonna have to attempt to kill by day 100. I am here for other reasons though. I'm trying to get my hands on an alpha Rex egg and using Atlas to do it for me. It turns out that you can pick up Rexes with these wyverns. So I pick up this prime alpha Rex and drop it by Atlas. Hopefully he can kill it and it'll drop an egg. Unfortunately though, it didn't drop an egg, but we did score this flame Rex egg, so I quickly rushed back to base to incubate it. While we're back at base though, Atlas was on the island still, killing every alpha Rex he could see. And with that, I got 2 eggs back to back. Hopefully I can get a breeding pair out of them. Day 39, I placed down this SS Mutator. At least this we know we'll get a lot of use out of, since we will hopefully be breeding a lot of Alpha Rexes, which now is definitely a game changer. If these babies can grow up to have lots of sexy time, we can basically have unlimited Alpha Rexes, which are probably one of the most powerful dinos in this mod pack. We got super lucky and we hatched twins in one of the 2 eggs that we got. 1 male and 2 females. Boom, baby! We now have a breeding pair. I finished this day off by placing down a tech shield to keep my highly valuable babies safe. Day 40, I started my next base upgrade and new base project by changing these center walls from stone to these castle and keeps material. These chew up a ton of materials, especially cementing paste, since these walls are equal in strength to metal. So I did another resource run for chitin. Since the harvest rates on the server are so boosted, This would be the best way to get some more cementing paste. First I flew around until I found Mr. Krabs on the beach there, killed him, collected a ton of chitin, then I took my flame shadow mane down to the ocean to kill these overgrown goldfish, or donkeys, or dunklios, or whatever you want to call them. Now that we have collected all this chitin, what is the fastest way to craft cementing paste? Yes, the tech generator. No, I joke. We all know it's the chem bench. There is probably something else, but let's just roll with this for now. The next day is here and we're back to working on this base upgrade piece by piece. I even added in a couple more floors for more possible options. While this was happening, our babies had all grown up and they've started making more babies. The next 60 days are going to be so much easier now. I hope. We did pick a decent stat baby and named her Julie, like our old Prime Minister here in Australia with red hair. After a bit of time, we had finished our center part of the base, and I think it looks pretty good and has a nice tip on it, don't you think? Day 42, and we now have quite a few Alpha Rex babies. I'm hoping to get some decent mutations, so I'm going to keep breeding until we do. I now wanted to see for ourselves what our new baby Rexes could do. So I took one of my originals and slaughtered our first victim, this dodo. Yeah, now we're talking. This kind of damage, man, it's going to make all the difference. So now we can test this out on much tougher dinos like this Apex Giga. Let's see if we can finish this guy. To me, it looks like eating his butt is the right strat. We then try to take on this savage Tyrannosaurus. These fierce beasts drop some pretty decent loot. It was a pretty straightforward kill. Oh, and well, will you look at that? It's the world boss. Big orange looking. He's not really that scary looking because he's so orange. He's got big teeth though. Even though we have the Alpha Rexes, we're definitely not ready for this just yet. I want to be able to evolve this Alpha Rex into a legendary Rex, and then we probably have somewhat of a chance. Day 43, we have raised a whole red Rex army. They kind of look like gummy candies. Now that we have this army, we can try and take on some of the bosses from Anunnaki Genesis. But before we can head out, we need to make sure our Rexes are strong enough. So we quickly pump some levels into them. I named one of them Max, and this will be our main Rex. And before we can take on the first boss, we need to be able to find them. Thankfully, we can track down these dinos with this SS transmitter. Creepy stalkers would love this thing. I wonder if I could use it to find Pokemon. I mean wardens. Yes, wardens. Yeah, wardens are some of the bosses on this server. Anyways, we set up our Rex army to take on this warden. Being a Doed, I assume that this is going to be very hard. I send out all my Rexes into the fight, but before I can get into the fight myself, it's legit all over. The following couple of days, I was farming bosses as they drop the items that I'm going to need to complete our main side quest. I want to evolve my Alpha Rex into a legendary Rex. In order to do this though, we need a ton of resources that drop from other bosses and a variation of the Rexes found. I do find though that the artifacts are the biggest pain though. Fortunately, there are a few boss tier dinos that do drop artifacts, so we don't have to grind caves at all. Now we're on day 46. We fought this Robo Spider with our Rex army. This should be a piece of cake. It kind of whooped our asses. But after a couple of attempts and about 20 Rexes later, we got it down to a 1v1 situation, and I stomped this big ass arachnid out. We started day 47 with taking down a Robo Gorilla, but as you can see with all the red on the screen, it really messed up our Rex minions. But we did get the kill in the end, and some great loot to go with it. We then set off to fight this Prime Alpha Rex. Being that it was just a 1v1, this did take quite a while. Just as its health was getting low, I accidentally pressed E, and yeah, it killed me in one bite. I quickly returned and then finished the job. This time, thankfully, it dropped an egg. Hopefully this one has some pretty good stats, or even a different color other than red. I don't mind. Day 48, we killed some more bosses, and then we waited for our new Alpha Rex to hatch. Day 49, and I felt like we needed to celebrate all of our successes and our progress by adding a fresh new drip to our fit. This is the Warden Armor set. It works kind of like a tech suit, and it comes with some pretty OP buffs. Makes us run pretty fast too. Day 50 and we are out here flexing our new drip by killing some more bosses. This will be a common thing as this mod is kind of grindy at this point, and I'll probably skip over some of the days, you know, not to bore you with repetitive content. Day 51, Atlas came around to show us his new Celestial, this crazy looking Dodo Wyvern, and that's when I got this idea. I'm going to fight the world boss with all the Celestials. There's like 6 or 7 different types, and they're all based on most of the vanilla bosses. That is my goal at the end of this video, which means I'm going to need a lot more artifacts and trophies to be able to get these dinos. Day 52, we went on a little bit of a side quest. Why, you may ask? Well, that's because we found Evil Mouse, the Supreme Dire Wolf. And if we kill it, this wolf will drop some items that will allow us to evolve an Alpha Dire Wolf. Now, before you say, Aaron, you don't have a Dire Wolf, well, now I have a reason to go and get one. So yeah, if I'll kill this Supreme Wolf, I'll go get one. Simple. I take Evil Mouse over to this beach, drop him down, and then go and collect my Rex army. Yes, this might be overkill, but hey, why not use my Rex army to ensure a win? See, that didn't last very long, and we got what we came for. It's the next day, and I guess we need to get ourselves an Alpha Dire Wolf. Well, that's our aim for today. I searched around until I found one in the volcano area. Now, I'm not going to tame it here. It's way too dangerous. So I took it back to my base and put it in the trap to start the taming process. Reminder, Alpha Dinos in AG Reborn are passive tames, which I may have forgotten when I put it in the trap first. So now I put on some ghillie and slowly creeped up to it to shove some kibble down its throat. This alpha wolf sniffed me out in a second and it ate me for its lunch. We tried one more time. God damn it, I'm gonna need to rethink this. Yes, it then ate me for its dinner. Day 54, and thanks to a little bit of advice from my friend Natural Causes, I kinda cheesed this tame. I just walled it in, got close to it enough for a passive feed to work, and boom, tamed. Wish I knew about this earlier. Now that we have this alpha wolf successfully tamed, I immediately had to evolve it. This evolution animation is pretty dope if I don't say so myself. And there you have it. This is now our very own Evil Mouse, the Supreme Wolf. I took it out for a test run to see if it was any good at hunting some prey. And well, in comparison to our Rexes, it's not that good. But hey, it's still a dope creature to have in our collection, right? We then finished the day off by finding this Alpha Saber. Because yes, you can evolve them into a dope creature too. We tamed this little pussycat, but we didn't have the required items to evolve it just yet. We'll get back to it later. We have a bigger mission on our hand right now. I've been kind of getting distracted. Day 55, we return to fighting bosses, but some of the bosses we need to kill are hiding behind this world boss because they're pussies. But then, for some reason, I flew towards the world boss and this happened. I think I've run out of flyers now. Nope, so day 56 now, and we do have an Ice Wyvern, but he's kind of weak, and since I don't want to really risk not having any flyers, I go out to tame a couple elemental PTs. We tame this Snow PT, and we name him Vanilla Ice. A little throwback to an 80s icon, but most of you watching this probably don't know who he is. Man, I'm old. Then we tame this Poison PT and name it Venom. I think it's fitting because, well, it's poison. I don't know, I'm just making this up on the fly as we tame these PTs. Lastly, we tamed this Flame PT. We didn't name it, but Flame PTs are pretty cool, so yeah. Day 57, 58, and 59, we raised another army of Rexes and continued slaughtering more bosses for their loot, inching one step closer to completing our goals. Day 60, and I was getting kind of bored of grinding bosses, so I took another little break from it. I went to tame some different types of dodos. First, we tamed ourselves a second golden dodo so we could passively get more health elixirs. Then we tamed this elite Zom dodo, followed by taming this elite dodo. All these dodos passively generate resources that you can only find in AG Reborn. We then finished this day off by, yes, killing another boss. This time it was a dodo wyvern, but since it was hovering over the water, I had to get its attention. So I shot it with my tech bow and it started to charge. But once it come over to greet me and my friends, an explosion went off and the dodo wyvern disappeared. Maybe it's a little shy. Once again, day 61, 62, and 63. It's a repetitiveness again. We were defeating more bosses until day 64, where we summoned in our first war chief. Now, I forgot to mention this earlier, but war chiefs will drop all the required items that we will need to be able to summon in a celestial. Once we have the summoner in hand, we fly over to this location. I get my whole Rex army out, prepare them for battle, and then summon in I can't say the name, it's weird. The Green Manticore. With the Green Manticore here, ready to fight, I send in my Rex army. As we were fighting though, I saw my entire screen go red. He is wiping out everything, and with ease. I kind of bit off more than I can chew. So with that, I just leave him there and return back to base. I'm going to have to rethink this and come back later. The next day, I return back to the Green Manticore with a fresh new army of Rexes. But the Manticore was stuck up into the sky, so I had to chase it around for a little bit and try and get it down. Using my stun ability, I finally get it down, but it's too far away from my Rex army. So I wait for it to get a little bit closer, drop it again into the swamp, and then whistle my Rex army to go and attack. My whole army goes in head first, but once again, it gets wiped out. We then return back to base and I have to hatch a whole brand new army to try and fight this again. We might put this on hold for a couple days because I think we're kind of close to be able to get ourselves a legendary Rex. That might change the game a little bit. Day 66, and yes, we finally have enough materials to craft this legendary Alpha Rex tribute and legendary Alpha Rex core. If you're wondering what these are used for, well, it's exactly what we need to evolve my Alpha Tyrannosaurus into the super powerful legendary Tyrannosaurus. Let us begin the transformation. We now have a legendary Rex, the most powerful creature in AG Reborn. With this, we named this bad boy Julius Maximus, who once was a great conqueror, which is what we plan to do on this server. I quickly put this tech saddle on Julius and went out to see what kind of damage we could do. Now, 100,000 damage is pretty good, but we're still unleveled. Now we have max levels, let's check it out now. Holy heck. 700,000 damage really takes us to a whole new level. Nothing can stop us now. Now we have our very own legendary Rex. I went back to hunt down the infamous green manticore. He somehow found his way to this area. I also had Atlas here for backup just in case, because I really couldn't afford to lose my legendary Rex, as we still have quite a ways to go before we can defeat the world boss. This time around, thanks to the epic power of this legendary Rexes, we easily destroyed the green manticore. I then found out we should tame an Alpha Yeti, as they can be picked up and put on your shoulder with a special item from this mod. So I quickly went out and tamed this beauty, and now its Courage Roar and Fear Roar could come in clutch, matched up with my new powerful legendary Rex. Day 68, we took Julius Maximus to fight Prome the Mega Dodo Rex. With the legendary Rex on hand, we can now fight bosses solo, especially with this OP Mega Explosion attack thingy. Once we deleted Prome from existence, he appeared again? Dude, didn't I just kill you? We then met up with Atlas to fight some war chiefs, to loot them for items to summon in more Celestials. First, we summoned in Karkanos, the war chief spider. Let's squash this spider. Oh shoot, it killed us, as well as our Alpha Yeti that we just got. This moment, I was terrified that we were going to lose our legendary Rex, so I flew back as quickly as possible. Thankfully, Atlas was there to keep our Julius safe. And of course, we had to back it straight up and summon in the next war chief, Nylok the War Chief Dragon. This dragon didn't last very long though. It really didn't stand a chance. Strange that the spider was more powerful than the dragon though. With these war chiefs down, we then continued on to killing more bosses. And we continued killing more bosses through day 69 too. Day 70, and it's time to summon in our very own Celestial friend. We had only a few options, but I decided to summon in Primordius, the Celestial Dragon. This guy looks freaking dope. Ugh, I'm so excited. I had to see what power we have just gained. I went out to fight some dinos, and look at that damage. We are seriously wrecking everything we could see, sometimes over 1 million damage. But there's a catch. Their special attacks that do the most amount of damage don't work against any of the top tier creatures, and they are kind of squishy in themselves. That's what makes the legendary Rex still a better option to survive with. Now that we have a Celestial, I don't want to keep it locked away in a soul ball, so I figured it's time for phase 3 of our base. An outer castle wall to protect our Primordius and future Celestials that we will tame. This build took us a little while, all the way through to day 71. But here it is. I think it looks pretty damn good. It's now day 72 and our wall is complete. So yes, we're back to killing more bosses like this dragon amongst the forest. Day 73, I was focusing on trying to gather resources from certain bosses so that I could eventually evolve another legendary Rex. And then we'll have a breeding pair and not have to worry about them. When I go to check to see what else I needed, I only needed artifacts. So back to boss hunting we go. Which we also did this again on day 74. Day 75, and for some reason I decided not to use those artifacts on a legendary Rex. I don't know why. Instead, I summoned in our next Celestial. Yes, this time our fierce foe, the Green Manticore, or whatever his real name is. We briefly took him for a spin to test his abilities, and he's basically the same as Primordius. So we returned back to base and placed him here next to our Primordius to flex our strength against any wandering foes. Day 76, and we are inching one step closer to our final goals. We know how important legendary Rexes are to our success, and I now have enough tributes to be able to evolve a second Alpha Rex. So I get one out that is the opposite sex to our current Julius and evolve this beauty. And just like that, we have a breeding pair of legendary Rexes. I then continue to encourage both my Rexes to start some lovey humpy time. And when I do, I just leave them to have, you know, a little bit of private time. While waiting for some lovers to make some babies, we head out to tame some dinos that might give us a little bit of a leg up. First, we tame an Alpha Mammoth. I figured it could be good as mammoths have a decent buff. Second, we tame this Alpha Yeti to replace the one that died earlier to the stupid spider. Oh, and I also tamed this unicorn. I kind of forgot where it is in the timeline of my footage when I was editing, but here it is. Isn't it glorious? Day 77 killed more bosses. Basically from here on out, unless it's really important, I'm not going to add another boss fight. Just believe we fought a crap load. Day 78, other than killing more bosses, we finally hatched our first lot of legendary Rex babies. Then we sat on the roof to wait for some more babies to be born and some of our Rexes to raise and grow up. Day 79 and it's War Chief fighting day. First we set up our Rex army so we could take this fight on. We have some spare anyway, so why not? We then summon in Smorg, the War Chief Primate. I send my army of Alpha Rexes in to fight this beast, and I can see that they've been quite successful, so I just leave them to it. But for some reason, once we finished fighting this guy, we couldn't find his loot anywhere, so that was kind of a waste of a summon. And a lot of artifacts. Back at base, we hatched our next lot of legendary Rexes. This time, quite a lot more. Hopefully we get some decent mutations. Day 80, and if you haven't noticed already, I'm wearing new pants. Now let's take a moment to enjoy Evo dancing. Day 81, and we can now summon in our next Celestial. This time, we summon in Raphus the Celestial. It's a crazy Dodo Rex with intense moving fur. Or maybe they're feathers, I don't know. Then we summon in our second Celestial. This time, Celitha the Celestial Spider. And now that's 2 more Celestials down. I think I have 2 more remaining. Then we can prepare ourselves for the final epic battle, fighting the world boss. Day 82, and I couldn't finish this entire 100 days like this. My base just didn't feel complete. I had to change the side room walls to match our big, long, girthy rocket ship. So I put it all together, and this is what it looks like. I'm now satisfied with our entire base. We can leave that project alone. And now we've collected enough stuff to be able to summon in another War Chief. We summon in Smorg, the War Chief Primate, once again. The stupid idiot better drop the loot that we need. This time I can test out my legendary Rex's full potential. I brought a couple with us just for backup. Once we summoned them in, myself and my other legendary Rexes charged straight into fight. But for some reason, Smorg killed me right off the back of my legendary Rex. That's strange, I didn't know they could do that. I had previously already placed a teleporter down, so we gathered all of our stuff again, teleported straight back to that same location, and then went straight back in to fight him again. And then, once again, we died. Right off the back of our dino. I'm gonna have to rethink this. Okay, 3rd time's a charm. We gather all of our stuff, I jump back on my Rex, but this time, just like the slave master I am, I send in all my legendary Rexes to do my work for me. This seemed to work for us. Also, this time we got the loot that we needed. It's now day 84, and this time we summon in Ganesha, the War Chief Dodo Wyvern. This should be the last War Chief we will need to kill to be able to summon the last bit of our collection of Celestials. We stunned this bad boy so he couldn't fly off, and my Rexes started destroying this bad boy and turning it into some fried chicken. Or fried Dodo Wyvern. Yeah, whatever it is. Day 85 is here, and we summon in Zephyrus, the Celestial Dodo Wyvern. This guy's got to be one of my favorites. So much so, I spent the entire day just running around the map, destroying everything I could possibly see. The coolest thing about this is you destroy so much, it fills up the entire screen of deaths. Day 86, and we summon in our very last Celestial, Boquito, the Celestial Primate. Now this overgrown massive King Kong gorilla guy is pretty damn powerful. He runs around the map with ferocity, taking out everything he can see, and one of his attacks he summons in a bunch of gorilla minions to go mess up everything that they can see too. Now we have completed our 2nd main side quest. We have collected all the Celestials. Can we just take a minute to appreciate how cool these are? So technically, we have all we need to be able to fight the world boss. But we still have 13 days left of this 100 days, and I plan to make the most of these days. It's pretty simple what we want to do, so let me kind of summarize the next 2 in-game weeks. We can't go into battle without the most epic armor we could craft, and so of course we made the War Chief armor. Secondly, I need my new signature look, so we dye our dreads red. This is how we turned out, too litty, too drippy. But then we began the part that will take up most of our time. I wanted to breed health and melee mutations into our legendary Rexes. Since we had the extra time, I also wanted some mutated colors too. I was getting kind of bored of trying to kill time, so yeah, I ran around my roof like an idiot for a couple days. After all, breeding mutations can take a long time. Wait, we almost forgot about one side quest that we set for ourselves earlier. I wanted to evolve my Alpha Sabertooth Pussycat. With all the extra time, I then went out to find Kijun, the Supreme Tiger, and murder it for its eyes. With this, we can now evolve my Alpha Saber. I'd now like to introduce you to my Supreme Tiger we named Kevin. Isn't he cute? Day 95 and the end is near. I eagerly prepare my mammoth on my shoulder to help us with its buffs. Then I run around my base multiple times because we have nothing but time on our hands. Day 97 and our mutated baby legendary Rexes are here. We currently have 4 different colored Rexes that we will take to fight the world boss. It's now day 99, and all of our legendary Rexes have grown up. We did add another one, just because we got another color mutation while we're waiting. It's time to prepare to fight the world boss. But before we do, I would like to remind you about today's sponsor, War Thunder. Don't forget to use my link in the description now to be able to download the game for free. And with all the special gifts and perks that you get, why wouldn't you? Trust me, you'll thank me later. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so all of our legendary Rexes have full tech saddles on them. All we need to do now is make sure that all of their levels are maxed out. I basically put most of the stats in health and melee. Now that we're all prepared, I used the SS transmitter to try and figure out where exactly the world boss is. Since some of our Celestials can't actually be soulbored, we have to walk them over. But that's okay, because now it's day 100. We were very close to the world boss when we started setting up all of our dinos in the places that we wanted them. With our legendary Rexes, I wanted to pay homage to my Patreons, so I named all of these 5 legendary Rexes after my Patreons. Let me introduce you to Sir Douche, Alex, Michael, Hairy Fetus, and Atlas, my 5 most powerful legendary Rexes. We are now fully prepared to fight the world boss. My first aim was to just send in the Celestials and follow through with the legendary Rexes a little bit later. It is time. They're not all going. No. Wow. Now, if you notice at the top of your screen there, we've already lost 2 of our Celestials, and the world boss hasn't lost any health. Akito's dead. All the Celestials are dead. All the Celestials died really, really quickly. This was not good. Things are not going in our favor at all. Am I even doing any damage? He's barely damaging me though. Why has he got super regeneration? Q attack doesn't do anything. Except to his minions. God damn it. Alright, we gotta go get the other bad boys. It's now time to send in the legendary Rexes. Now with our legendary Rexes, we were starting to do some damage, but we realized none of our special attacks worked. We could only bite him. Primordius, you ain't doing shit, boy. You think you are, but you ain't. The only problem is, if my Rexes die, it's going to be way slower. His health was dropping, but it was at quite a slow pace, and we started losing a few of our Rexes. Sir Douche is gone! And just for the sake of it, we knew we were going to win. This was just taking a long time. We got Atlas to come and help us out. Rex, ready? Michael is gone! Okay, yeah, I probably need you now. I'm going to call in my last resort. The 4 Horsemen. Let's go! This really sped stuff up. I had a lot of instant health potions, so it's not like the world boss was going to delete me anyway. The world boss is down to 65 million health. This is going to be in the bag. 8 million, 7, 4. Yes! Let's go! And with that, we successfully beat the world boss by day 100. Thank you guys for coming through. I hope you guys have an amazing day. Till next time, peace. The Hunted, one of ARK's most hardcore mods, where the only way to tame dinosaurs is to kidnap their babies and claim them as your own. I'm kind of like those rich billionaires, only I don't own a strange island or have any money. I'm playing this on the Monarchy SMP server with 30 plus other creators, and things get crazy. So make sure you watch all the way to the end because, like I said, this is the craziest journey I've ever experienced. This was also recorded live over on Twitch, so feel free to come and join us over there. Here we go, waking up on the center map, ready to start our new 100-day adventure. And just like all survival stories begin, we start off by hitting some trees, making some tools, smacking some rocks, and yeah, you get the rest. This adventure is going to be a little bit different. I didn't create this server, and all the rates are kind of a lot more difficult than I'm used to, but that's all part of the fun. I crafted up myself some basic cloth armor to get ourselves started because it's inappropriate to be naked around other people. And then I go and explore these ruins to see if we can find ourselves a little decent base spot to start out in. But because I'm late to the party, it looks like it's already taken and claimed. Who is this? Spirit's Hideaway. Got a ladder down. Oh, they got a boat already? Man, I'm late. Guess we're gonna have to keep looking for another location to build our base. And because we're in such close proximity to other creators and players, you might hear other voices here and there. Now, if you're unfamiliar with this mod, there's something I need to show you. You see this little lystro here? Well, we're killing it now so I can gather some hide. The thing is, you don't gather hide the traditional way. You have to open up this wheel and skin it, and most of the time, it takes a long time. And then sometimes you don't even get any hide from it because it's such a little amount and we don't have the right tools. A metal hatchet will give you significantly more. Day 2, we started off cooking some meat on the campfire because calorie intake is important. Then I ran around and tried to kill this pack of Phiomias, hoping to get some easy hide. Even the baby Phiomias were on my target list. Nothing was safe. Day 3, we awoke on a random part of the map, and I'm thinking now we need to put down a base. On this server, we have a rule that all the content creators must build their base in this location. It makes it so we get a little bit more interaction with each other. The problem is we need to find a decent location, and that can be kind of hard in this mod. Why, you might ask? Well, because things pop out of nowhere, like this. Was that level 245? Yes, indeed, that was a level 245. Now, there are certain dinos on here that are over level 200, and they're called Nest Guardians. They will basically munch you in 2 seconds. They're really dangerous. We woke up on another strange beach, but seeing that parasol running around like crazy is making me kind of nervous. But after getting some pants and some tools ready, we came across these good old prehistoric chickens. And in the Hunted mod, you can take feathers straight out of their butts. Come here, chicken, chicken, chicken. Come here, chicken, chicken, chicken. I went for a little bit of a dip in the ocean, and then this happened. My whole game froze and we were kicked from the server. Does this count as a death? Anyways, once we spawned back in, yeah, we were dead. So I guess it does count. But luckily we spawned close to where we died so we could get our stuff back. Kind of nearby was this dead Itchy, and this was an easy way to get us some good hide. It just takes a really long time. We were here for what felt like 2 minutes, and only to find out we only got 2 hide from it. 2! We only got 2! Freaking piece of crap. Then to make things worse, we were freezing and our legs broke. We weren't going to make it back to shore. Again, we used the same spawn as before and got our stuff back. But we didn't learn from our previous mistakes, and yeah, this time we ran out of stamina and then drowned. We've risen from the dead and trying to find a base location. Some of the ruins on this map might be a good little location, but if you know me, I'm always trying to find that one perfect location. I gained some height to try and see if we can look down and saw that other people had built down there. But then I made a stupid mistake. Sweet, we're dead anyway, who cares? Day 5 and we still haven't really made any decent progress. And at this rate, we probably won't. Why? Because, well, I died to a Dimorphodon, then got murdered by a raptor. But next, I found this Dilo nest. I checked to see if there was any Dilos around that were going to chase me and munch me. Then I searched through this nest to see if I can steal an egg. Oh, there we go. We got our first ever dinosaur tame, I hope. Unless we die, which we probably will. Now that we have a fertilized egg, our main focus right now is to get ourselves a base. But searching around to find a decent place to build is turning out to be quite difficult. I am playing very carefully to make sure I don't piss off any of the local wildlife. I eventually settled on this beach here. We're quite close to other creators, so I figured this could be safe and we can have some backup later, if we need. Now we've just got that long and tedious grind to be able to place down a base. Since this isn't my server, all of the stat rates are quite low, so it's going to take us a lot longer than it usually would to be able to place down a safe base, especially since it's almost 20 seconds just to craft one foundation. Day 6, I ended up going AFK for a little bit, and this ended up being quite a costly mistake, because yes, Welcome to the Hunted. The biggest problem that we must face right now is that we didn't put a bed down, so no, we can't spawn anywhere near where we're trying to build a base. Luckily though, I'm quite familiar with the center map, so I kind of know how to get back there kind of easily. Now back to placing down this base. Again, this is an extreme grind, but the best thing about this is because we're crafting so many foundations, we got a couple levels out of it. Level 24, baby! Progress. Day 7, while we were minding our own business, we got attacked and jumped by a ARK, adding yet another death to our death counter. While trying to run back to our base again for the freaking second time, we got jumped once again by a pegger. Oh, that was dumb. We got stupidly lucky. The Ark gods let us spawn right next to our base, and somehow the box that we had there was destroyed. But that's okay, we could just build another one. This mod is proving to be extremely difficult, and having these settings on it, even harder. But like that wise saying says, something about lemons and, you know, make lemonade. Yeah, we're gonna make lemonade. Later on in the day, I heard some voices in the distance. It was Kaya on fire and Charlie Spirit. They came over for a little bit of a visit, and they're our neighbors. They just live in that ruin just to the left there. Not bad having some good looking people next door, but once they sail away on their boat, it's time to get back to business building this base and trying to make it safe. We're filling in what we can with the wood at the moment because it's really grindy to make it out of stone. Eventually we want to make a stone base because, you know, we don't want dinosaurs breaking in. Day 8 started off as a lovely day sealing off our base. Is that a spino? That was until we had to run for our lives against a baryonyx. Oh, that's a Barry. That's a Barry. Oh, we're so dead. We're so dead. We're so dead. We're so dead. Oh, on our long journey back to base, we stumbled upon this Listrib nest. This could be a good little find and help us get some levels into our dinos while we're, you know, passively just chilling. Well, that's if we don't fall off cliffs. Day 9, I was feeling rather sad that we lost our Listro egg. So in celebration, I killed a Listro. I mean, I really do need that hide though. We need a bed down ASAP. And you need to remember, we're the apex predator in this game. Well, unless there's a T-Rex, a Giga, or anything larger than my character. Searching upon a little cliff here, I found some metal. It's kind of close to our base, so, you know, it could be good. The interesting thing about this mod is you find your dead body around the place all the time. But then dangerous things seem to find you too. Oh! Frickin' hell! But hey, we found another Listro nest. Things are looking up. But in the good old hunted fashion, we didn't make it back to base to store this Listro egg. Welcome, it's now day 10, aka the day of death. Yes, that's because we died to a Pachyrhinosaurus that we tried to fight. We died drowning in the ocean. Then we died to a raptor while we was trying to steal its raptor egg. And because we're having such a great time, we spawned next to an alpha raptor and yeah, it murdered us. I'm starting to find progress really difficult, so I called on my neighbor and fellow Australian, Ninja Killer.
I got you 2 presents, Aaron.
Yeah!
Yeah. Bed.
Legend.
And last but not least, raft life.
Oh, you're the man. We now have a raft, and this is quite the game changer, as rafts in this mod and this map make life so much easier. Oh, we did it! We did it! Oh! Yes! Yes! Yeah, so if you couldn't tell by my excitement in game right now, having a bed is a really exciting thing. Obviously, I couldn't waste any time, so I started to make my base on this raft straight away. It's day 11 now, and we're still working on this base. Remember, it's quite a grind since we have to, you know, cut all these materials and we have bad weight, and it's a grind. And then we see a strange man running along the beach. Who's that with a big head? Hello? Ah, Hillbilly Willie! We've now sealed off our little boat base from all the dangers, well, except for the front door. We don't have anything on the front door just now. But that's okay, it's time to go sailing. This may be quite a slow way to get around this map, but it is definitely the most safest way to get around this map right now. This boat has already proven to be a massive advantage, as we found this Pelagornis nest fully unprotected, and we secured ourselves a Pelagornis egg. But as we're making our escape, I quickly looked back and saw a pink Pelagornis trying to take us down. It was at this moment I realized maybe we should have put a door on the back. As long as it doesn't get in that hole, we're good. This overgrown pelican chased us for the longest time, and then one of its friends showed up as well. I had to seal up this hole. It was too risky. Day 12, we found a whole bunch of dodos. So I picked their butts for their feathers, and then murdered these big ass chickens for their hide. Remember, hide's very valuable right now. With this many dodos around, of course there was a nest here, and I had to secure myself a fertilized dodo egg. We made it back to base and I built this thing. It's called the TC Reward Vault or something. In it, you have these reward points that you can go ahead and then claim different packs and items. It feels a little bit cheaty to use, but I really needed this starter pack to get us going. Then I crafted this saddle bench. Unfortunately, in Hunted, to be able to craft saddles isn't the way you traditionally do it. You need this bench and you need to kill various things and have various items. It's a whole little bit of a mess around, but we'll get through it. First things first though, we need hide, and a lot of it. And since we've got metal tools, you do get a little bit more than you normally would with the stone tools. Day 13, my Twitch chat told me to get a boomerang, which is actually a pretty smart idea in my mind. It's a reusable projectile item, and arrows are kind of expensive since you need feathers to be able to craft them in the Hunted mod. I'm Australian, so you think I'd be good at using this thing, right? Nope, that's wrong. Wrong, I'm not. Yeah, Pachyrhinosaurus killed us. I finally put a door on the back of our boat. Yes, progress. Ever considered and thought about dumb ways to die? Well, here's a very good example. This is a Stegosaurus nest, surrounded by a bunch of stegos. What do you think's gonna happen then when I try and steal this egg? If you guessed you're gonna die, you were correct. I had a little bit of a weird light bulb moment right now, and I wanted to try and create some way to be able to kill some dinos from my boat. So that's why I built this little scuffed shooting platform that I can kind of throw my boomerang out at dinos at. I went ahead and tested this shooting platform on these iguanodons. It wasn't really that effective as most of the dinosaurs just swam underneath my boat. Day 14, we sailed on over to the volcano island. I needed to go collect some cactus sap. Now you're probably thinking, hey, there's not really cactus sap on this map. No, we're playing on the center redux, and there is cactus sap here. There's also my arch nemesis, the baryonyx. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, get back, get back, get back. We can't die out here, we're way too far away from base. We got enough cactus sap, we're good, we can leave. I went for a lovely stroll along the beach, but then I made a rather grim discovery. There's some rotting dead bodies just lying around the place, so I touched it. Further exploring, we came across a parasaur nest. And at this point of the game, I'm going to just collect any nest that I possibly can with the hopes of not dying to anything. I placed down the campfire and then I threw out this raptor egg that we'd found earlier. I quickly learned that's not how you incubate eggs in this mod. Instead, in the Hunted mod, you need to craft these specific nests. There are 3 different tiers of nests. This is the ember nest, and this can only incubate tiny or small eggs. And now we have a bunch of eggs that we've collected cooking up in our little nest here. Day 15, we got into a fight with a little yellow monkey. I killed it with my boomerang because I wanted to flex that we are the dominant species in this world. And as night hit, we went to go check on our eggs and found that they had disappeared. Oh crap, where did our eggs go? There's that one that's not really incubating. What's that? Pick that up. Hopefully the little dinos are underneath the foundation. That's usually the case in these situations. I went ahead and destroyed this nest and picked up the foundation, and then there were all the babies. Ah, there you are. Little baby turtle, little baby turtle, little baby dilo. Phew, thought I lost you guys. Now I've got to try and be a responsible parent and keep these guys alive. I struggle to do that IRL, so this might be difficult. Day 16, and the word of today is progress. So we leave the safety of our house to hunt for some dino nests, and that's when we spot this unguarded Diplodocus nest. I yoink an egg really quickly and then start running for it, because there could be a Diplo around somewhere, and I arrive back at base to see that we have a baby dodo born in our outside nest. But that's when I look behind me and, yes, there was a Diplo. This big mama was pissed and even killed our baby dodo. Worried that it might kill my other babies, I ran outside of our base trying to kite it away. But when it wouldn't follow, I had to do something that's either very brave or very stupid. Punch it in the butt. Turns out, it was pretty stupid. I tried out a little bit of a cheesy method to stop the aggro and spawned really far away to make sure that we weren't in render distance. And this is where I found the admin base. This is a base that holds, you know, all the admin stuff, and we do some events from here and stuff. But most importantly, it had some scissors and dye so we could get our, you know, signature haircut. I killed myself and then respawned back at base. And the Diplo was no longer angry, but it was still hanging around our base, which kind of made me nervous. I went on a little bit of a boat ride to go and hunt down some beach dinos. They tend to be a little bit easier to kill. Now typically they are if they're little dodos, but compies can be really annoying. And although this was taking a while, this was going all good until we saw a saber try and come and eat our butt. Which it did. Day 17, just up along the beach here, we spotted a pteranodon. And I could tell by the way that it was sitting that it was on a nest. Knowing very well that having a pteranodon would change our entire game, I had to secure this egg. Armed with only a bowler and some broken legs, we're gonna have to go into this and try and get this egg. Actually, let's get rid of these broken legs real quick. Best way to do that in this situation is see how long you can hold your breath. Not very long in this situation. I ain't Michael Phelps. Okay, now we just have a bowler and should be able to secure this pretty easy. I hope. I hit the PT with the bowler, quickly snatched an egg out of its nest, and made a quick run for it. Dude, we got it, we got it, we got it, we got it. Definitely gonna chase me down and try and kill me in my base, isn't it? I thought everything was safe, but wasn't sure, so I made a run for it outside of my base to try and kite this PT away. I knew I wouldn't survive this one, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. In the end, we got the PT pretty far away from our base, and before anybody from Monarchy says anything, I did go back to the nest and destroy it. Day 18, we went on a big trip on our boat to try and gather as many resources as possible. I made a bow this time, but I had some explosive arrows, and I wanted to try them out. They're pretty good. If you hit your target, they stun them for a little bit, and they have a little bit of an AoE damage area. I did get a little bit overconfident though, and tried to take on a pack of aloes. Yeah, this was a very bad idea. I shot an explosive arrow inside my base, and yeah, it stunned me and put me to sleep. So I just have to sit here patiently having a nice little nap while some Allosauruses munch on my base. When I arose, I quickly jumped onto the controls of my boat and made a swift escape. Remember the story of that bearded guy, Jesus or something, walking on water? Well, this is the crocodile version, except it's floating and yeah, well, it's dead. This is what we need to look for, dead things that are dead, so we can harvest their stuff. Yo. After scoring a bunch of hide and materials from that sucker, I realized maybe hunting down dead dinos on the beaches is probably the way to go. That's where we scored some free loot from a baryonyx and another dead sucker on the beach. Now we had enough hide that we can make ourselves a forge and get into the metal game ourselves. Then with the forge cooking, we had enough metal to make ourselves a smithy. Now things are really starting to look up. Then at the end of this day, I decided to add another level to our boat base. I don't really know what I'm doing with this build at the moment, but you know, let's just try stuff and see what works. Day 19 and our babies are fully grown up, and it kind of looks like we're starting to run out of room in this little base here. So it's probably a good time to start extending this base just a little bit. This continued on to day 20 as well. And there we have it, the final piece of our build. It's not significantly bigger, but it's kind of hard to get resources right now, so this is gonna have to do. I then placed down a large crop plot. Then I got really tired from all this building and decided to take a nap. I realized the large crop plot's gonna have a little bit of an issue. We're gonna need fertilizer. So I placed this poop bin down, picked up a bunch of poop from these dinos, and started producing some fertilizer. Day 21, we're back out exploring on our box boat and found ourselves at Batman Island. It doesn't really look like Batman Island now, but if you see it from a different angle, it looks like Batman. We're coming over here to try and get ourselves a pretty valuable late game resource. With no dangers around, we're here to get our resources, crystal and obsidian. Getting in and out of here was quite easy thanks to Mott irregulars putting up these ladders. Again, this was a whole process, having to run back and forwards to the boat every single time that we got our inventory full. So yeah, this little adventure took us the entire day. Day 22, we rocked up on this little deserted island only so we could bully these prehistoric chickens. We're not slaughtering these chickens for no reason. I wanted to steal their eggs in a non-predatory, creepy way. Once we secured some new fertilized eggs, we went back out exploring. And there, you can see in the distance there, that's the Batman cave, island, whatever you want to call it. Hey look, there's a random tropio just floating next to the beach. I'm a boomerang it in the face. Oh, we hit it. Yeah, oh, it's coming. It's coming. Will it get us? Okay, we're chilling, I don't really know what to do now though. This ended up being a terrible idea because the tropio just followed us all the way back until we stopped and started stabbing it through the walls like this in a cheesy kind of way. Day 23, I stabbed an overgrown pig in its butt. There was no real purpose to this other than it's fun. Then I traveled to this island, and because we're on the center map Redux, it looks a little different than what it usually would look like. It even has these red flowers that give you red coloring, and tinto berries of course. But what was even more surprising is it was, you know, not that dangerous. I didn't see any crazy creatures around. And just as I was leaving, I ran into Charlie. And Charlie gave me some good advice about this island.
Supposedly there's some boxes on this island you can harvest to get some loot, so I'm going on an investigation.
Charlie led me down this strange stream. Hopefully they don't have a plan to kill me right now. Turns out they were right. There's plenty of boxes just laying around. And the mother lode of citronal. Oh, we got 96 arrows. And before sailing on home, we found 2 dodo nests. So, you know, I had to collect the eggs. Day 24, and after the long couple of days out exploring, we're back at base, and it's time to unload all of our spoils into our base. I had to make a new nest because I destroyed the one earlier that we had. I don't even remember where it was placed, but we had one. And then of course, started hatching all the eggs that we had collected along our ways. We finally have some fertilizer, so it's probably a good time to try and get some plants growing. I am planting a really weird modded seed though, the cocoa droop seed. It's what we need to be able to craft what's called coir fiber that we need to be able to craft saddles later. Day 25 and our little dodos have hatched, and I started to make some more changes on our little boat base thing. I had the idea of making a whole shooting floor, so at least we had like a 360 kind of vantage point of shooting our boomerang out of. It was a really cool idea until I started driving the boat and realized our vision became very, very poor. While driving this boat, we basically just had to stare at the roof the entire time. And we're gonna test this thing out on a soccer. We got some explosive arrows. Let's see what happens. Oh, we hit it. Oh, these arrows do some pretty good damage. Get him, get him, get him. Clean shot. That was clean. Other than almost knocking ourselves out, we had this Sarko cornered. We could, do some pretty decent damage to it. Unfortunately, it got into a weird angle, so we had to demolish this wall so we could start shooting it again. I then switched out to glass arrows, and apparently they do bleed damage over time. Then back to explosive arrows, hoping that I could finally stun it and it won't run away like it is. 64 health left. Not wanting to waste any arrows, I went up and stabbed it straight in its behind and secured the victory against this crocodile. Uncle Steve Owen would be very proud. Or he won't, because I think he tries to preserve their life, not kill them. Full of confidence after slaying that big crocodile, we went back over to the lava island and noticed some dead Rexes on the beach getting munched by a Kano. And thanks to our big brain move with this build that we made, we were able to take the Kano out. With these dead Rexes on the beach, I knew that this was an opportunity to be able to score a lot of hide. Oh, is that an Alpha Raptor? Oh my gosh. Wait, this is taking so damn long. No, we are not going to wait on Lava Island to do that. Maybe the Rexes will be worthwhile. Nah, this is taking forever too. Harvesting this hide from this dead Rex better be worth it. We are running a massive risk just being out here isolated on the middle of Lava Island. But since I'm here anyway, I might as well harvest it completely and get the arms and the armored plates as well. The rest of this day we spent just harvesting all the other dead animals along this beach. It literally took the whole day harvesting. We just stood here and just held down this button the whole damn time. Day 27, we're back out sailing and exploring. That's when I noticed that there was another PT around. And because of the way it was moving, there's likely to be a nest locally. Where's this goddamn nest? I can't freaking see nothing. There's so much grass around. Nest, where you at? It should have just been like on top of it, really. We weren't lucky enough to find an egg, but still didn't mean that the PT was going to be less unhappy with us. And then something else wanted to join the party. Oh crap, is that a Spino? Oh bro, that's a Spino. Oh, it's actually doing damage to us. It's actually doing damage. No, can I hurt it? Can it hurt me? No, we're doing okay. We're doing okay, but it's gonna have a lot of health. I don't think we're gonna do much to it. 23 damage isn't enough. Oh my god. After a little bit of back and forth fighting this Spino, we made it get on the run. I launched off my boat to chase it down, and it turned around and killed me. The thing is, knowing that this Spino could possibly almost be dead because it's running away, it'd be a good thing to kill because they drop a really good resource. What do we do? We just... the sucker. Frick. Yeah, so we had this sucker that we needed to get rid of first. And hopefully the Spino wouldn't come and munch on us really quickly. Everything was looking good until I had to run back to my raft. Yeah, sucker got us. Crazy thing is, when we respawned, I saw that the Spino was dead on the beach. It was just surrounded by some Pelagornis that weren't looking very friendly right now. This whole entire situation was looking very sticky. I didn't know what to do. We did have a Sarko still trying to bite on my boat base, and the Spino that I wanted to collect was surrounded by Pelagornis. So I just did what I do best. I YOLO'd it, ran out of my boat base, and stole the Pelagornis' eggs. Yeah, I know that's kind of random from what the original goal was to do here, but I had a plan with this. If I could steal this egg, I should be able to aggro all the Pelagornis to follow me. And I should be able to cheesy kill them through my walls, which we successfully did with only a metal hatchet. And now we could go harvest this Spino for its Shagreen. Now Shagreen is two things. Shagreen is a hide, but it also works as organic polymer. So yes, no matter how you look at it, this is an extremely valuable resource. Day 28, we arrived back at base and secured all the loot that we had gathered out in the wilds. Unfortunately, we had some unwanted guests that were waiting around our base. These bats were going to turn out to be massive pests. Until we figure out what to do with these bats, I'm going to hatch this egg right here. And place down this next tier nest. You have to place it directly on the ground. You can't place it on any foundations. It's a shame our friends didn't let us do it though. Instead, I had the idea to remove the campfire and the crafting station alongside the foundations and place this nest right in the middle of our base. I gathered up some gear really quickly so I could fend off some of these pests. Went outside and realized that there was a Sako there as well. Good thing is, we've learned how to deal with these soon-to-be Gucci bags rather easily. Only thing is, I didn't really have enough arrows to really take it down, so we just kited it away. After all, I got some eggs to hatch. This nest will hatch medium and large eggs. With all these creatures just holding us pinned in here, I figured it was a good idea to make another entrance or exit at least. This way we have multiple ways to get in and out of this base. I also wanted to place down some spike walls as well. But yeah, our little friends weren't having that. After a little bit of back and forth with our pesky friends, we had the opportunity to place down some spike walls. This should help a little bit, I hope. Day 29 and we have some babies ready and hatched. We have 2 Pelagornis and a PT. And we all know hitting them skies is going to be such a game changer. One thing I didn't realize about the PT and Pelagornis is that they're piscivores, which means they only eat fish. Oh, and I'd like to take note that these spike walls aren't effective against flying creatures. Later in the day, our baby raptor hatched as well. Weirdly enough though, it keeps running around even though it's not on wander. I don't know how to fix that. It's probably now a good time to place down a feeding trough and a soul terminal so we can keep our dinosaurs safe eventually. And, you know, we don't have a lot of space to keep them around. Day 30 and most of our dinos are fully grown up. Yeah, I know it seems a little bit fast, but hey, you guys got to remember I'm playing on a server and sometimes I need to log off. And yeah, they just keep growing. With our parasaur fully grown up, I put a saddle on him and started going riding. It feels weird to be day 30 and riding our first dinosaur, but that's the hunted for you. I wanted to use the parasaur for one thing and one thing only, basically as a pack horse. It has way more weight than I do, so it can hold obviously a lot more. I also named him Igor. I don't know why, it just was the thing that came up with. But also on this little adventure, we scored an iguanodon egg and another dialer egg. So that's a win in my books. That night, thanks to my Twitch chat, I realized my boat base was actually a very terrible design. We came up with a much more better and practical design. That I'll show you once we complete it. Early morning of day 31, we decided to head on out for a little bit of a run until I forgot something and started heading back to my base. And then this happened. What the hell? How did you even get in? My spikes suck. My spikes aren't even damaging you. What the frick was that? I respawned back in my boat and the baryonyx seemed to be caught in my spikes. So while we were safe in this situation, I decided to finish off my boat base build. I suppose we should deal with this big Barney wannabe looking dude. I just don't really understand why the spikes didn't do any damage to it. Day 32, we took our brand new designed boat into the swamp area. I knew this would be a fun and safe way to be able to gather a lot of wood, and I found a little bit of a cheesy way to be able to harvest cementing paste from these beaver dams. We did this over and over and over, collecting as much wood and cementing paste as possible, but because we did it so much, we seemed to piss off a lot of beavers. The beavers were wrecking through my base, but I think the ARK gods were kind of annoyed at what I had done. So they put a beaver inside my base. I have no idea how this beaver got inside my base. My door's shut and none of the walls are destroyed. So it must have been the ARK gods. Trying to get this beaver outside my base was kind of difficult. It wouldn't leave. And it seems like a friend followed it home. Day 33, I logged into my base and realized a lot of our creatures are not here. And a little stupid microraptor was inside my base, as well as a baryonyx outside my base trying to get in. I have a sneaking suspicion that this microraptor murdered all of my dinos. So of course this stupid parrot wannabe is now dead. Now I just have to figure out how to get rid of this baryonyx. And that's when I heard some voices in the distance come through.
15, I got this.
Yes! Came in for the rescue! Thank you! And yeah, massive shout out to Kyra on Fire, Charlie Spirit, and Mushroom for coming in and saving my life. At this point of the game, I had decided that my base spot that I had currently isn't gonna work. We're gonna have to move. With that being said, I put a crafting station in my boat because it has 300 item slots and started to move some of my things to my new base location, which I decided that it was gonna be here. Most of the other players in the server have been building in ruins and it seemed to be working out pretty good for them. I can see this as a pretty easy place to block off and prevent any dangers from coming in. So this will be our new home. Now, time to start building. And to save time harvesting all new resources, I just broke down all the stuff that we already had. which made it a lot easier placing all these pieces in without having to go farm all the materials all over again. And just like that, we had most of this place walled off and, you know, no crazy dinos could come in and attack us. We also have another rule on this server that you can't leave your bases abandoned, so I had to remove absolutely everything, even if I needed it or not. Also, I realized for the last 35 days, I've been running around naked, so it's probably a good time to put on some clothes too, especially with all these beautiful ladies around. It's called respect. Alright, here's a little tour of our base as well. So we go up here, we turn left, we've got this all sealed off, we've got the torches to provide some light, and down here, it's not huge, but it's not small either. I think this is going to do us nicely and be so much better than being stuck on that beach. Day 36, I scattered around some foundations around our base, so I could place down these crop plots in hopes to be able to plant some plant X species to help defend our base against some of the wild dinos. But that's also when I had the bright idea to place them on my roof as well. Maybe we can use this as a mobile turret base and kill some wild dinos while we're out and about. On the center, it rains a lot, so being able to fill this up with water isn't really a problem. We don't have to run any taps or anything because the rain will just water our plants. This is obviously going to require a ton of fertilizer, so it's probably time that we try and get ourselves a dung beetle. Day 37, I got a little visit from our favorite granny.
Oh, I was just coming to see who this is. Oh, it's Aaron!
Yo, what up, brother?
Is this where you moved to?
Yeah, this is where I moved to.
Man, this is way nicer than mine. Mine lacks any amount of building. Yeah, I took everything I owned and I stuffed it in a corner like this.
This is Hillbilly Willy if you weren't aware. Go follow him on Twitch, he's a cool dude. I gave him a little bit of a tour of my base and then he showed me how to go and get a dung beetle.
So we gotta go up and to the left over here. Hey, look. See? Told you.
Oh, no way. The ARK gods were gracing us today with their presence.
There you go, here.
Oh, freaking epic. The man got us a dung beetle just like that. Then I spent the rest of the day just running around with him showing us some of his PvP skills. The man can shoot anything really easily. And since he's a little bit more familiar with this area, he also showed us where some good crystal and metal spawns are.
Way up on top of this hill here.
And then he took us to the mother lode of crystal and metal.
Well, listen, Aaron, I'm gonna head out on my adventure. I don't want to end up in the swamp, but I think I'm gonna end up heading that way in a little bit. Take this, it's a gift. It's a parting gift, because I got 2 males. I can't do anything with it.
Yo, thank you. We've now secured ourselves a dung beetle that can make fertilizer passively in the soul terminal, and a sheep that passively creates wool, all thanks to Hillbilly Willy. But I think we really need to get this Plantex up. As you can see right now, we had an Allosaurus just sitting at the front of our base, up the stairs. Thankfully, this thing was dumber than a can of soup, so it kind of just kept running into a wall so I could kill it easily. If I don't have to waste arrows, I won't at this point. Instead, I'll just poke it in the butt with a big long metal stick. Day 39, we found a beach littered with nests, and handy ones. We have a Lystrosaurus that can help us level up our dinos, a compy nest that I completely forgot about until I started editing this video, and the most important one for this mod and for this playthrough, the Oviraptor. Now this should help us breed and help us produce more dinos that we're going to need along the way. Now of course, I couldn't wait. As soon as I got back to base, I put them straight in the nest, hoping that they would hatch quickly. And since it had been a while, I went and checked our soul terminal to see if the fertilizer was cooking up. And it was. We had a lot of poop. Yeah, soul terminal, a place that we can hold our dinos and make them sit there, you know, swimming in poop the entire time. What a great place to live. And as this day ended, we got to watch one of our babies hatch. What just happened? Did that baby just get yeeted out of the nest? Oh crap. Oh, there it is. Day 40, and we have a few new additions to our base and our family here. I'd started growing up that Diplo from the egg that we got from, you know, quite a while ago. A little tiny Oviraptor was growing up really quickly. I just forget what it eats. And our Plantex that we'd planted had fully grown. I also now had enough materials to be able to make a raptor saddle. You know, yeah, for our raptor that we have. And because they're pretty fast and agile with some pretty decent melee, crappy health, we can get around this map pretty easy. I hope. Our main aim right now is to explore and see if we can find any eggs. But that's when we explored and ran straight into a massive pack of trikes. But we're not too far away from our base, so I decided to run them all the way back, with the goal of running them straight into our Plantex. Yeah, they'll do all the work for us right now. This would definitely give us a massive advantage in this game. Remember hide being quite difficult to get? Yeah, now it's not so hard. And I'd collect these armored plates as well. They're used for making saddles, but you can also use them as silica pearls if you need. And in the name of progress, we were now able to make ourselves a fabricator. Yes, I know it's day 40 and we only just got a fabricator, but hey, such is life on these kind of servers. And with that said fabricator, we made ourselves a pump shotgun. Also, we could do exactly this. Yeah, mass amounts of damage really quickly. Day 41, we jumped on our boat with fully grown Plantex on it. Yes, now we have technically a turret boat. Isn't it beautiful? We brought it over to this island and this little location so we could go and farm some more metal. Since scouting earlier, we know that this place is quite safe from other dinos. So I placed a bunch of boxes leading up to the metal spawns above. This way we can farm as much metal as possible, and all we have to do is use the Omni tool to direct the metal into the boxes leading all the way back to my boat. We call this big brain moves. Day 42, and we chose violence against Diplos. There were a bunch of nests nearby, so these guys are gonna have to go. Yeah, they were protecting these dodo nests. Not really. They were also protecting the Diplo nest as well. And we somehow got lucky and there was an Amargasaurus nest nearby as well. And now that we have a fully operational turret boat, I ventured back to this dangerous swamp to go take out some of the pests around here. Like this yellow Spino. It didn't stand much of a chance against our turrets. Even though my turrets are doing a ton of damage, I wanted to help it out with my shotgun. And just as luck would have it, a fluffy raptor found its way inside my boat base. Once we finally killed all the fauna around this area, it was time to go see if we can get some eggs. And we got lucky. We scored ourselves a Sarco egg, a Caprosuchus egg, a Dinosuchus egg, another Sarco egg, another Capro egg, and most excitingly, a Tropiognathus egg. Day 44, we returned back home and noticed that there was a stranger at our doorsteps.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you? Who is that?
It's Mushroom.
Oh, hey Mushroom.
Who's this?
It's Aaron. Mushroom was still at the start of her journey and trying to get some hide, so I figured I'd help her out.
Your setup is awesome. That is really great.
Mushroom ended up skinning this trike, and then I told her about all the juicy hides sitting at the back of my base. I decided to cut my hair, completely bald. This is all for a good reason. I need human hair to be able to get myself a nanny. Mushroom? I didn't get enough for myself, so I had to do this. Can I ask you a favor?
Yeah.
Can I cut your hair? I need some human hair.
Sure. Okay, just don't give me a mohawk.
And no, I didn't forget to start hatching all of the eggs that we gathered from out in the wilds. The only thing is, I have certain size eggs that I can't hatch right now. But you know what I can do? I can go full Thomas Edison and create electricity and bring a nanny into this world. Before the day ended though, I made sure to build a greenhouse. We're gonna have to start growing some stuff. Yeah. Day 45, I teamed up with Gamer K and went back into the swamp. And straight away got lucky and found a Spinosaurus nest.
Oh my god, Aaron, that's so good.
And then we took my turret boat over to these fluffy raptors just to murder them. Their deaths weren't in vain though. Kay was able to get ourselves a Dinosuchus egg. We ventured over to the center's version of Kano Island, and when we walked outside the door, we found a bunch of birds murdered along the beach. Just so you guys know, that wasn't us. But I'll certainly take all the free loot we can get. Day 46 and our Diplo is fully grown up, but he doesn't really fit in our base, so we're gonna put him away for now. Oh, and our Amargasaurus is growing up rather nicely. I then went out on my raptor for a little bit of exploration, and as luck would have it, we found a nest of Ankies. Too bad some of them have to die. After murdering a bunch of spiky land turtles, I was able to steal their eggs. I got super lucky as there was 2 separate nests. So yeah, we had 2 Anki eggs. Day 47, I decided to do a little bit of a renovation of our base here. I wanted to add a second level, mainly just so I can have a place that I can breed some of these dinos without them getting in the way. Then I got a visit from my neighbor, Gamer K. She came to leech some stuff off me because she's too lazy to go get it herself. Yeah, I'm a bit of a simp, so of course I handed it all over. With Gamer K hanging around for moral support, I was able to finish this whole second level. I had a couple extra resources, so I placed down some glass walls here so I could look out and see what's going on, you know, in my front yard. Day 48, we had a bunch of our babies fully grown up, but they started taking up too much space, so we had to put them away in the soul terminals. I went out to my boat and noticed that we had a stranger sleeping on top of it. Oh no, it's dead. Now that we're finally starting to make some decent progress, I was feeling confident enough to start heading out and seeing if we can go and tackle a cave. I found this cave that was infested with spiders and snakes, which is good because the spiders give us spider silk and the snakes give us a ton of venom, which you can then turn into narcotics. Narcotics aren't made the traditional way in the Hunted mod. You need venom and narcoberry seeds. And everything was going great and dandy until this happened. What the hell? Did I just get spat on by the freaking snake? Oh my god, they can spit on you! Yeah, we're dead. This is an unfortunate situation. Respawning back in, I had to figure out a way to get back into that cave to get my Dinosuchus back and all my gear. Luckily for me, I had enough resources to be able to craft up another saddle for another fluffy raptor. We were lucky enough to be able to make it back to our body and get all our gear back, but unfortunately, our raptor didn't survive. No way way I'm leaving without this raptor saddle. Day 49, I was on the hunt for some silk. We need silk to be able to make some higher tier saddles on this mod. We ended up finding the mother lode on this volcano island. This is good and kind of bad. It's a very dangerous area, but this really is the mother lode of silk. New location, new problems. That was a level 225 Pteranodon, which also means there's usually a nest around here. Yes, we secured ourselves a Pteranodon egg. Even though we just picked up a Pteranodon egg, we do have our first flying tame fully grown. I named this girl Michelle, after one of my cousins that thinks she's a duck, because she got those lip things in her lips. Yes, we can now fly. Rather slowly, but we can fly. This should make all a difference. 49 days without flight has made this whole journey quite difficult. Hopefully this changes our game for the better. The one thing that I realized very quickly is that these flyers go through a lot of fish meat, meaning we need to gather a lot of meat just to keep it fed. Otherwise, it'll probably pass out and, probably die out in the wild. So it's probably a good idea now to try and start hatching this Pteranodon egg. Thanks to our brand new flyer, we were able to scout out different locations, thus leading us to different nests, like this Therizino nest that's on top of a mountain. I was able to yoink this Therizino egg and destroy the nest, then make a quick escape up into the skies where a Therizino can't get us. We then found another Therizino nest, but I'm not too confident that this nest is going to be too safe. Thankfully, these overgrown tickle chickens are pretty stupid and you can just run them off the cliff. Then we could safely secure another Therizino egg. Day 51, we returned back to the volcano island to go and kill some of the local wildlife. But the real purpose of my trip here is to gather some silk with my sickle. The hope is now that we can gather enough that we don't ever have to return here for it. I might as well harvest some resources from this Rex though. Day 52, our Amargasaurus was fully grown up and my Twitch chat decided on a name for it. We named it Roswell. I think it's kind of fitting. If you know, you know. With breeding being one of the main points of this mod, I needed to expand my base somehow, and I wanted to kind of keep everything central in the one area. The plan is to make the front and the rear wider, which is a little bit easier said than done because resources are quite thin if you remember. I just realized now that we made the front wider, we now block off the greenhouse effects for our, greenhouse. Day 53, I decided to go out and explore and kind of have a look at everyone else's bases on this map. This is Ninja Killer's base. Wow, he's made a lot of progress. He's got fully grown spinos. A nice little base, a nice little area. Proper electricity. Weird looking kind of, greenhouse. Who's up here? Oh, King Daddy D-Mac. This base is, minimalistic to say the least. Hey, there he is. He's asleep. Is it weird just to stare at him while he sleeps? After venturing out, we came back to base and noticed that there was a Triceratops floating on our roof. Weird sight, but hey, that's pretty cool. Day 54, we went to go over and visit our favorite granny, Hillbilly Willy. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair.
Sorry, I'm old and going bald.
Everywhere?
No. No.
We came to meet up with Willy here so we could go and do a little bit of an adventure.
Wait, did you really? Oh, it's on the back half. Yeah, but you want to be able to do it from inside in case there's danger, you know?
We're going deep sea diving so we can try and get ourselves some angular gel, which we need to be able to fuel the next tier nest so we can hatch some of these bigger dinos. But when I say that this adventure was interesting, it really was. First off, I let a Plesiosaurus get a little bit too close and that ended up in a death. Then I finally met Hillbilly Willy down on the ocean floor, but he was just sitting in a chair. When you're doing this without a dinosaur, you run out of stamina real easy. So you put the chair down underwater, it gives you a way to regain your stamina. Venturing on forward, we finally found some anglerfish, but there were other creatures that wanted to eat us as well. But we were stacked with our net gun, so we didn't really have to worry about some of these creatures and was able to get to work killing these anglerfish. Everything was going well until Willy started yelling this.
Pleasey, 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 pleasey.
Please eat these nuts, let's go! Oh, donkey!
Kill the please.
Donkey!
Net it if you can. Dunk it, net.
And I don't think I left Scuba up the stairs. That was dumb. Spawning back on my boat, and yes, my stupid head didn't leave any Scuba on the boat. Willy didn't survive either, so we had to go pick him up at a neighboring island. Willy!
Go!
After a quick stop off at Hillbilly Willy's base, we were able to get back down into the water. This time I took my Capro that we named Fang. Also, this time Willy brought enough materials to be able to build an underwater bunker for us. This should hopefully keep us safe against some of the really big dangers in the water. And I think we're about to put it to the test. Willy, I can't find any. Oh, Tuso, we out of here, son. The Tuso in the distance was pretty fast and we had to try and make our way all the way back to our little bunker. Willy seemed to make it safely inside the bunker just as the Tuso fully engulfed it. No! I tried my best to shoot this Tuso with my glass arrows, but with 10k health this was hard. Just as I thought we were in a very good position, this happened. I got hit! No! We attempted this trip one more time down to the bottom of the ocean, but with some electric eels and the Tuso around, this was really no hope. We had been out here for so long, me and Willie decided to pack it up for the day. But that doesn't mean we were giving up. We returned the following day, but this time with extra scuba gear. And Fang. Yeah, we brought Fang along too. Ooh, getting deep. I can see the Plessy that's dead. Yes, myself and our Capro Fang died. Thanks to the fact that we had some spare scuba on the boat, we were able to retrieve what we took down already. But then, the Tuso came straight back for us. I went back down, but this time we got a little bit closer. I think Willie was kiting the Tuso away. This time we made it all the way back to my bag, and then in typical ARK fashion, this happened. And of course, once we logged back in, we got the message that we were killed by a plesiosaur. Once I finally made it back, Hillbilly Willie created a proper underwater base here so that, we could kind of hide out for as long as possible. And now we're finally in a state to be able to take out these anglerfish. I was able to net one, shoot it a bunch of times in the face, and harvest that juicy angler gel. After that whole adventure, we only got ourselves 104 angler gel. And then once we split that up, I was only left with 34 because Ninja came along too. He came along right at the end. Day 57, we were pretty tired and exhausted, but life has to move on. It's time for us to be able to craft the living nest so we can start incubating these colossal and gargantuan eggs. Now that we're going to have a bunch of big babies coming into our lives, it's probably a good idea for us to continue on expanding the space. My ADD sometimes doesn't allow me to stay focused on one task at a time, so yeah, I left it from earlier. But I do think it's important that we get this done now, because we need a space for all these babies to raise up. I also decided to move our greenhouse from down the bottom at the front to right out these doors at the rear. This way they can still get the sunlight from above and get the good greenhouse effects. And it's all on the same level too, so we can access it easier. I made sure this time we had an S+ gardener, so we can basically always have almost unlimited fruits and vegetables and berries and whatever grows there. And we can't have a garden without beer. I mean, what man doesn't love beer with their gardening? Day 58, we added another quality of life person to our base. The S+ item collector. I placed this down hoping that it can collect some unfertilized eggs for us that we could possibly turn into kibble later to tame some, better creatures. Then we went out to the plain/snow area to go and get ourselves some more pelt. It's also pretty satisfying watching our boat murder tons of big scary creatures. And luckily scored ourselves an RG egg in the process. We got back to base and realized our PT was fully grown up. And of course, because it does all my bidding, I slapped the saddle on it, jumped on its back, and took off to the skies. It didn't last very long. I'm pretty sure this PT suffers from emphysema. It doesn't really have much stamina. Day 59, Hillbilly Willie invited me over to his place because he said he had a present for me. And then after speaking to Willie for a little while, we decided to go head over to the center island to see if we can do a little bit of exploration and see if we can find anything cool and exciting there. Honestly, it was a little bit of a letdown. There wasn't really much happening there. Day 60, we ended up meeting up with another creator, Cobraful, aka Cobbs. Cobraful, aka Cobbs, requested my expertise to help her go and get some angler gel. Little does she know, I'm no expert at this. We dove down into the deep and then encountered our first enemy, the pesky Plessy. This run, we were able to kill it. We went out to go and try and find ourselves some anglerfish, and then the inevitable happened. These electric eels are gonna make this thing really hard. We swam back down to the safety of our bunker and got there easily with no eels in sight. It was nice to just be able to sit down and chill for a little bit, because as soon as we opened the doors to this bunker, the threats were real. This bunker came in clutch though. We were able to kill Bruce really easily, and an anglerfish was just sitting there waiting for me to kill it too. The strategy we were using right now was to lure all of the anglerfish as close to the bunker as possible. This way, once we killed them, they were all in close proximity, and I could use this cheetah potion, aka Willy Juice, and harvest mass amounts of angler gel from each anglerfish. The only thing is, I would become encumbered straight away, so Cobbs and Hippohead that joined us later will need to pick up the angler gel. This run was significantly better than the last one with Willy. We split up all of our spoils amongst each other and continued on our ways. I had more angler gel than I know I needed right now, so I had to share it with one of my favorite people on the server. Just as I left Willy's base, we ran into these Spinos that were protecting a nest, so I let my murder boat try and kill them. We killed one Spino, and then the other Spino seemed rather distracted. We got our revenge on that Spino and secured its fertilized egg. Day 61, and today's all about growing our dinosaur army, starting with getting these capros to breed. But there's one place that we can guarantee to get some pretty strong dinos kinda easily: the swamp. And with the safety of our turret boat being around here, that makes this whole trip a little bit easier. I'm on my PT though, because I want to look on top of these ledges to see if we can find any interesting nests. Specifically the Tropio nest. It's not a Tropio nest, but it's a Titan boa nest. And I'll take myself a free easy egg. We didn't have a lot of luck in the sky, so we're back in our boat. And honestly, this is where we got a lot of eggs. I'll quickly list them and show you. We scored a Sarco egg, a Spino egg, and the also elusive Tropiogonanthus egg. Back at base and ready to start hatching all these eggs that we've collected over time. Having 2 of multiple dinos means there's a chance that we can get a male and a female and start breeding. Day 62, I met up with a bunch of other creators and was immediately picked by one of the most chaotic creators of them all, Mr. Raz Clark. Raz Clark then explained that he was looking for a Spino egg. Now, because this is the Monarchy server, we can't just hand things over willy-nilly and easily. The challenge has been set. There's only one thing left to do before we fight. I need to declare war on him since this is a PvE server. I'm now versing all the other allies.
Oh my god!
Bro, yeah.
Well, yes, that fight was kind of weird and one-sided, definitely. But we lost, so we owe the man a Spino egg. So I quickly ran back to base to pick up the Spino egg, and then ran all the way back on my Deinonychus to go meet up with everybody again.
There it is! That's amazing!
After all the shenanigans, I went back to base and met up with Charlie's Spirit. I was going away for the weekend IRL at this point of the game, and I needed somebody to look after all my dinos, and they said that they would do it. At this time, I was going away for about 3 or 4 days to go film some IRL content. You can go check that on my second page. So I made sure to have all my dinos on breeding, so that when I come back, we would have a ton of eggs. And in-game, it'll show that it's the next day, but you know how this stuff works. We're playing on a server. This just happens. I'm kind of cheesing the system, I guess. Day 63 and our base is full of fully grown dinos, including fully grown trops. How lucky are we? Personally, I've never ridden a trop before, so I was curious how this kind of worked. I loaded this girl up with some meat and some gasoline and took off to the skies on my dinosaur that thinks it's a fighter jet. I had no real destination to travel to, but as we were traveling around, I randomly saw a blue name pop up on my screen, so I had to go investigate. It was good old King Daddy D-Mac.
You know, if you're not too heavy, I'm going over to Willie's. I could just pick him up.
So yes, as per King Daddy D-Mac's request, we took him all the way to Hillbilly Willie's base. And since we had been away for a while, we actually had a ton of Spino eggs that we could finally hatch. So yeah, we did that. I mean it, we literally had a whole soul terminal full of eggs. Now that we had a bunch of babies growing up and eggs hatching and all that kind of stuff, I decided to go out and do a bit of exploring, but our main mission was to try and find some juicy drop loot. Honestly, we came up kind of dry. We didn't get anything decent really, but you do get deactivated implants, which you can use to make saddles later. I got extremely curious about what this place is on the map, and since we're flying on a big jet airplane, I decided to fly up there and see what it was all about. Turns out you can't get up that high, but it also looks like the boss arena. It's a creative place to put it in my opinion. Back down and a little bit closer to Earth, we're back doing something that's a little bit more productive. Yeah, we're putting sap taps in. I want to eventually get myself a snail, but we need to be able to make veggie cake, which we need sap for. Day 64 and we finally got ourselves a chemistry bench. We're gonna need this so we can start mass crafting gunpowder. I was told around now that there's gonna be some PvP later on, so it's best to start preparing. That also means we need to whip out the Yankee and start on a big metal grind. With all of our eggs hatched from earlier, it was time to start spreading these babies out all around our base so they could fully grow up. And of course, put some more eggs on the nest to get the next generation of babies. Our Theria was now fully grown up, but we had to start pumping it full of levels. This was mainly going to be a gatherer, so I wanted to make sure it had some good weight and some good movement speed. And I didn't forget about pumping it full of that delicate harvesting as well. Jumped on the back of this Sterazino and took this overgrown tickle chicken out to the swamp. We're on the hunt for rare mushrooms and rare flowers, both so that we could keep this living nest alive, but also I wanted the rare flowers to try and get ourselves a giant beehive eventually. Day 65, and this day is definitely the day of death. I met up with a bunch of other creators on the server to attempt the puzzle cave. I was warned that I was going to die a lot, so I placed down a foundation and a bed so we could respawn as many times as we need. And let's just say I wasn't prepared for how many times we were going to die. Too much lava, we're dead. Yes, that was the first of many deaths that would happen to us in this cave.
Okay. Need a cleanup crew. Alright. Oh.
We attempted so many times that we finally got to this one area that would be the death of us. Yeah, we didn't even get close to where we needed to be able to finish that cave. So we're just gonna have to take a massive L for this one. It was so bad I even broke a keyboard doing this while I was on stream. Instead, I went back to base and did what we could do best successfully, growing up all of our babies. Day 66, we went to go meet up with the mischievous man himself. I'm coming in hot. Oh, how do you land? Oh, there we go. Mr. Razclark. We're here hunting Alpha Tusos for some black pearls and an Alpha Tuso eye. I brought a bed, and I also brought my Capro.
Ooh, Capro, very nice.
I then made sure that I placed all my precious belongings on my truck because I didn't really want to lose this Mastercraft shotgun that I had. All prepared, we dove into the big wide ocean. We were met by a bunch of anglerfish, which honestly I was tempted to kill and get the angler gel. But no, we're on a mission for Alpha Tusos. All was looking good. Me and Razclark were searching around until this moment happened. Is it nests?
Oh, there you go. Hold up. Mosa.
Yes, a big scary Mosa came in and was chasing Razclark. I was just grateful it wasn't chasing us. The problem with that is that Mosa split us up and then I couldn't find Razclark again. I searched everywhere trying to find him, even on this little island here, but to no prevail. Is that a squid?
I was calling for you, dude, and I couldn't find you anywhere. Do you want some black pulse?
Well, I won't say no to that. And of course, I wasn't going to pass up an opportunity to get some free black pearls. Even though I didn't really do anything, I'll call this trip a success. Day 67, I'm still with Razclark, but this time we're on another mission. We're trying to find ourselves an Alpha Rex that we can kill. Raz is trying to get an Alpha Rex tooth so he can craft an Alpha saddle. I don't know.
77k health.
Oh no. We used the lava to help us do some damage and stayed safe on this bridge. This might be a successful trip. Is it running away already? A little bit underwhelming in comparison to an Alpha Tuso, but necessary.
A little bit, but you know, like, one step at a time, right?
Right. Don't die! Did you die? So yeah, Razclark died. I wanted to wait as long as I could for Razclark to get back, but it looked like the lava was doing the work for us. Just as Razclark got back, the Alpha Rex died. Raz, it died to the lava!
I'm so good.
Oh crap, oh no! So yeah, I died. Got a little bit too close to the lava. Also, in the hunted mod, the higher the level or the higher the rarity of the dino, the longer it takes to harvest. Razclark was harvesting the Alpha Tooth, and I wanted to try and get myself some hide. Oh no! But yeah, the game wasn't going to allow me to do that. And the only way I could fly back to Razclark was on my slow pelican. Again, it didn't take us long to find another Alpha Rex. Luck is really on our side today.
Oh, there he walks.
I secured myself an Alpha Tooth, said goodbye to Razclark, and headed on home. It has been quite an adventure the last couple days. Day 68, I was notified by two of the admins of the server, Wolf and Phoenix, about a Quetzal egg. Now, do I have major need for a Quetzal right now? No. But do I want one? Yes. I met up with Wolf, and he pointed me in the right direction, which was, well, straight ahead. I was unsure how to go about this, but I figured the best way to do this was to maybe kill the Quetzal. Oh, it's fast. It had a lot of health, so maybe just trying to get it out of there in a way might do the job. Take the implant. While it runs away. This was the easiest egg steal ever. And that's how you successfully get away from a Quetzal with its eggs. Well, so I thought. Once I got back to base, yeah, the Quetzal followed me all the way home. It's okay though, we're just gonna let our Plantex deal with it. I of course got this Quetzal egg down straight away as soon as I got back to base. Day funny number, and yeah, our Quetz is born. The power of editing, right? Look at that big ugly duck. Anyways, while we wait days for this big ugly goose to grow up, we got called to go meet up with a bunch of other creators. Yeah, this is Razclark. He's driving us around on the back of his Mosa. He dropped us off to go meet up with everybody else. Just for a little bit of context, if you're unaware, we're down here hunting some Alpha Tusos as a massive group. There was one squid left and I wanted to try and get out there and kill it. I wasn't very helpful. So instead, I spent the rest of the day on my ferry just gathering some more rare flowers and rare mushrooms. Now, I need to prepare you for the next lot of days because this is where stuff gets really wild and strange. I met up with other creators to go and do another cave run, and then I heard Razclark say this.
Right, D-Road.
Now it's gone.
Yes, the man is asking a bunch of adults to get naked. But no, he couldn't leave it just like that. Yes, we had to go through this entire cave crawling. Naked. This is the second video of mine that Razclark has made me be naked. Stop looking! No! I'm still down! I'm still down! I am gonna pass out! I am passed out. No! Now I'm dying! I'm dead. Rip everybody. Yeah, this is just the start of our crazy cave adventures. But hey, in the end, we got the artifact that we're after. Just, this looks like one of those sus memes that you might see on Twitter. Day 71, we moved on to the next cave that was located on the volcano island. Doing cave runs with this many people makes it, pretty simple. I was kind of just tagging along behind everyone and collecting all the spider silk, knowing I'm gonna need it to be able to craft a saddle later on. But this cave, just like many other caves, we dove through the water, grappled up to new heights, and celebrated our victory collecting this artifact. The following day, we moved on to the second cave that's located on the lava island. And as we were preparing, Raz Clark prophesied the future.
Somebody's gonna die down here.
With the prophecy set, I only had one choice.
Oh, he's gone.
I'm stuck. So I didn't die because I kind of big brained it and just hung out here the entire time. Remembering this is the hunted mod, so snakes can actually spit poison at you. So I had to make sure I kept a good distance. And once I finally cleared out all the bottom here, I looked up, and that's when everyone decided to come down. You got some water?
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys. I've just been down here clearing out all these things for you, whatever. Then, as a massive group, we ventured on deeper into this cave. I figured there were so many of us, surely we're going to be pretty safe. Well, that was until we had a challenge set to us. We're not allowed to stop moving forward in this little hallway area.
Oh,
man.
Here we go. Keep moving. Don't be a wuss. Keep moving. Oh my god.
No!
Oh my god.
No,
Oh my
stop
god.
that! Stop your rules! Stop this! I'm asleep! I'm dead! Oh no! Everything's always looking good until we have to do a weird challenge that Raz Clark sets us. Anyways, I had to go back down on my trop, which was a little bit risky because I had to leave my trop at the bottom of this kind of cave area, as I couldn't fly any further through. Then I met back up with everybody at the artifact, took our victory pose, then started heading on back out. Everything was going good until we got this notification. No, my trop's dead! The rest of the group were going deeper into the cave to go and try and find a different area. Well, I actually had no idea where they were going, but they just weren't coming out right now. Saddened by the loss of my trop, I just left the cave and decided to call it a day. Day 73, and we're on the hunt for one of the most important dinos that can be very useful. Always. The Achatina, aka the snail. Yeah, we finally had enough ingredients to be able to make veggie cake, so we can tame these bastards. I had one knocked out, but while we're waiting for it to tame up, I realized one's not quite enough. 2 Achatinas is always better than 1. After all, they're not really a hard tame, it's just they're kind of found in kind of difficult, hard areas. And just like that, I went back home, put both of these Achatinas into our soul terminal so they could start producing us passive cementing paste. Day 74, and it's time to make them big boy moves by making a big boy forge. And now I can yeet these little boy forges and replace it with this big boy industrial cooker. Now we'll be able to make veggie cakes and health potions and all the good stuff. The thing is, now that we have an industrial forge, we need to keep it cooking a lot. And Ankies are good at mining metal, but mining lasers are significantly better. We're gonna need a crazy amount of metal for what I have planned for the ending of this 100 days. I then was notified in Discord that there was a Giga Egg in the Redwoods. They just didn't specify where, so we had to do a bit of exploring. And I really have no idea where Gigas actually spawn in the Redwoods. They just said it was in the Redwoods somewhere. Eventually we found it, but yes, it was being guarded by a big scary Giga. Run. Luckily there was a cliff nearby, so you know what we could do. Yes! Get down there, sucked in. And just like that, we secured ourselves a Giga Egg. We got a Giga Egg. Early morning of day 75, we awoke to find a strange note at our doorstep. What is this? Spirit's hideaway? Note. Seems like you've gotten some noisy neighbors. Want to shut them up for good? Look for the code in the area marked in red. There are 10 numbers in total. You'll need 4 based on the color code. Don't share the numbers you find unless you're willing to trade knowledge. So it looks like we have to go to the center floating island to try and get the numbers to open these pin code dermises. That's pin coded, so it's got something in it. So I need pink, yellow, purple, and whatever the frick that color is. And then all the color, pink, yellow, purple, whatever the frick that is. Ah, this sounds like a fun little thing. Let's do this. I immediately jumped on the back of my jet engine bird and flew straight to the floating island. Once we got here, we really didn't know exactly what we were looking for. We were just kind of trying to find, you know, some kind of clues. Right off the bat, though, we found our first clue. Ah, green 8. Green 8. Green 8. We got that. Honestly, this is the power of editing, but this little clue that we're finding right now took us longer than we're showing. What does that say? 0 purple. Alright, 0 purple. We got that one. We're still searching, but, you know, if I find a nest that I want, I'm gonna take it. I mean, this is a Megalania nest. What a cool thing to get. The next number that we found was put in a pretty creative spot. Right in the water. Oh, I was going to say, is there anything in the water? Let's do a quick recap. We found green, that is 8, purple, that is 0, and 9 is cyan. Now we just gotta hunt down the rest of the colors and numbers. But this part took us a long time. We couldn't find nothing. I then met up with a couple other people looking for colors as well. Oh, and Charlie, the culprit that made all this happen. Hillbilly Willie came and joined us, and he told us about a horrifying hidden number.
Charlie, if you even think about moving that yellow one after
I'm not moving it. I'm going to the Tropio event. This is halfway to it, okay?
Don't you show it.
I'm not
don't
moving
go near
anything. I'm not doing anything. I'm just parking because I had.
I want you to know I had the exact chords and like 7 screenshots, and it still took me like 30 minutes to find it.
I need pink and yellow.
Cyan?
I got cyan. I was then taken to go and find the yellow number. This challenge was set by Charlie Spirit and Kaya on Fire. And I want to say to you guys, screw you. Screw you very much. This challenge was very hard. I literally had to be told exactly where the yellow one was. Oh. You can't read it because it's facing the wrong way. Ah, I got it. All right, yellow is 6. Now I believe we just need to find pink and black or brown or whatever color it was, which is probably possible if this didn't happen. I'm out of fuel. No, stuff this. Knowing that this was going to be a bit of a rough flight home, I figured it might be a little bit easier and kind of fun to take out Deinonychus for a bit of a run. So I haven't got all the numbers for the code to this pin code yet, but I must say these challenges are what makes Monarchy great and a lot of fun. So shout out to Charlie and shout out to Kaya. It's day 76 and it was officially announced that this server is going to turn into a PvP server right at the end of this season. And I knew that this stone base wasn't going to cut it. So I had to upgrade everything into metal. And yes, all those annoying sounds are from the dermises that Charlie and Kaya left behind. I still haven't been able to unlock them. In order to defend my base when it turns into PvP, I'm going to need some turrets. And one of the main ingredients for that is electronics, which we're going to need silica pearls to make. Thankfully, we're actually built pretty close to that puzzle cave, you know, that lava cave that I kept dying over and over in. And in this cave is a bunch of silica pearls. There's also anglerfish here too, so you know your boy needs to go and collect some angler gel anyway. 2 for 1 special, this one. Since we're in the lava cave, I figured we'll go and try and pick up a cave drop. This one was decent. I don't really know if I need this further. Day 77, I woke up and I was told that I need to place down my crown vault. Now what is a crown vault, you ask? This is the crown vault. It generates crowns over time, and the idea behind this is for people to come and raid your base to steal basically all your crowns. The person at the end of the season with the most crowns becomes the king of all of the Monarchy 4.5. Oh, and did I mention that the server is actually open to the public as well? So at this point of the game, we could get raided by a bunch of people, so I need to be super prepared. So yes, my goal right now is to fortify my entire base, so all of you nerds coming to raid me can't get in. Day 78, as a fun little event, Kaya on Fire and Charlie both organized this. It's called Tropio Ball. There is 4 teams, and we have to pick up either Charlie or Kaya and then dunk them into our goals, using only our Tropios. Team Cyan, baby. I was on Team Blue or Cyan, whatever you want to call it.
Let's go.
I painted my bird so that I could fit on the team colors. It makes it easier to be able to see us and then the alternative team as well. As a team, we all worked out our own strategies to be able to, you know, hopefully succeed and win in this game. My job was basically to sit on the green team's goal and prevent them from scoring. Yeah, this was a little bit harder than I thought it would be. There was a total of 4 teams, which means there's 4 different towers and 4 different goals. So most of the time I just kind of sat here and waited. I had been here for so long, I kind of got a little bit bored. And I kind of left my post to go join in on the action. When the game was over, we were summoned back to the center of this game. And the game masters then announced the winners.
There was so much cheating. Did you guys know that half of the people were in a voice call?
Last place with 1 point was Team Yellow. Third place with 2 points was Team Red. Second place.
Red from
Or
embarrassment.
you could say first is a draw between green and blue. Both got 3 points.
Now with the teams combined, this is the final round to really decide the winner of the Tropio Ball. This was a very tense match. At the end of the game, it was 2-3, and remember, it's first to 3 points wins. If you'd like to see the full version of this, let me know in the comments below, and maybe I'll either share someone else's video that did a good version of it, or I could make my own cut too. But spoiler alert, we won and was then awarded my crown. Day 81, with the help of the new center that we got from the Tropio Ball, I was able to build more walls on my base. Yeah, base building is pretty much all we did all day. So these noises from these damn dermises were getting really annoying, and I knew some of the numbers to this code. I tried just guessing the rest. After a couple hundred tries, I gave up. Instead, I went back down to the puzzle cave to see if I can get a decent cave drop. Day 83, and guess who's fully grown up? My Giganotosaurus! Hey, yo, what up, my Giga? With my Giga fully grown up, I knew it would be a good team to have for PvP experiences. But to make sure it would have its best chance at life, I went around the lava island murdering everything in sight, even cute pink Gigas. because everybody knows that Gigas can't be cute. Really though, the aim of the game right now is to try and get as many levels into this Giga as possible, and knowing that seeing an alpha right here, I could kill that and get lots of levels. Day 84, and we're joining in on a massive raid. See that base over there? That's Razclark's base. And this right here is our fob. To make this truly interesting and kinda epic, the admin spawned in a ton of loot for us to be able to raid Razclark. It's pretty OP, but honestly, we didn't have a lot of time to prepare for PvP. We didn't know this was happening until like basically the last minute. I need to preface this with the fact that most of us are actually PvE players. I've got a fair few hours in PvP, but in this kind of situation, I was unsure on how to actually tackle this raid. How do you hold your breath with the thing, with the sniper? Can you do that in ARK? To stay stabilized. I did though get one of the rocket launchers out, knowing that it's not really going to do anything. I just want to see what would happen. Oops. That did more damage to us than him. My bad. We basically have unlimited rockets. Well, kinda. If we run out of what we've got, they're not replacing them. So I took a different location and just started shooting. But of course, he had turrets, so the turrets would shoot the rockets out of the sky. That's when I had a light bulb moment. We're gonna call this one of Aaron's crazy ideas number 1. Gobs!
That's all
Pick
I
me up with your drop.
Behind you, Toast.
Alright.
Okay.
That's all I got on me, though.
Okay,
We're going in, baby.
Alright, so just drop, just like,
You gotta go really high though. You gotta go high because you're gonna get shot.
You're gonna drop him from the skybox.
Left take you?
Nope.
So just go straight up to the skybox and go up over.
Someone's being shot. Oh, Kaya!
Don't let him see you do this. Higher, 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 higher. Okay, you can probably drop me. Let's just try this. Stop it.
I see you with a drone.
Alright, just drop you.
Yep, drop.
Yeah, okay.
Alright.
You're gonna get
Oh, that didn't work at all. So that last idea was quite ineffective, but we're not going to give up until we get inside Razclark's base. I tried shooting grenades from my trop, but that didn't work. Then I tried landing on top of this Quetz. Oh crap! Oh my god! I had a bit of a light bulb moment, so of course I had to enlist my friend Cobbs here. The idea was to pick up the Stego and then have the Stego dropped into Raz's base, hopefully with enough health to withstand all the turret bullets. But as you can see, for some weird reason, the Quetz couldn't pick up the Stego, but it can pick up the Amargasaurus. I don't get why, that's just weird ARK logic. It's kind of fitting, this Amargasaurus' name is Roswell, and we're using it against Razclark. If we pull this off, this will be glorious.
Oh, he sees you.
Ah, frick it. I'm about to lose stuff, but we'll see what happens.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh, that's a net. Did you see that net?
No! Oh, he netted you!
Oh, we landed on top of it!
Oh no! Now down to my next dumb idea. I'm gonna get myself dropped in from the top down and try and just lob whatever kind of things I can lob straight into his base. Whether it be the poison grenade or a rocket launcher. Alright. Go low. Alright, chill.
I got 80 seconds to get back.
Oh, okay, there goes, okay.
I shot something, but I don't know if it hit. With all these ideas being quite ineffective, I only had one other choice. Try and scale the mountain by the side of his base and come in from that direction. Once we got up as far as we could, I met up with Bay, and then I added to my stupid ideas list. Oh, that was my Realizing that there's a bit of space up on this little ledge here, we knew that we could get a Stego out here, and maybe he could soak the turrets a little bit. Razclark was kind of smart though. He ended up netting the Stego, which ended up with some more deaths. We started trying to scale the mountain even further to get up to the bottom of his base. And then some comms came in from our teammates that told us this.
He just flew off on a Quetz.
Oh, he's got a Quetz!
Really?
You got a Quetz?
Oh, that's fucking rich.
I'm trying to kill his Quetz!
Nice!
Net
Oh,
it.
no.
Net the quest.
Yeah, nice, she's dead!
Get the saddle. Get the saddle.
It's dropping
Yeah, grab the saddle when it comes down.
Oh my god, Anton, what is this?
Did I kill him?
as well by the looks of it. Jesus,
Yes.
I'm almost
Quetz is
dead.
dead, yeah.
He picked me up with the Quetz and threw me into the turrets.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Wow.
We're at the final stages of this raid and we've started to make a little bit of progress. Some of our teammates have already put a hole in his front wall. So I figured I'm gonna just try and YOLO it and boost straight into the front of his base.
Done, baby. Let's go. Dave.
No! Too bad I kind of suck at this and was very unsuccessful. I re-geared, resupplied, and jumped on my next trop, and then this happened. Oh, What was that?
Oh. That was a big hit.
Whoa!
Oh.
Who's in there?
Oh,
There we go.
shit.
Nice.
Oh, it's over now. Oh, that's it.
Let's go. Destroy the face.
Let's fucking go.
Where's the jetty? Where's the jetty? Where's the jetty at? So we had successfully raided Razclark in one of the most fun and exciting raids I've ever been a part of. But this still isn't the end of our journey. We had been alerted that another person on the server was being raided, and I wanted to go and join in on the fun. Yes, apparently King Daddy D-Mac, Hillbilly Willy, and Gunny were in some PvP battles, and I couldn't let them have all the fun. I got my hands on a fabricated sniper and found out I'm pretty decent at this. 2 kills back to back? Yeah, I'm basically the man. Sometimes. And since I was here to help out, Gunny here gave me a bunch of guns and ammo and everything that I need to be able to, well, fight. After a little bit of war, we decided to go and try and flank them from the side. And once we finally ran into them, my incredible ping let me down once again.
Oh, that was laggy.
Oh, it was a server lag? Oh, there he is! There he is! Ah, you're dead! You're dead! What? Did he just try and punch us? This raid wasn't such a serious raid. Really, if they were aiming to get into Willie's base by now, they would have got in. There were 2 fobs set up just outside Willie's base, you know, just for a little bit of PvP fun. Nothing too serious. Tried to soak as much as I could on my trike, but these guys had other plans. This fight continued for a couple more days, basically just us taking pop shots back and forth at each other. Day 93 and the fights were basically over. And since these guys are from another server and the servers were basically closing down the next couple days, they gave me all the rest of their gear, knowing very well I had a big raid coming up. The ARB was definitely going to come in handy for what's coming next. So I went back to base and filled up all of my turrets full of ammo. Oh yes, I've been fully preparing for my base to be raided. On this day, it's day 94 and our base is about to be raided. I challenged a bunch of other people on the server to come and raid me. I was originally going to defend this solo, but then once we realized there was going to be a lot of people coming, Hillbilly Willy came to help me out. Our enemies didn't know that Hillbilly Willy was with me at this moment, so we both put on these wreck suits to try and, you know, seem like we were both one person. They had this boat there and we had to make sure we could defend against whatever they had. I wasn't waiting around. If I had a chance to shoot something, I was going to do it.
Who was on that? Who was on that Equus? Is that Cobbs?
I'm taking their Thyler out.
You have defenses on top of this, right? So they can't just go up on top of the hill up there?
One of the settings on this server was that we could only have 40 turrets maximum in a certain area. So it was kind of limiting, but this makes the raids a little bit more fun too. I killed this Equus and kind of felt bad about it, but then kind of didn't. It's PvP after all, that's how it goes. They had attempted to bring a Stego around to try and soak my turrets. I don't think it worked very well because, well, it's dead. I was having a little bit too much fun with this sniper though. Yes! Take that, you little unhallowed! Woohoo! I gotta make sure I open these doors at the right time. Oh, it got me. Oh! It timed it, it was trans. Nice.
Oh crap, I can't move.
I can hear him, I can hear him. They're just up here. I think they're just right here. Hey, where are they? Oh, there they are! Go!
Oh, no.
Get out of here, Cobbs! You're dead! Oh, no! Oh, I got Daz as well. Whew. We looted all their stuff and they had this wolf on their body. I thought I'd play fair and give it back.
Yeah, all their stuff is in that wolf.
Yeah, you can have this wolf. You just gotta kill it. Like, no, my baby. Since this was pretty much the last hurrah of the server, I had basically all of my grown-up dinos out and about. I even had this whole downstairs section full of Deinonychus just in case they got close. Oh, they killed the Fenrir, no!
Did you hear that? Oh no, I actually feel bad now. We're actually jerks, Aaron.
And to add to a little bit of jerkness, Hillbilly Willy came up with a brilliant idea.
Do you want to do it for the memes? You could fly up above them and drop it on top of their heads. You see what I mean? Like up on that rock right there.
Unsure what that idea is? Well, it includes this Giga. The idea is to climb up to the top of this mountain as far as I could possibly get, and then do this. Because of Giga. It's coming.
They see it?
Yeah.
Alright, now pack it up and bring it back.
Let's go.
can drop their stuff in a bag so it stays for longer.
Yeah. Day 96 and we're still at war. This time we went for a little bit of a different approach and tried some aerial tactics. They had a Giga roaming around that we wanted to try and take out of the game.
The Giga's probably over here around the corner.
Yeah, I got pop shotted.
Yep, there it is.
I can't take another hit. Oh, I see it. A shot. Did I have no idea if I hit it. No idea. I won't take another hit.
Just get out there, get out.
My trop took a fair bit of damage, so we had to call it a day for this one. Day 97, the fighting was starting to get a little bit stale. Remember, the opposing team are mainly built of PvE players, so this is very unfamiliar to them. But Hillbilly Willy did come up with an idea.
I mean, I can switch teams and make it more exciting for you.
Nah.
Well, I think I should. How about this? I'll make you a deal. How about I switch teams, but only as a coach? Like, I can't actually fight you at all. I only can coach.
Nah.
How about that?
At the time, I said no a lot. That was because I know that Hillbilly Willy has a lot of experience in PvP.
Okay, Aaron, listen. I know you said no, but I want you to let me do it. Okay? What I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna give them like crazy strats that they wouldn't already know how to do. I'm gonna make it fun for them and fun for you. And I'm not gonna help them, okay?
Yeah, so Hillbilly Willy basically abandoned us. I'm not salty, but neither is the ocean, right? But to spice things up, you know I had to go out there with my rocket launcher and my Deinonychus. Oh, hey there, skeletal Giga. Oh, watch out, I got my rockets, boy. Oh, I don't think it's being ridden. Wait, what's happening? Oh, you're not doing that much damage? Kinda, you are. Oh, ooh, will we kill you? Will you kill me? Who knows? Oh, gate's down. I'm out. See you later, alligator. It's now time for Giga head drop number 2. I figured for a little bit more fun, I went out to try and meat run as much as possible. Come and get some! Let's go! Go and get some! Until I got absolutely destroyed by another Giga. Day 98, I found a great vantage point on this pillar here. I didn't want to give away my location straight away, so I was trying to find the perfect time to snipe. It was a pretty good location until this Quetz came and snatched me up. But it did give me a lovely ride back down to the ground, straight to my base. Day 99 and this raid has been going for roughly 3 hours. And honestly, the other team haven't really made much progress. I really did want to be raided at this point. I thought it would be kind of fun. So I decided to turn off all my turrets. I want you to get in. So the turrets are... They're down.
Turrets are off?
Yeah. Now the explosions may start. I'm so tempted to turn them right back on right now, but you have no idea. Oh, we were in. Yeah. Oh, we were in.
Gotcha.
Come here, ninja. Come here, ninja. Come here. Yeah, got you, boy.
Damn it, people! He's got my tech suit.
This is how you take care of a base.
Take care of a base, huh? Huh?
Found him! He's at the vault! He's at the vault!
Let me.
Oh, yes!
No.
Oh, he got me.
Let me use his lockpick.
Yeah, I don't know.
There we go. I got it.
That's the last crown?
They had fully successfully raided my base. A bunch of my dinos were now dead, but that's the way it goes in PvP Monarchy. Oh, and my crown vault here? Yeah, it's completely empty. It's now day 100, my base is completely destroyed, and we've been asked to go and meet up with everybody on this server at the admin base, because Razclark has a special message for everybody.
I've gathered you all here today to just firstly say thank you. This has been by far the best Monarchy season I think we've ever had. So many cool creators have got involved, so many cool community members have got involved. It's been an absolute blast. I think it's the best mods as well that's certainly got us set for the next game to come very shortly. So shoot your flares into the sky in 3, 2, 1, shoot! Go!
GG's folks. Well done.
What is that? What was that? Oh! We died. Guys, there you have it. Monarchy 4.5 is over. And ARK Survival Evolved is gone too. Now it's on to our next adventure. I wonder what it'll be. This is Primal Fear, and yes, I have attempted this in a previous video, but I didn't get remotely close to completing it. This time, I only have 100 days to tame various creatures and work my way up to build enough power to take on all the bosses, including the final boss, Picon's Revenge. Also, in this video, I have a bunch of YouTubers that you might recognize set me challenges along the way. So go ahead, smack your granny, sit down, grab a cold drink, because this is going to be a wild ride. Welcome homies and homettes to another ARK Primal Fear adventure. We are on one of my favorite maps, Fjordor. Let's hope that this start of our 100 days is a little bit different. Whoa! Whoa! Ah! You can't get me. Oh. Don't worry. Guess you got me. So yeah, that's our welcome to Primal Fear. Getting a start in this mod is kind of difficult, as basically everything wants to kill you. And I mean like everything. We were having a tough time. Yep. It's been fun. It's been fun. Oh, yeah. Oh, lovely. Lovely. We finally get a decent spawn and nothing wants to kill us straight off the bat. So I go ahead and start punching on with this tree because it looked at me kind of funny. I then crafted up some of our essential starting tools and a basic spear. Now we should be able to get a decent start. As I was roaming around though, I saw this thorny dragon fight this trike. And I knew this was an opportunity to be able to get some easy meat and hide. I just gotta wait for one to kill the other. Oh yes, the trike's dead. I'm in.
Hello, mother.
Oh, that didn't go to plan at all. Yeah, so that didn't work, but thank God for easy kill dodos. After completely skinning the dodo, I decided to wear him for its armor. Unfortunately, it's not very effective against the alpha thorny dragon. This time around, I have made the server settings a little bit harder than normal. Since I've already done Primal Fear, I wanted to give myself a little bit more of a challenge. I teleported to Asgard to see if this might be a good place to start out on. Oh, what? God damn it. It wasn't. Day 2 and we're finally going to have a decent start, I hope. I found this space that seemed to have no dangerous dinos spawn and started crafting up a bunch of chivis, because it's kind of a cheesy way to get a ton of XP early game. With a few extra levels under our belt, it was time to start building a little starter temporary base. Can't forget the door. It was safe. There was a bunch of metal really close to us, so I went to go and farm that and then placed our essentials inside our new base. We couldn't continue on without some metal tools either. Day 3, we woke up and started canvassing our local area, and that's when I saw this just below our base. That's an Origin Raptor. They won't only one-shot me, they'll destroy my entire base, and we don't want that. But just up along the rocks was this Pteranodon, and if you know me, I like to try and hit the skies as soon as I possibly can. With the Pteranodon knocked out, we needed to craft a saddle. Although we had a lot of resources, we didn't have any chitin for the saddle. So I ventured out to try and find something that dropped chitin, and that's when I was attacked by these bugs. They must have been attracted to my smell or something. I mean, I don't think you shower in ARK. Anyways, thankfully they came after me because they dropped chitin. And now we have a saddle for our new Pteranodon. To the skies, birdie! We hit the skies and I was quickly reminded that we are in Primal Fear. Holy crap! What is that? Oh, that's the buffoons. Haha, lucky I'm up in the skies, they can't touch me. The main reason I wanted to get up into the skies is because I was looking for a particular resource. This crystal. We need this because I plan on making ourselves a primal smithy and an awesome spyglass. For those that don't know, the primal smithy is, well, a smithy that's only unique to the Primal Fear mod. It's where you craft all the recipes that you need for, you know, just this mod. I then went out to go and collect some more rare resources, like this oil, and steal some juicy cementing paste from these beaver dams. I'd been running around naked for so long, I thought it was appropriate for me to at least put some pants on. Some gloves too. Oh yeah, we're on the Fjordor map, so we can realm teleport wherever we want. I then teleported to this realm. You know, the green luscious one? I forget what it's called. I came here because this is where I wanted to set up my forever base. I just had to find a decent spot. Now, because we're in Primal Fear, it's kind of hard to find decent spots, because even dodos can explode your entire base. And farming and crops are one important thing in this mod, so we need to be close to a decent water source. I eventually settled on this area. Looks kind of nice. I quickly started smashing some trees and smashing some rocks so I could start putting together a basic base. Getting this all together and situated took us most of the day, but by the end of day 4, we were done. Day 5, I woke up and had an epiphany. I don't actually really like this base location. So yeah, we're gonna teleport back to mainland and choose a new location. Oh, this could be good. Nice, open, flat. Wait, what's that? Is that a Spirit Rex? Yeah, nah, definitely not building here. Honestly, choosing a forever base location was a lot harder than I thought it would be. We flew around what felt like the entire map, and then I settled on this pair of islands. Honestly, it's pretty central to most of the map. We got the volcano over there, and nothing too dangerous spawns here, I think. So once again, it's time to go love tap a couple of trees, a couple of rocks, and build our little base. Once we had set up the shell of our base, I went back to the previous base in the green luscious area and picked up the fabricator I made earlier, the primal smithy, my normal smithy, and my bed. I had to leave the forge behind because we were kind of running out of weight here. Day 6, I returned to place all of our crafting benches in our new forever base. Then I crafted and made the ever so important soul terminal. Now I guess we better get started trying to, progress through the Primal Fear mod. The first thing we need to do is tame ourselves a dodo, preferably a female. Now why are dodos so important? Well, because they lay eggs, and rather quickly. And eggs are the most important resource to be able to craft the kibble in order to tame the next tier variant of Primal Fear Dino. For example, vanilla tier eggs will craft toxic tier kibble. Toxic eggs are used to craft alpha kibble, alpha eggs are used to craft apex, and so on and so on. And we can leave our dodo in the soul terminal and it will passively create eggs. Now that we have our base all sorted, it's time to go out and find a decent tame. The only thing is, flying this low in Primal Fear is a bad idea. Yeah, so we just lost a PT, our only one. We're gonna have to tame another one. There is this one on our island. It is only a level 15, but it's gonna have to do for now. Oh man, this bird is so slow and its stamina really sucks. We're definitely gonna have to find another PT eventually. But for now, we found another dodo. This one's a male, so hopefully this will speed up the egg laying production. Day 7, while we're exploring around this map trying to find some new tames, we spotted this level 130 pteranodon. So quickly bowled it, stabbed it a couple times with our primal spear, and knocked it out. Once fully tamed, we took it back to base and put a saddle on it, then put some points into its stamina, because that's what we were lacking before, and took off into the skies. As we're flying around in the skies though, we got our first challenge sent to us by this YouTuber, Natural Causes.
Hey Aaron, so in my Primal Fear 100 days, I discovered that terror birds are actually really good. So I challenge you to tame one of every single variant of terror bird.
Okay, so every tiered terror bird we need to collect, and I know on this map they spawn here in the redwoods. First one we need to find is a vanilla terror bird. After a bit of searching around the redwoods, we spotted our first terror bird. It's a low level, but it's gonna have to do. And now we have successfully tamed our first tier vanilla terror bird. This must be a lucky day, because just down the ways a little bit, we found a toxic terror bird. Except it was guarded by an apex reaper queen. Oh no, our PT died as well. We just got it. I had earlier made an awesome teleporter just at the front of our base. It's day 8 and I still had my old PT, so we could kind of use that to get around for now. But the first thing on our agenda today is to find a better PT. This one really sucks. It didn't take us too long, but we did end up finding this 145 PT. Gave this one a little bit of a stabby stab and put it to sleep. While we're out waiting for the 145 PT to tame up, the PT that we're currently riding decided to give up. How the frick did that happen? He just gave up. Piece of crap. From there, I just teleported back to base and then try and find my way over to the PT that we had knocked out earlier. Gonna have to try and cross this water. Everything was going fine until I looked behind me. Yeah, there's jellyfish and a toxic shark on its way to eat me. Then an alpha shark decides to join the party. Well, that didn't work. Okay, this time we're gonna cross in a raft. This should surely be the safest way, right? It was. We made it. Even though the journey was quite stressful, we ended up getting the PT in the end. Brand new PT, we brought him back to base so he can meet the rest of the crew. I mean, well, we have a box and like 2 other dinos, so it doesn't really count. Are you freaking kidding me? Fuck! Yeah, so that happened. Don't know what we're gonna do now. Anyways, I tamed a parasaur, mainly so we could collect a lot of berries for taming purposes. And another thing that's really good for taming purposes, this journeyman primal pike. Then I made ourselves some alpha armor. Yeah, I collected enough alpha hide. I didn't realize, but we had enough, so I made myself some armor. And of course, I had to clean up our raggedy look, get our signature look happening. And here's the big reveal. Oh yeah, I gotta let it grow out a bit. Day 9, I thought to myself, maybe a better alternative as a flyer would be an Argentavis. You know, these big ass pigeons legends, found this level 150 in Asgard, and since we have a journeyman primal pike, knocking this out was somewhat easier. I also knocked out a level 55, but the 150 is better, so, you know, we're going to try and tame that one instead. Well, the level 55 tamed up, so we might as well just take it anyway. I wanted to try and secure some prime meat, and I know stegos typically drop some. So with my primal pike, I knocked out this stego and started slicing it up, all until this moment. Oh crap! Oh, shit. Yeah, so this run through of Primal Fear is going really well. Yeah, no, it's going freaking terribly. On the plus side, our level 150 RG is fully tamed up. I just have to successfully make it to the RG so I can, you know, pick it up. We did. It's now our slave. I mean, best friend that's gonna, you know, help us heaps and, you know, be very successful and definitely never die along this challenge. Day 10, I placed down one of my personal favorite quality of life mods, the Architect Bench. This gives me unlimited weight at a certain radius around my base, as well as helps me make building so much easier. You can customize this to be stupidly OP, but I don't really like that. So in this, it's just to help me kind of build and get around the base easier without having to worry about weight. With that though, I started making a little extension on the side of our base. Yes, this is going to be our farm, because in Primal Fear, crops are stupidly important for you to be able to progress through the tiers. Now that we have our crops down and growing, we have a level 150 RG, we need to go out and tame some beasts. Day 11, we snatched up a level 135 Terror Bird. I know we already have one, but, you know, this one's a high level. I just kind of wanted it. Brought this oversized duckling back to base and stabbed it in the face. Wonder how our crops are going. They're coming along. Not quite ready to harvest yet. I had also tamed this big boy. It's an iguanodon. You can put berries in it and it'll turn it into seeds. Just like that. Why do I need all these seeds? That's because they're the main ingredient to this. Potent narcotics. By this time, the Terror Bird had fully tamed up, so we named it Natural Causes Sucks. With everything starting to look up, we spent the rest of this day mining for some metal, making a meat spoiler, and repairing our alpha armor. I went for a lovely stroll around our island on the back of Natural Causes Sucks, trying to find a dodo. No, not an alpha dodo. Yes, this, the green toxic dodo. I want it so it can lay some eggs for us to be able to get alpha kibble. Eventually. The only problem is this particular one's a male. We're gonna have to find a female eventually. I went to check what ingredients we need for each kibble. It looks like we're running a little bit low on rock carrot. Our farm is growing, but not quite enough just yet. The alpha tier kibble though needs citronal, and I don't have any citronal seeds at the moment, or eggs, but we're working on it. So I got our good old parasaur out and started munching on some bushes in hopes to get some vegetable seeds. We were pretty unsuccessful with finding any vegetable seeds in those bushes, but thankfully on the Fjordor map, there's a few places we could go to get some vegetables. Like this one that seems to be protected by a ramshackle wandering loot boss. Oh man, what am I gonna do about this guy? We finally got rid of the wandering loot boss and started stealing all these crops from this little farm here. Hey, well, will you look at that? A female toxic dodo. Yoink! Female toxic dodo acquired. Now lay me some eggs, bitch. Oh look, a spirit dodo. Look, I had good reason to do that. It was uncomfortably close to my base, and I didn't want it to damage what I had already made. One bonus though, it ended up killing some of the wildlife around us, so we got some pretty easy meat and hide. All new fresh vegetables in hand, we now have enough resources to be able to craft some toxic kibble and some alpha kibble. The toxic dodo only laid one egg though, so we're kind of limited on what we can tame. Day 13, and it's probably about time we go and get some utility dinos. Starting with this Anki. It's a level 140, so we know it'll be good. With our RG, I took it to a safe location, shot it with some of these fancy Primal Fear trank darts, and shoved some berries up its butt. While we wait for the Anki to tame up, we spotted this Alpha Dodicarus. Knocked this little red ball out, and then I realized it requires 2 alpha kibble, which we don't have. I rushed back to base, checked our soul terminal, and realized there was a toxic egg in there, which means we can craft 1 other alpha kibble. And there you have it, Anki acquired. I was flying about and I saw a dead dino's bag on the floor. Turns out it comes from a Fable dino. Now Fable dinos drop some really good loot. Some of the best loot that I think we can get this early game are these tame helpers. They basically just speed up the taming process to make taming almost instant. Took my 2 brand new dinos back to base, then I named our Dodicarus Ralph. I don't really know why, he just gives me Ralph vibes. And put him straight to work harvesting all the rocks around our little island here. Then I took our Anki over to this little secluded island. One reason being, it's really safe over here, nothing scary spawns here. And there's plenty of metal nodes. I also named this guy Spanky. Spanky the Anki. It's now day 14 and it's probably time that we need to start thinking about upgrading our base. I have the castles and keeps mod, so we're going to use that to make our base. Well, looks like it's coming together. And there you have it. It's kind of basic now. I think we're going to change it later. Day 15, we fill out our base with the essential crafting benches. And make sure to move over a ton of inventory. Our base now set, it's time to take off on our RG to try and find our next tier terror bird. This time we're looking for the toxic terror bird. And there's no better place to look than in the redwoods. Ah, there's one. Let's just go in and pick it. Yoink. We got it, we got it, we got it. With the toxic terror bird picked up and grabbed in our claws, we're going to take it back to base because it's kind of an easier place to knock it out. Alright, let's just drop this guy down here. He's going to wreck us. Oh, he's going to wreck up. Don't attack it. Oh, crap. Oh, you can't fit. Okay. Like a bowler or a soul trap. Oh, get in the soul trap, get in the soul trap. Oh, crap, it's coming in. Oh, we're just going to have to do it this way. Please knock out, please knock out, please knock out. Oh. Well, that was rather easy. Fully tamed up, so we named it Natural Causes is Toxic. Day 16, we went out to go find ourselves a dung beetle. But we just so happened to come along 2 of them. These guys will help us turn poop into fertilizer really quick. And we need a lot of fertilizer to be able to manage the crops that we have in this game. I then went over to the redwood to place this tree platform on one of the trees, as I planned for this to be our sap farm. I placed down an awesome teleporter, and I also made this public. So if you play on this server, you should be able to get here and take as much tree sap as you need. Yes, thanks to my partners at G-Portal, this server is completely public and you can play on it. Or if you use my discount link in the description below, you can create your own server and play with your friends. As I left the treehouse, we saw this dead Alpha Rex. So of course I had to harvest it so we can get some easy alpha hide and blood. Day 17, a purple toxic dodo stumbled into our base area. So I stabbed it with our knockout knife and tamed it. It can't really hurt to have another dodo that can produce eggs. Trying to avoid all the crazy noise in the background. Why, you might ask? Well, I'm here to collect rare flowers, a really important ingredient in creating some kibbles and some narcotics in this mod. But first, I wanted to craft this bad boy, a domesticated giant beehive. This comes in the S Plus mod, that's why it's kind of easy to get. And then crafted up this beautiful S Plus gardener. She basically just stands there the entire time and collects all of the vegetables that grow here. I decided to move the giant beehive outside, mainly so I could put these beer barrels inside. You need beer to be able to power the S Plus gardener. She's pretty handy to have, but also a massive alcoholic. Day 18, we ventured out to go capture our next terror bird, the alpha tier. Our job is to move up these ranks as quick as possible because the end game can be kind of grindy and kind of long. I took this one back to base, but I put it on the beach. I didn't want it running into our base this time. Being alpha tier, it might be a little bit stronger. This was a pretty straightforward tame. I bowled it, shot it in the face with our strong trank darts, and put it to sleep. Now that we successfully have a bunch of toxic eggs, we can now go ahead and craft a bunch of alpha kibble, which means it's officially alpha taming time. That's assuming we can avoid all the dangers like this. Holy crap! Get out, get out, get out! That was crazy. I thought the journey to be able to tame something decent in the alpha tier was going to be a lot easier than it was. We searched high and low and couldn't find anything for this entire day. With a fresh batch of kibble cooked up, it's time to go out and tame some dinosaurs. I found a particular specimen that I'd like to tame, but first I'm going to have to place down this trap. Now if you're familiar with traps in ARK, you probably know what I'm trying to tame. If you guessed griffin, you were correct. It may only be an alpha griffin, but it's going to be so helpful from here on out. That is assuming I can actually get it stuck in this trap. Get in, baby. Ah, I freaking missed. God damn it. Okie dokie, let's try this one again. Aha, it's in. Whilst I waited for the alpha griffin to tame up, I scouted the area and found this level 140 alpha Anki. I had some spare kibble on me, and this thing would be a beast for a metal farmer. I dropped him in the castle area because, you know, it's kind of like a makeshift kind of trap thing, and put this baby to sleep so we could claim him as our friend. And now our alpha griffin is fully tamed up. He's going to be our main mode of transport until we can find something a little bit better. Oh, and I also named this guy Alfred. I mean, even though it's a female, but hey, whatever. Our Anki was fully tamed up as well, but we're going to put him in a soul ball until we can use him later. Day 20, we basically just spent the entire day on Alfred, getting him some levels by attacking the local wildlife. Day 21, whilst we were flying around on Alfred, our griffin, I saw this